fight. Bolanle shook her head and covered her face with her hand. It was the rumbling from Baba Segi's belly that broke the silence. He looked fondly with his daughter's eyes. "As you wish, my daughter," he said. "As you wish." He also knew it was not the time to ask questions, but he did not just leave the matter like that. He called me to his side and told me to bring my ear. When I knelt by him, he said, "Your child will always be your child, and you will always be a mother." The first thing I did before preparing the bath water was to make sure Bolanle had left the house. I did not want anyone to come between me and my daughter. I was a woman, and I knew where to sponge and where to apply any pressure at all. I knew also that there would be no scrubbing. Segi was molting like a viper, and the new skin was tender and raw. I took off all her clothes and helped her onto the stool that I had placed in the bath. She sat and there with a hunchback, and I poured a bowlful of tepid water down her back. "Daughter, why don't you speak to me?" I asked. Segi raised her head to look at me. Her eyes were accusing, but she said nothing. I could tell that her stomach was full of words. "Is it your hair?" You are so silent. It will grow back, you will see." Segi shook her head from right to left and rested her chin on her bosom. "Then it must be your breast. The fullness will return." Segi looked at her breasts and lifted them one at a time, as if she were weighing them. "Then why won't you talk to me? There is no shame in illness. Is there shame in death?" She did not even have the strength to clear her throat. "Daughter, why would you say such a thing?" I was perplexed. "You will not die. I will not mourn my own child. But other mothers can mourn their daughters. That would please you, wouldn't it? What goes on in other homes is not concern of mine. Segi, you are my concern." "No, Mama. What I asked was if it would please you if another had to mourn a daughter." She coughed and grabbed the pail to support. Blood trickled from one of her nostrils. I reached out to rinse away the blood, but Segi pushed my hand aside. "Mama, the doctor said I was poisoned. They said I could have died." "Why would there be poison in our house? It was the food I ate the night I went to Auntie Bolanle's room, wasn't it?" I dropped the small wash bowl into the pail and reached for a towel. "Segi, do not delve into matters that do not concern you," I said firmly. Segi stood up and stretched out her arms, exhibiting what remained of her. "Mama, look at me and tell me again that this matter does not concern me." I looked away and swallowed the lump in my throat. Segi looked like she had been on the ground for weeks. Her skin clung to her bones. "You are provoking me, Segi." "Then let the daughter who provoked you die," she said. "If someone in this house is serving poisonous food and my own mother will not find out who it is, how is my life worth living?" Let me cover you, child. The wind has the wind has teeth today. I tried to spread the towel around Shegi's shoulder, but she flung it into the bucket with all the strength in her wasted arms. No, let me die, she screamed. By the time she closed her mouth, she was breathless and spent. The food that was not meant for you, child, it wasn't meant for you. It was as if I had gone mad. She watched me as I tore my dress from the back of the hem. I slapped the wall and scratched my face. I boxed my breasts, pulled my hair. I could not control myself. Shegi knelt in the bathtub, slowly shaking her head. Then, as quietly as when she started, she said, Mama, I am cold. Please bring me a dry towel. Washing day. Iyasegi decided to bathe her daughter today. It is good because since the girl went to hospital, both Iyasegi and Iyafemi had been behaving as if they don't remember how to be mothers. Akin came to my room and told me that their school uniforms were dirty. I told him to take the washing bowls outside. I gave them soap and sat with them. There was sadness in the home, and it was that they normally enjoyed. Like all children, they like to play with water. They formed a ring around a giant heap of laundry and squatted before the white basin. But they did not talk like they used to. Shegi was not there to flick soap salt at them. She was not there to start the song they all knew and loved to sing. Femi was still angry because his mother wouldn't give him money for sweets. So he sank his hand in his basin and refused to scrub. Like his mother, he always thinks about himself. He just sat there with snot running from his nose. Every so often, he scratched out the tip of the tongue and licked the mucus into his mouth. Any other time, the other children would have ignored him, but Akin stood up from his basin and slapped him across the face. The older boy left a streak of soap salt across Femi's cheek. When he recovered from the shock, he began rubbing his clothes. It is a wonder that a good boy like Akin could have come out of Iyasegi's belly. I have been watching him since he was young. One day, he will grow up to be a good father. He does not spoil the children like Segi does. He cares for them, but he is firm. He knows what is wrong and what is just. I remember one day when they were all sitting at the dining table to do their homework. That day, Bolanle passed and asked if they needed any help, but Segi's voice was unyielding. No, she said. That is my job, she said. When it is Bolanle, she knows how to raise her shoulder, but she thought that one day Bolanle would suckle her. This world is full of mysteries. So, on that day by the dining table, Femi started his usual stubbornness. First, he sat and looked at his pencil as if he did not know, as if he did not know what to do with it. Then he started to cry like an 8-day-old baby. He said he didn't understand anything, not even his name. He shifted his seat close to Segi and begged her to do his homework for him. Why wouldn't he expect people to do everything for him when his mother gives before he asks? Iyafemi has ruined him. He is so rotten that maggot falls from his body. If Akin had not been there that day, Shegi would have abandoned her own work to write for him. She would have held his hands and written the answer. Akin did not allow it. He looked hard at his sister. That boy does not deserve the caressing you give him, he said. Segi laughed and told him that not everyone was lucky enough to be born with great cleverness. Akin did not stop. He hardened his face at Femi. He managed to remember every character of every TV program and the name of every football player. Yet, your brain falls asleep when you are asked to write 1, 2, 3. He asked. That wisdom from a young head, I thought. Shegi warned Akin to keep his voice down so that Iyafemi didn't come through the door to give him a tongue lashing. If she comes, I will tell her how lazy her son is, he said. His voice did not shake. He was not afraid. I marveled at his courage because even I, a wife, could not consider saying such words to Iyafemi, that Akin will grow up to be a good man. Before the sun came down, Iyashegi called a meeting without looking up. She told Iyafemi and me about the bathroom talk with Segi. If I said I understood what she was saying, I would be lying. Where would Segi get the boldness to speak to her mother that way? But the more Iyashegi spoke, the clearer she spoke of their hand became. So they did it. They stole Segi's spirit. If only I were braver, if I knew how to stop my tears, I wouldn't have cried so many. I listened to Iyasegi's word, but I could not say anything. Words could not form in my tongue. I could not pray that the gods would open the eyes of mercy on our home. All the time Iyasegi was speaking, I could see that Iyafemi's palms were itching. When she couldn't keep the question down anymore, she turned to Iyashegi. Tell me, she said, how do we know that she will not tell her father what you said? Since she's been back from hospital, she refused to eat unless her father is seated before her. And who knows what she may tell Bolanle? Or have you forgotten that they sleep together? I only asked. Well, start packing our belongings now. We deserve to be thrown onto the street, I said. There isn't one thing that flies to the sky that will not eventually drop with rain. Our time here is finished. Speak for yourself, Iyatope. I could not believe that Iyafemi's mouth could still be so sharp after all the evil she had done. If you want to sweep the streets with your children, start packing, she said. Is it not Iyashegi who has divulged our secrets to her daughter? Since it was Since it was she who killed us, she will have to bury us. And besides, how do you know that it is not prison you will go to? Shegi is the apple of Baba Shegi's eyes. No, Iyafemi, you will go to prison, I said. I do not know where I got the boldness, but I spoke my mind for once. Was I there when you were cooking your enemy's last meal? Don't you dare drag me into your murderous plot. If you had God in you, you would be praying for the child who barely clinged to life. But no, you sit here wondering how to remain in the house that you have used your hands to burn. How many times have you visited Segi to ask her where she aches? How many times have you inquired how she hears? Now that her right ear is deaf, never. You prefer to hide than to do a good deed that may wipe away your sins. Continue hiding, I told her. You are not worthy of that child you have soiled. I left the women there in the sitting room, and my words were for Iya Segi's ears as well. Victor. The wives sigh and stare into emptiness. They act as if a feast of stone had been stuffed into their throats. They don't swallow, they just sit and stare. They don't even seem to be bothered with me anymore, which is in life itself confusing. I like it better when they were predictable. Now, I can't tell who has left food outside my door. It used to be so easy. Iyafemi always left the burnt scrub from the bottom of the pot and topped it with a small piece of meat that had been chewed off at the corners, while Iyatope left a mound of dazzling white rice with an extra cube of beef hidden underneath. Now, there are just two identical plates of food, one for me and the other for Segi. I suppose it is Segi's illness. She has not put on any weight and blood trickles from her nose relentlessly. I would never say so, but her breath is foul, even when it exhaled from her nostrils. It is a stubborn, unpleasant smell. It hangs in my room at night, and I can hardly breathe. It beat at the back of my throat and clings to the breathing as if the corpse of a small beast is buried there. It is as if Segi is rotting from the inside out. She has hidden a small mirror under her pillow, and she weeps every time she looks at it. A few days ago, she asked me to swear on my life that I wouldn't tell Baba Shegi about it. Perhaps a few weeks ago, I would have obliged her, but now I can't bring myself to swear on my life. Not for her, not now, not for anyone. I just said, I swear, and that was all there was to it. When she is asleep, I can't help but look at her. I feel like I know what troubles her. The illness has ravaged her and left her bare. She has lost control of her body, yet she wouldn't know what to do if she regained it. She knows the illness will do with her as it pleases, sees only when it decides to. It is strange, but Segi makes me feel strong. When I am in her presence, I feel a suddenness within me. Her fear makes me feel like there is nothing more for me to be afraid of. She said an odd thing yesterday. She said, Auntie, you are a victor. I thought she was hallucinating. Victor, I asked, but she had drifted into one of her 3-minute naps. She wakes from them a little agitated, asking questions like, where are my wings? I left the Victor matter alone and did not return to it. Victor. Nobody has called me a Victor before, even as a name. It forceful, packed with hard uncle. It is impossible to say it without smiling and baring your teeth. I like the fact that she said it, even if it was born of some abstract notion. She says the oddest things to her father too. Sometimes she talks, but no sound comes out of her mouth. Then, when he tries and head for the door, her voice returns. Won't you hear what I have to say, Father? She asks. Baba Segi returns to her side, and the wordless chatter begins again. The doctor says it is to be expected. He muttered, his voice heavy with gloom. Out. Iyasegi sat calmly in the pickup, but there was madness crawling beneath her skin. She had heard that people on the verge of rushing naked into the street often complain of a persistent march of ants all over their bodies. The truth was that it was Baba Segi's joy that nibbles at her limb. His smile, pure and trusting, like that of the goat skipping to the slaughterhouse. The instruction had not been complicated. Take this appointment card. Wake up early on Wednesday morning. Dress yourself and accompany me to the doctor. If they ask you any question, keep nothing from them. Iyasegi has sketched out her own plan. There would be no question, only answer. She wouldn't wait for the long rope of truth to be pulled from her. She would volunteer it willingly and without persuasion, even if it made Baba Segi force his head through the hospital wall. The truth, they say, cannot hide itself forever, even if it conceals itself at the bottom of a well. One day, drought will reveal it. Bolanle barrenness had brought drought. Both doctors were waiting in the consultation room. Breaking the news to Baba Segi was a tricky task, and Dr. Dibia wasn't entirely sure how to go about it. Did he just say in matter of factly, bend his tone as if someone had died, or was he to say it as if Baba Segi should be grateful that he was born in the age of medical advancement? After all, he could have gone through his life not knowing. As Dr. Usman reached for the door handle, Dr. Dibia said he might learn something if he stayed and listened in. Dr. Usman smelled the fear behind his colleague's arrogance, so he retraced his steps to the examining table and folded his arms. He concealed a wry smile when Dr. Dibia poked his head out of the door to invite Baba Segi and Iyasegi in. Doctor, this is my first wife. No man could have better one. With pride. Very good. Mrs. Alao, thank you for coming. Please, sit comfortably. Dr. Dibia was slightly embarrassed by his patient effervescence. Things would have been so much in a more subdued mood. He decided to drive right in. Mrs. Alao, I am sure you are aware of the investigation we have been doing into the younger Mrs. Alao's difficulties with conceiving. Mrs. Bolanle Alao, Dr. Usman offered. Iyashegi carefully undid the knot in her hair tie and unraveled it to reveal a head of uneven grain hair. Then she painstakingly folded the scarf into 8 equal parts and laid it carefully. On the doctor's table, so it jutted out no further than any of the books. With equal precision, she stood and dropped to her knees. The doctor looked at each other. Baba Segi's cheerfulness dissolved into embarrassment. My lord, or not, they will be altered. But our people say the day always come when words themselves will have their say. Her gaze returned to the doctor. Again, the doctors glanced at each other. Dr. Dibia sat back in his chair and smiled, making his glasses slide down the bridge of his nose. I know the reason why Bolanle has not conceived, she continued, and it is not one that 1,000 doctors can cure. Yam cannot cook itself. It needs a careful hand that will slice it and expose it to raging heat. Baba Segi gasped in confusion. I am not quite sure I understand you. Dr. Dibia wanted Iyashegi to spell things out for her husband. That is because you are young and do not know the ways of the world. I was a young wife when I found myself in a cloud of sadness. I was childless and restless. Every time I saw a mother rocking a baby on her back, my nipples got itch to be suckled. My husband and I tried everything. He did not let my thigh rest, but leapt between them every time dogs descended upon us. Even his mother was hungry for his seed to become fruit. Then I had an idea. It was a sinful idea, but I knew it would bring my sadness to an end. In fact, it was more than an idea. It promised to be a solution. If my husband did not have seed, then what harm could it do to seek it elsewhere? She shrugged her shoulder. So I found seed and planted it in my belly. Baba Segi turned his sides to his wife and looked at her through one eye only. His arm was raised in defense, as if to shield himself from the odious suggestion hidden in her parables. Are you saying your husband is not the biological father of your first child? Dr. Dibia asked. Eruka. Not my first, not my second. Baba Segi ducked as if someone has taken a swing at his face. Whoa, it cannot be. And the second wife, what about their children? Dr. Dibia asked. It might as well come out in one big gush. Better that than it drips and drops. I miss them. Perhaps if I had not shown the second one my way, this shame would have come out sooner. But you see, they were so desperate to be fruitful. They knew that my husband valued children above all things. So when I saw their desperation, I took pity on them and shared my secret. They also followed the same path. Baba Segi whined like a dog caught wolfing down his master's dinner. So you are saying none of Mr. Alao's children are his? Not one of them. She reached out her hand to touch her husband, but he leapt from it. Dr. Usman stood up straight. Mrs. Alao, you have said quite enough. Thank you. Perhaps it is better that you go home now. He could see that Baba Shegi was set to explode. Iya Shegi rose and left the room with peace in her eyes. Baba Shegi's head was bowed, bent right over like a dying branch before it offers its leaves to the next gust of wind. His tears hit the floor with a quiet splat. Is there anything we can offer you, sir? A soft drink, perhaps? Dr. Dibia asked. Dr. Usman mouthed the word and tiptoed out of the room. Dr. Dibia took all the sharp instruments from his table and hurried after him. Thaju. They reach our fat bellies. They swagger until the world swings to one side. They see more food and you see. They lunge at it. They have an apartment, a permanent hunger. For the poor, it is different. They have never known the taste of fullness, so they stand erect. They scramble for leftovers, not because they are hungry, but because they want to know fullness. The contentment that makes the rich think the world is theirs. I like to speak in parables. I spend a few minutes of every day pondering in the unequal balance of this world, except most of the time, my parables are too complicated, too subtle, misleading even. I want to turn them around in my head, but my boss, I am not paid to be a thinker. I am a driver. I shouldn't love this job like I do. Every hair on my body should reject it after what happened to my brother. The boss drove him to his death, and you have set your palm on the same wheel. My mother cries. She means it as a cautionary tale, but I tell her I drive a pickup, not a bus. You see, Faruku, the brother she speaks of, was a son worth weeping for. His skin was so yellow that he should have been born at a time when the cold Harmattan wind did not ruffle the sand. He wore his shirt open to his belly, button and silver chain hung from his neck. Women sought to be with him. Men thought him sleek, a dandy. He thought he was sleek too. He sported a dirty smile, and his tongue would grow taut and over between his lips when he spoke to women, like most young men did when they were reaching the age of wisdom. Faruku left our village to seek his fortune in Ibadan. Most of the men from the Olugbon did the same. They worked or trained all week and only returned to the village at weekend to visit their families. Faruku showed he was our father's son and did something special. He trained as a driver, and before long he got a job driving public buses for a well-known transport company. I won't mention the name of this company because you are likely to know it. Everyone knows the owner. Sometimes he would drive his bus to our village and throw up the mud that had caked and set under the dust the road. He would show off the bus's gleaming burgundy and dart carelessly through the shrubs and trees. He loves this reckless one, and so did we. Along with the other children, I would run after the bus screaming with excitement while our mother and father rushed to the doorway to wave. It was hard not to want to be him with his shirt loose, flying like a snail, a matchstick fist to the corner of his fiery smile. The women couldn't wait for him to return on Saturday morning. From Monday to Friday, they showered me with gifts in the hope that I would put in a good word for them. I took their gift but said nothing. Faruko would make my mouth bleed if he thought I was overreaching myself again. From the day he caught me peeping through his keyhole, he reminded me regularly that I was only 9 and he was 12 years old than me. I don't hold any of his beating against him. No, he didn't knock my head against the hard mud wall to hurt my feelings. He did it to put me in my place. Whether it worked or not was a different matter. Peeping through his keyhole was already a habit. Faruku keyhole held many pleasures. If anything, I learnt the workings of a woman's body. Who could have any woman? They would chase him, yet he would make them feel that he was hot and sweaty from exertion. They wanted him, and he obliged them, sporting his wry smile as they squatted over his body. I tell you, when a woman wants you, it is better to surrender and let her take you. Afterwards, you will feel like a polished coin. Women couldn't get enough of that yellow skin of his. They couldn't rest until their breasts were pressed against it, their thighs wrapped around it, their toes called upon it. On this particular weekend, I noticed Latodun hadn't knocked on our door for the last 3 Saturdays. This was unusual, as loose women tended to circulate more efficiently. Faruku kept going to the door to see if she would arrive, but by afternoon, she was restless. He was restless. He gave me 1 naira and sent me to find her. And if she doesn't follow you straight away, get on your knees and beg until she does. Or see what you will get. He snapped as he weighed his balls. I put my slippers on and wondered what was so special about it, so different from all others. A child simply couldn't understand, couldn't give me a hand and let me drag her and her orange pills smell into her home. Of course, she had no idea that I had seen the drop of her breast or her backside up, thrice to be exact. Latudun touched my head, folded my neck, and probed my forehead before disappearing behind Faruku's door. By the time I fitted my eyes into the keyhole, I was well and truly primed. Latudun lay there like a slug. When Faruku lifted himself from her, a glimpse was what it was that made men despise her when she went with another man. Caught between her thighs was a flawless snail. Her lips were beautifully defined, halves encasing perfect pink. So lost was I in the wonder of the pulsating snail that I forgot to look out for Farouk. He flung the door open and found me standing there with my hands twitching in my shirt. He ignored Latundun's protest and kicked me until I was doubled over. I dared not cry. If our father had what I had done, he would make us both sleep in the rain. A few months later, Faruko appeared through the corn in our backyard. He was shoeless, sweating from every pore. One arm was clearly broken, and there was a dry blood at his fingertip. My mother called me into her room and told me to keep his arrival a secret. The reason was simple. Faruku boss had driven him to his death. I thought she must be mad because I knew my brother was alive. Albeit distressed, I'd heard him cry in the bedroom, seen him performing ablution as if his sins had to be scrapped from his skin. The truth came later, weeks after the men in a grey Volvo bag into our home, stripped Faruku naked and roasted him in full view of everyone in the village. It turned out that after a night of heavy drinking, Faruku had nodded off at the wheel and driven a bus load of passengers into the concrete base of an electric pole. He killed them all and fled the scene before the police arrived. He had come home to share what time he had left with his family and his God. He must have known he was little more than a dead man praying. The men in the grey Volvo trio one tires over his head, sprinkled his head with petrol, and set him alight. All that yellow skin that the women desired fried and sizzled in its own fat. Our mother watched, and even when smoke stung her eyes, she just kept telling hysterical unlook in her told you so voice that it was the boss that drove him to his death. Faruku's head eventually stopped, its manic nodding, at which point Mama's strength failed her. She collapsed to the warm earth like an old linen cloth. We buried Faruku in the cornfield, but we did not make the grave. It wasn't a resting place anyone wanted to remember, but it was secretly comforting for Mama to know he was nigh. I cried until my eyes nearly dropped out of my head. Where were the police? Why was there no investigation, no newspaper articles? Do you know why? I will tell you. The rich own this world, and the poor are nothing. My view of the world was altered greatly in those weeks. It was the women who surprised me the most. When Faruku was alive, they would not let me rest, but as soon as his body disappeared beneath the soil, they turned their affection to other men. And the younger brother of these men, it was as if Faruku yellow skin had never existed. They avoided my eyes when they saw me. Even Latundu, women are such fickle creatures. They will entirely destroy this world with their simply swimming snails. I told myself that Faruku's death would not be in vain, and that I would become everything the world had denied him. Despite being known as a younger brother of the murder driver, I wanted to become a driver too. I moved to Ibadan at the age of 19, a time when Latundu and her ilk were sprouting grey hair and dragging calloused heels around the village. I responded to a roadside advert and was employed by a man who was starting his own business from I don't know where. What business is that of mine? As long as my salary is put in my hand at the end of every month, nothing else concerns me. As soon as I saw my boss, I knew he thought of himself as a rich man. He talked like one, acted like one. He still does. In turn, I play my part as the driver, the poor driver, the driver whose belly will never know fullness. He has been good to me, but therein lies my problem. I pity him. What do you expect after we have sat buttocks to buttocks nearly every day for going on 18 years? I swear, the one thing worse than a rich man is one who seeks to be a good man. A few months after I started working for him, he told me his wife was having trouble conceiving, but I said nothing. Days afterward, the wife too started talking to me about her problems. I didn't say anything to her either, but she started giving me gifts and making eyes at me. She told me she didn't know anybody in Ibadan and she needed a friend. I told her to consider opening a shop alongside other women. Isn't that the way women make friends and start their idle gossiping? Anyway, one day, my boss sent me home to collect a parcel he had left in her care. It was a hot afternoon, and my mouth was dry. She was home when I arrived, and she let me sit indoors. When she returned from the bedroom, she found me in her husband's chair. I was a little frivolous in those days, but what else would you expect from a young man who didn't own an armchair? Instead of chiding me, she asked me to remain in the chair and laughed. Next thing I knew, she was sitting on top of me, riding me like a horse. I cannot say I resisted, but remember, my boss's wife is not a woman of modest proportion. She pinned me down with the strength of 3 men. I thought maybe I should tell her to stop, but she covered my mouth with her hand. Or maybe I covered my own mouth. It all happened so long ago, I don't remember things clearly now. All I know is that it was like stealing the fattest chicken breast from a rich man's dining table. After that, whenever my boss sent me to his home on errand, I found myself sitting in that armchair being reading like a new saddle. I don't know what I like more, the fan above our heads, my boss's armchair, or the riding I receive in it. Within a few months, I barely swelled like a boil. Boils are very painful. Even after they have busted, they itch and itch. I don't know whether the child Segi is mine. Only a mother knows who the father of her child is. All I know is that 2 years later, I found myself in the chair again. I swear I should have been born a horse. I sometimes imagine that my boss's wife was Latudun. Even now, imagine that my boss's wife was Latundun. When I stop at a beer shack to eat snail, I pour it and nibble gently as a small tribute. Don't mock me, please. Iyafemi asked me to deliver messages to a man in Bodija, the rich and their surplus. I didn't even have to ask before Tunde stuffed my hand with money. Iyafemi couldn't have felt worse than me when Tunde left. It was as if my own brother had died. My boss is not that generous. After he gives me my salary, he removes his eyes until the next month. He doesn't know what I eat freely from his chicken. I eat his beef, his strip, his kidney, his liver, his tongue, all the things that my white spots dream of but never cook. My children think it is terrifying when stew is not riddled with small strips of cow heat. Maybe it is better that they do not taste what their mouths will never be accustomed to. Segi's second child was a boy. He does not resemble his father. Sometimes, when I look at him and close my eyes, I think my young son will grow up and look like him. If you think I care about that, what would I do with Baba Segi's son when I can barely feed the one I have? My life is simple and I want to keep it that way. The lot of poor men is to get what they can and go quietly. Judge me if you want to. Call me disloyal. I think I have acted as honorably as a poor man could. If you can't accept that, I leave you to your mischievous thoughts. When I tire of this job, I will leave. There are always adverts for good drivers. Like I said, my life is simple and I want to keep it that way. Farewell. Taju heard the sound of vomiting, but only realized the source of it when Baba Segi staggered to the open door of the pickup. The breakfast had formed a colorful bib on the gleaming white shirt. "Take me to teacher," he ordered. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been weeping blood. A few minutes before, Taju had seen Iyasegi leaving the building. Her feet were all over the place like inebriated dancers. Her nose into the headscarf she clutched. Taju's first instinct was to hide, but he resisted and walked towards her. "Iyasegi, are you not going back with us?" he asked. "No, I am going home by myself, Taju. My husband knows." Her shame was complete. The mere sight of Taju made her filthy. "Your husband knows what?" "That his children are not his children." "Did you mention my name?" Iyasegi stopped in the track and jerked her head. "Have you taken leave of your senses? I have one foot in my husband's house and one foot out of it, and all you can ask is whether I mentioned your name." She resumed her usual matriarchal tone. I told my husband about his children. How does that concern you?" "I am sorry if I appear thoughtless, but I also have a family to feed. I work in your household, so if there is something that could bring my employment to an end, it is not right that I should be warned. My boss has been good to me." She knew what he was talking about, and he wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of thinking he thought she didn't. "Perhaps you do not understand me, Taju. The question of whether or not you will be relieved of your duties is between you and your boss. I was just thinking that—" "No, Taju, don't think. Face your driving. That is your job. Is it not?" Iyasegi swung her whole body around and stormed off in the direction of the hospital gate. Taju scratched his cap with his matchstick and headed back to the pickup. He felt exposed, as if the skin of his stomach had been chafed away by the breeze. His innards were an unpleasant spectacle, and he knew straight away that it was not a sight he could live with. "Sir, are you all right?" Taju inquired as Baba Segi collapsed himself into the passenger seat. "Just drive." Taju waited for the wind to fill his collar. "There is something I have been meaning to tell you." He cleared his throat nervously. "I have to travel to Olugbon. My mother has been taken ill. My relatives say there is death in her eyes." "When are you going?" Baba Segi didn't look his way. He remembered that he had given Taju money for his mother's funeral 2 years before. "I can't say I received the message this morning." I take it you want your salary early then. So Taju was leaving. Any financial assistance will be greatly appreciated, sir. They say when one god is aggrieved, he invites other gods to join him in seeking vengeance. Babasegi felt as if 10 winds were whirling in his head. He felt the force of wrath and wondered what he had done to make the gods smite him. Just take me to teacher. I will pay you when we get there if you want. Thank you, sir. There was no gratitude in his voice, just disquiet. He mulled over Yasegi's confession. Only a fool asks who strikes a match when he sees billows of smoke on his rooftop. Yasegi had brought an end to an 18 years companionship. He glanced at his boss, sitting there, stinking of vomit, but he did not feel any guilt. There was fear, but no guilt. Babasegi was twice his height and thrice his weight. He had seen him handle Bolanle. They didn't call him a leopard because he had spots. In silence, they drove. Babasegi ignored the flies and were drawn to the stench of his garments. Ordinarily, he would have slapped them off, but today he sat still and let them feed on him. Babasegi was practicing being dead. He took intermittent deep breaths and wondered if life could drain from him if he drew one deep enough. When Babasegi put the money in Taju's hand, he clutched his driver's small finger and looked deep into his face. Taju flinched and pulled away, but Babasegi didn't relinquish his fingertip. Will you not give me my key before you go? He was completely unaware that Taju's bladder was brimming. He took the keys and gave Taju his hand back. Go well, he urged. Thank you, sir. Taju did not look back, but marched across the road with long, swift stride. Babasegi returned to teacher's shack, wishing that his thick legs would buckle under him. He saw the ugliness of his surroundings. He bowed the bowed buildings, the shattered planks held together by moistures rising from the festering gutters, the uneven road that sighed dust clouds every time a car upsets their calm. There was a woman outside, teacher sat. Her thighs were bandaged in a micro-mini denim skirt and her breast bound in a fuchsia bulb tube that matched her lipstick. Any other day, Babasegi would have made a snide comment about the rigidity with which she paced. Can you breathe all right? He might have asked, feigned concern, or might have said, if I didn't have a home full of wives and children, I would make you my bride. It would have been said with a trivial superior air, of course. To this, the women would have replied, it is the way I walk you are interested in, or the way I fuck. Or she might have responded to his condensation with a loud hiss that would pursue him all the way to his destination. Ayikara women were desperate, but they spat in the face of insolence. Today, Babasegi's eyes were dim with melancholy. His wit would not be roused. He snipped past the women and bowed into teacher's shack. The small place was full of men eager to drink the afternoon away. Many of them were already well on their way. 2 night guards defiled asleep. They leaned their staff on the wooden walls and dipped their fingers into their glasses to remove dead insects. A few of the men who had made guzzling whiskey their purpose for the day as if it had been and the day before that, huddled together on low stool, playing draughts and laughing at unrelated anecdotes. Baba Shegi was irritated by their disregard for life's many tragedies. Angry beads of sweat collected at his brow, carried through the furrow and formed tears at the tips of his nose. Teacher rose and beckoned to him. My life is ruined. Baba Shegi wiped his forehead with his palm. I feel as if I am in a pit, quicksand. All is dark, teacher, all is dark. Where there is hope, there is light. Teacher absorbed his tale with compassion and contentment. A sense of comradeship brewed within him. It was comforting to hear that another man had been stripped of his manhood. If he could live in the knowledge that his penis would never prize apart a woman's lips, why couldn't Baba Shegi live with his predicament? At least he could soften a woman's with his hardness. Where is the hope? There is a rainbow at the mouth of every tunnel. I don't understand. Teacher got up and refilled the glass that Baba Shegi had emptied. What I will say to you will seem like the words of a madman, but you must consider them. He cast his smearing eyes on Baba Shegi's face and murmured, it is time for you to let the deceiver who have brought bastard into your home return to their father's house. Baba Shegi clapped his hands together and bunched them under his chin. His head became heavy quite suddenly. Just send them away like chickens. It is the only honorable thing to do. Teacher continued, his eyes widening at the thought of Baba Shegi's frequenting his shack and spending his money there. As you spread your mat in this life, so you must lie on it. He paused. Unless, he pointed until his finger was within an inch of Baba Shegi's nose. You want a home full of children that are yours in name alone. A curse, that would be a curse. The thought disturbed Baba Shegi's greatly. Teacher raised his hand in triumph. Listen to me. When the missionaries left me behind, the thing that made me bitterest was that I had taken them to be my fathers. They plucked me from my father's home when I was a young boy and made me feel like I was their own. But when the time came for them to return to their country, they abandoned me here. As a cockerel cast aside the shell of granite, he sipped his whiskey and looked dismayed at the cloud of smoke that blew upward from half-parted lips and partly extinguished cigarette butts. For 3 years, I despaired, unable to accept my lot. Orphans are miserable people, you know. The rooftop of the next building caught his eyes. It was not until I returned to my blood father that my misery was washed away. What I am trying to say is that your father will always be your father, even when life forces you to find a father in strangers. Are you saying that my children will one day seek their true fathers? That all I have been is a temporary caretaker? Baba Shegi spat the last few words out as if they are burnt in his tongue. Indeed, my friend, you have been more than a doorkeeper. The day those children can open doors by themselves. They will depart, and you will be left alone, but your loss. Baba Segi nodded. Teacher, your wisdom humbles me. Don't say that, Baba. My friend, pride makes men tumble before they fall. Mission accomplished. Teacher took a satisfying slug of his brew and scratched his chin. Silence. With each passing hour, the silence in the Alao's house grew until it was so sharp it stung the eyes and drew salt water from the nose. The wives sat in their armchair waiting for Baba Segi to return and determine their fate. Each one thought of words with which to blame the other, but their throats were parched with worry. Every so often, their mind would stray to their children, tucked away in their beds, oblivious of the uncertainty of their future, unaware of the possibility that tonight might be the last time they sleep in their own bed. Bolanle sat on the floor with Segi's head resting on her shoulders. She had seen Iyashegi return home with red eyes and a snot-stained headscarf, but she couldn't make sense of the grief on the other wives' faces. There was regret and remorse, but why? Shegitsu had absorbed this air of dread and had become perplexed, and her temperature had risen briefly. Bolanle had swathed her all over with a damp cloth, and she seemed more rested now. Still, she refused to go to bed. Every time a car revved up their street, she would lift her head and ask, "Is my father back?" To which the older wives looked at one another, unable to respond. Finally, just before the clock struck 11, the pickup rolled into the compound. The engine stopped abruptly and the door slammed. Segi straightened her neck. He had arrived, her mother said, plunging the daughter's mouth. The stone fled Baba Segi's unsteady step. He battled with the sliding door and stumbled into the building, carrying the stench of vomit and stale whiskey. Bolanle rose to greet him, but Baba Segi didn't see her or Shegi. So the witch's blood, he slowed, glaring at the other wives who were seated with their head bowed. Go back to the evil spirits who sent you and tell them I wasn't home when you stopped by. He tore off his soiled shirt and dashed it to the floor. Bolanle entreated, hoping that the talk of his sick daughter might sober him a little. As she, tell me why she waits for me. You wives, tell me why, he yelled, pointing his lips in the direction of his wives. Baba Segi, let us not do it this way. Iyashegi thought she might bring reason the way she had always done. Baba Segi was not having a reason tonight. He longed at her and raised his arm until it almost touched the ceiling fan. Then, with one smooth sweep, he brought it down onto his jaw. Everyone jumped, including Shegi, who was groaning. Her father hadn't acknowledged her, and she thought she might impress him by lifting her head off the floor. May the dogs eat your mouth, Baba Shegi towered over Yashegi. What mouth do you have to tell me how to do anything? You, who have brought bastard children into my home. You have used me, wounded me. His voice lowered to a growl. But let me tell you, the lion has roared, the dog has barked, the mouse has quaked. Enough is enough. Iyasegi's face rested on the arm of her seat where the force of the slap had sent it. The other wives were silent, half waiting for Baba Segis to turn on them as well. Then Iyafemi had a brainwave and decided to sing a signature tune. It was the devil, she proclaimed, kneeling in supplication on the cold terrazzo floor. Yes, it was the devil, and I am tired of doing his job for him. He must come and take his offspring from my house. Baba Segi threatened as if he dared the devil to disobey him. Baba Segi, what has brought all this? Bolanle's voice made him swing round. Surprisingly, his face softened. What has caused this? I will tell you. In fact, because had it not been for you, I would never have discovered the deceit I have been living with for all these years. He winced. It was revealed in the hospital today that none of my children are my children. I found out just today that the children I have nurtured and called mine were sired by men my wives lay to their back for. As he said this, he coughed up flames and aimed that he had collected at Iyafemi. He aimed well. It flew through the air and landed on her forehead with a splatter. She dared not raise her sleeve to wipe it. Baba Segi paced the room and returned to his chair, knocking the headscarf off Iyatope's head on the way. Her reflexes served her. Like a child who had spotted a snake on her bed, she leapt off her chair and pressed herself into the corner of the room. Harlot, he said accusingly. He eyed her with disgust. Then, with one nod, he was dead to the world. Bolanle's eyes were still traveling from wife to wife when a thudding intruded on her curiosity. The back of Segi's bad head was rhythmically slapping the bed terrazzo flooring. Her eyes had rolled upward, revealing ripe yellow eyeball. Her tongue hung out inside of her mouth, clasped into place by clenched teeth. Iyasegi woke from her slap-induced slumber and raced to her daughter's side, her arm around Segi's belly, and hoisted her in a sitting position. Shegi, Iyatope yelled. It was a beseeching ball to a child dancing on the rim of yawning well. Bolanle ran to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of water and returned with trembling hands. Iyatope dipped her hand into the bowl and sprinkled droplets on Segi's face, while Iyafemi rubbed the young girl's left hand, hoping to restore warmth to it. The jilting eased into a rigidity that made Segi's toe lengthen and spread like a rake finger. Her arm straightened at the elbow and her neck extended out of her shoulder. Her face held a look of pain so glorious that it brought tears to the eyes of all four women. Then, after a long deep breath, Shegi exhaled all the life within her. All the tension and agony was on her face, leaving her slightly open, even staring at the stool beyond her bloodless toenails. Here Shegi immediately withdrew her arm from behind her daughter's neck. She rose slowly to her feet and stepped backward, her eyes never leaving her daughter's lifeless body, even when her back touched the wall. She was not convinced she couldn't take another step back. I have seen with a mother's eyes what a mother's eyes must never see. She gasped as if someone had asked. She took a determined bow, but before Iyatope could restrain her, she slammed the back of her head into the wall. She didn't blink, nor did she flinch. She would have gone for a second slam, and Iyatope's arm not held her in headlock. Iyafemi joined in, and before long, the three of them were rolling around the floor in a tangled ball of arm and feet. Bolanle, who had been staring at Segi's face, untied the wrapper from her bosom and laid it gently over Segi's body. "Cover her face," Iyatope yelled. "A mother must not see her child's eyes after life has left them." Bolanle lifted the cloth at the hem and pulled it over Segi's face, thus unveiling delicate yellow feet. She marveled at the handsomeness of each toe and turned to the sound of Baba Segi's strident snoring. Every so often, a grunt escaped Baba Segi's mouth, but the women of the Alao household could not sleep. When fatigue threatened to take them, grief prodded them awake and tears rolled down their faces in an unending stream. Also, since none of them had the courage to move Segi's body, their children woke to find her stiffened beneath a tie-dye wrapper in the center of the sitting room. The older children huddled in two and watched the younger ones defeat the urge to ask why their sister had a cloth over her head. Akin sat by his sister's feet and sobbed. At about 6 a.m., Baba Segi blinked and was confronted by 10 pairs of probing, bloodshot eyes. He shut his eyes as if to do a private appraisal of the situation, but when he opened them again, his gaze moved from the veiled mound on the floor to Iya Segi's face. Without speaking, he hauled himself out of his chair and headed for the bedroom, followed by a stream of warm urine. He must have believed no one could hear him before he then let out consecutive howls of haunting that the neighbors hurried to their gate. By the time Akin had found the key and let him in, Baba Segi had returned to his seat fully dressed, except his trousers were inside out. No one cared to mention it, careful to avoid the mound in the center of the room. He fixed his eyes on one of the visibly concerned neighbors and asked where he could buy a coffin. His words were punctuated by hiccups. They sell them by the roadside between Sabo and Oritameri. But please, Baba Segi, my husband will go and buy it. As if the directions were all she had altered, Baba Segi walked out, leaving his family gaping at the hem of his trousers. A doctor was called to certify Segi's death, and Iya Segi was led away to a neighbor's house. With fear and great sadness, the other wives prepared to change Segi's cloth. Halfway through the process, Iyafemi fled to the guest toilet and threatened to kill herself if anyone tried to persuade her to come out. Akin helped to lift his sister's weightless body into the soft cushioning of the small coffin. The neighbor drove carefully, but the potholes made the coffin tip and slide against the metal. Akin held the varnished grey bus through the entire journey to the cemetery. Everything was arranged by the time they got there. A favor from another kind neighbor. Akin, Bolanle, Iyatope, and the neighbor lugged the coffin past the cemetery gate and forced it into a shallow grave between two headstones. The inscription on the wall on the right had been ground away by the elements, knowing his sister would be buried in an unmarked grave. Akin cast the word on the small marble slab on the left of memory. Dola Oladeji, much loved and greatly missed. It wasn't much of a burial. It was a taboo for parents to attend their children's funeral, so there was no mother to wail for her. Understandably also, there were no priests, no prayers, no graveside blessings to set her on her way. There was only a smoking grave digger leaning against a tree, hoping to receive a sizable tip for a space well found, and a grave hastily dug. Akin and Bolanle bowed away from Segi's grave, arm in arm, knocked kneel, and turned with grief. When they returned to their streets, the words, "May she be forgiven," echoed from every window and every door. Segi had defied the course of nature and spat out the milk from her mother's breast. It was a sin, but a forgivable one. A verdict nevertheless left to the gods. Together, they entered Baba Segi's bedroom. Bolanle one step behind Akin and Iyatope. Is it done?" he asked. "It is," Bolanle replied, turning to leave. She didn't want to be there. She wanted to mourn privately. Akin blinked back tears. "My father, I want to be a man about this, but I fear I am weak." Baba Segi looked at the tall, gangly boy sitting hunched on the edge of his bed. The word "father" made every other word echo, but it was distinct and comforting to his ears. "Akin, you are more than a man, for it is only a true man who acknowledges his weakness. Your sister will watch over you from the next word. Know this and let it strengthen you." Was there something I could have done, Baba? Was there some way I could have saved her? Baba Segi hummed uncomfortably and shook his head. He felt tears hitting the back of his eyes. "You are not a god, so strike that from your mind. We are mere mortals who must humbly accept our destinies." "Baba, I am tired, but I am afraid to sleep. I don't want to wake up and remember she is no longer with me. Where will I find the strength to live on?" "You will find the strength. We must all find the strength. That is the way it is for men. We wake up to find that thing and not the way we imagine them. But what can we do?" Baba Segi's thoughts claimed him. He covered his mouth with his palm and looked up at the ceiling. "My father, let me go and ensure that my brothers and sisters are comforted. I have been away from the house for a few hours now. Before you go, child, I have some words for you." Baba Segi started abruptly, his eyes unnaturally eager. "Keep these words in your left hand, lest you wash them away after eating with your right. When the time comes for you to marry, take one wife and one wife alone. And when she causes you pain, as all women do, that your pain come from one source alone. Listen to your wife's words. Listen to the words she doesn't speak, so that you will be prepared. A man must always be prepared." "I heard you, Baba." Akin was baffled by his father's candidness. but he suspected it was grief talking. He was only 13 and marriage was far from his mind. He saw that Baba Segi's eyes had. He rose from the mattress and tiptoed towards the door. As he placed his hand on the door handle, Baba Segi called his name and motioned for him to return to the space he had vacated. The older man reached out to place his hand on top of Akin's head. He pressed his finger into Akin's head and stroked his face. Go to your younger ones. He withdrew his hand and placed it flat on his chest. Staying power. No one expected Baba Segi to call a family meeting so nearly into the morning period, but he was pursued by his own tragedy. One part of him wanted to weep, the other wanted to scratch the tip of his contempt to release the hardening pulse within. In the 3 weeks, his family had tiptoed around the house, muffling all the symptoms of healing. His discomfort had throbbed like a boil. When he couldn't take it any longer, he waited until the children had retired to their beds and instructed Iyatokpe to summon the other wives. Baba plating the manliest, most honorable way to present his proposal. Iyasegi arrived first, draped in black. She had tasted her first meal just hour before, and already the pleasure of nourishment filled her with guilt. She had lost a considerable amount of weight, and the fold of skin she dragged around slowed her pace. No one attempted to comfort her because she rejected it outrightly, preferring the solitude of her room or the silent reflection she engaged in when in company of Iyatokpe. Iyatokpe followed, her face crest with tiredness. As the second wife, the well-being of the children had now become her responsibility. A few steps behind her, Iyafemi, her head wrapped in a scarf, joined them. Segi's death had induced an epiphany. She had lost weight too, but hers was from fervent fasting. On the day of the burial, she burnt all her flamboyant items of clothing. True to her character, she hid grandma's gold under her bed and pretended she didn't remember it was there when she prayed. Bolanle came in quietly and perched on a stool. Her finger linked to calm the nerves for the first fortnight after Shegi had passed away.
She jumped at the slightest rattle. Shegi's breath remained in her bedroom and disturbed her. Every day for the last 2 weeks, she had washed the walls down with Dettol, but in spite of the antiseptic, the stench would not go away. Baba Shegi stood up by his fist. I have called you today because I am full of words that threaten to tear my belly apart if they remain unsaid. This is a time of mourning, but a man must be mindful when weakness threatens to take him over. He looked at each wife, and they stared back, wondering if their flesh could endure any more misery. I will not pretend the words that struck my ears at the hospital have not preyed on my mind the way hunger preys on the mind of a motherless child. I have been deeply wounded. It is not every day that a man discovers his life is a mere shadow, and that there is a gulf between what he believes and reality. Neither is it every day that a man finds that his children are not his own. He raised his eyebrows in resignation and paused as if to regain his composure. The words teacher had forced into his belly were now stuck in his throat like large orange pips. They refused to be swallowed, but were reluctant to be spat out. He took a deep breath. I want you to know that you can go. The door is open. I will not stop you. But where? Where? Go where? Iyafemi was terrified. Wherever you please. I do not want to keep you here. But where will we go? Perhaps the father of your children will take you, Baba Shegi mumbled, shrugging his enormous shoulders. My lord, Iya Shegi cleared her throat. I have considered your words, and they are wise, more than wise. They are justified. Baba Shegi nodded, half in appreciation that his words were understood, and half in the knowledge that he knew Iya Shegi could be trusted to conjure a faultless response to his proposition. You talk of the father of our children. Who is the father of our children? Who was the father of the child who now rots below the ground? Her voice broke, but she continued. There is no other but you. You named her. You named every child in this house. Every one. You have nurtured them, so it is your name they will bear. You may say that there are other fathers, but you are the only father they know. You alone have been their father, for it takes more than shedding seed to be a father. The other wives puffed their chests out in agreement, all except Bolanle, who was deep in thought. His voice cool like balm. I have sat for many days now, faint with grief, but my sins have been at the very top of my chest, beating all over all else. I take the sins of these women unto myself, heap them on me, and let me bear them for the rest of my days. If you want to punish us for our misdeeds, let me single-handedly carry the waste bucket. Send me into the marketplace with it, and then let the world smell my misfortunes. I say this because it was I who led these women into the darkness that engulfs them now. It was that destroyed them. Baba Shegi in concurrence, but he was silent. Arms that were earlier folded over his chest dropped to his side. Iya Shegi knew him better than the others who sat there, silenced by anguish. So she dealt her final card. My lord, I know you want to send me off into the wilderness, but I beseech you to have mercy on me. My eyes have already seen what no mother's eyes should see. Forgive me, for I seek nothing else but to stay by your side, serving you as I have done all these years. Consider that I have lost one child, but there is yet one remaining. I give that child to you. Take him, own him. What do I know about bringing up a son? Which words will I use to chastise him? If your heart does not forgive me, my lord, take Akin. And if your heart accepts me to serve you, receive me also. With this, she lowered herself onto her knees, lay flat on the floor, and reached out her hands until they held her husband's feet. My lord, she whispered, let us not allow the world to see our shame. Let us keep our secrets from those who may seek to mock us. She was good, Bolanle thought as she watched the other wives join her in her supplication. Only then did it all fall into place. Baba Shegi's big testicles were empty and without seed. Bolanle. The decision was easy and was met, as I expected, with understanding. I knew Baba Shegi didn't want me to leave, but the recent revelations had left him without a viable alternative. It was more important to him, as Iya Shegi had understood, that his man would be protected. An agreement was drawn up. They could stay if they promised to be the wives he wanted them to be. He promptly banned them from leaving the house without his permission. Iya Shegi was instructed to close down all her shops and relinquish every kobo she had saved to him. Iya Femi was forbidden to wear makeup, and there would be no more church. God hears your heart no matter where you are, he had said. Surprisingly, he didn't have any rules for Iya Tokpe. Rather, he came to favor her and now decided to spend most of his nights with her. In return, Baba Shegi swore to buy them all the jewelry, all the lace, every luxury they needed and wanted, provided this were only worn within the four walls of his home. On the day he called a meeting to lay down these new laws, everyone was given the opportunity to respond. Iya Shegi sobbed silently and said she was just grateful for Baba Shegi's graciousness. Iya Tokpe smiled. His words greatly satisfied her. Iya Femi launched into prayer and asked that God bless Baba Shegi with the riches of Solomon. When it was my turn, I simply said I thought about it and decided to return to my parents' house. Baba Shegi was taken aback. He asked if he had offended me in any way. I told him he had not, and staying if I wouldn't be able to give him children. He listened attentively and promised that he would always be there to give me anything I ever needed. I saw the sadness in his eyes. It was as if it had just dawned on him that our paths had crossed for a purpose, but we were never meant to be together. Of course, I couldn't tell him that I felt as if I had woken up from a dream of unspeakable self-flagellation. It started a few days after Shegi died. I had walked through the house and feel as if I was in the midst of strangers, people from a different time in history, a different world. I didn't feel soiled anymore. The other thing was that a young girl had died for sins that were not hers. Shegi came to my mind too frequently. I couldn't get the picture of her dying next to me out of my head. Perhaps she would still be alive if I had never come to Baba Shegi's home. Then again, Baba Shegi would never have known about his wives and their deceit. I would remember Baba Shegi. I won't miss him, but I will remember him. Perhaps on some days, I will remember him with fondness. I have learnt many things from the years I spent under his roof. It was being in his house that shook me awake. I would be thankful for that. The wives will be relieved by my departure, I know. Maybe not Iya Tokpe, but the other two will remember me as the wicked wind that upturned the tranquility of their home. When they talk about me, they will console one another by calling me the uppity outsider, the one who couldn't cut it as an Alao wife. I will remember them as that I have rejoined my life's path. They are going nowhere. One after the other, they offered to help me gather my belongings, but I told them I could manage. There wasn't much left to pack anyway. Much of it was never unpacked. A king offered to. Even if I had said no, he wouldn't have listened. He helped me load up the waiting taxi. He stood alone by the gate and waved until I was out of sight. Don't think I can't see the challenges ahead of me. People will say I am a second-hand woman. Men will hurt and ridicule me, but I won't let them hold me back. I will remain in the land of the living. I am back now, and the world is spread before me like an egg cracked open. The end. Haunted by Hope by Triumph Adekunle. Haunted by Hope by Triumph Adekunle. The mystery of life is not a problem to solve, but a reality to prologue. The mystery of life is not a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. It is a process that cannot be understood by stopping it. We must move with the flow of the process. Join the flow and move with it. Just live. Winston Churchill. Words on the Instagram post. Double tapped to engage the like feature and was about to scroll past when a thought brushed through her mind. Do you really relate to this post, Rans? Or you just double tapped because it was posted by your girl Chika? She swiped her nude painted nails across her screen to read the post caption again and concluded that she couldn't agree with everything Chika wrote. Her life, for the most part, had been problematic, to say the least, and her reality was not something she wished on anyone. She had in fact often flirted with the idea of ending it all with a gulp of poison. Every time she attempted to move with the flow that life threw her way, it seemed only to end in misfortune. Life dealt her tough blows. It appeared relentless in its delivery of difficult challenges to her. Indeed, it was only when she bravely took the plunge and confronted the mishaps that had become her reality that her life started making its current somewhat celebrated form. No, Chi, this one where you talk no follow mbok, Esperanza decided. But she had styled the sequin evening ball gown her friend posted with the caption, so she didn't unlike the post, even though she was petty enough to do something like that. She continued scrolling through her Instagram feed, an act that was fast becoming one of her favorite pastimes, liking, zooming in and out, and taking screenshots of dresses and fashion styles that she could create and improve upon, or runs up, as her friends often described her unique dexterity in fashion design and styling. Momentarily reflecting on her uncanny ebullience and competency in fashion, Esperanza mused in the coffers of her ever-busy mind. How I never made fashion and styling my career or business is a mystery that needs to be studied in a university someday. She had hoped that swiping, double tapping, and interacting with posts on Instagram would take her mind off the reminiscing that Chika's post caption posed to her mind. But her reflection on her fashion and style panache brought her all the way back to it. The memories came flooding, evergreen and clear as crystal in her mind. She had turned to fashion during her undergraduate days as an escape from the exercises that had plagued her for the larger part of her evolving years into adulthood. She was, as her elementary school home economics teacher called her, an almost Oyibo. She was the half-caste daughter, born out of wedlock to a Nigerian military intelligence officer father, whom she never met, and a Spanish foreign missionary mother, who bettered her mainly to secure her father's affection. Mami lost focus because of a fine man. She smiled, trying to avoid the counterpart's recollection. Many memories of what an eventful life she lived. Since Mami's mistake, but she knew she couldn't and she didn't. Esperanza had it rough growing up. She never knew where to fit in because she was neither a full-fledged Nigerian nor a full-bred Spaniard. At the tip of that confusion was the fact that she wasn't girly enough either, as she took a good measure of her father's athletic genes and military ruggedness that was very obvious pre-puberty. Her mixed racial situation resulted in her growing up to become a light caramel skin with a head full of curly hair and no command of any local Nigerian dialect. As she was raised in the mission orphanage without a father, her father had been reassigned out of Calabar shortly after she was born, and he never returned to her. Her mother, unfortunately, wasn't much inclined on tending to a baby that served only as a fuel to the unsaid, unmarried missionary sister title she assumed people tagged her. The heartbroken woman one day decided that she had had enough and fled the country, leaving a sleeping Esperanza behind. Esperanza smirked as that train of thought traveled through her mind again. For the umpteenth time, her mother had abandoned her. That painful contraction in her chest was there again, squeezing tightly, suffocating her. She felt it every time something hurt. The reality of who she was had surfaced again, and it hurt. She wasn't a product of love. No, she was just the shameful living, breathing proof of her mother and father's fornication. And how convenient it was for them to flee the consequence, leaving the innocent product to bear it all. No be juju be that, Esperanza suddenly blurted out in Nigerian pidgin, anything to get her lighter mood back. The only attractive feature about her life was her name, Esperanza. People admired it and loved saying it, sometimes for the beauty of how it sounded. Soft, according to them. Her friends soon coined the unique alias Rans from it, which she liked because it rhymed with her favorite childhood soda drink, Sans. But even the name had an ulterior motive behind its choice. Esperanza is a female Spanish name that means hope, and her mother had given her that name from a squeaky spring bed in the maternity ward of the Presbyterian Mission Hospital, Calabar, amidst the judgmental snares of the mission nurses and midwives, because she hoped that her birth would make her father fall in love with her again. But her mother lived on wishful thinking until it failed and she quit altogether, because that hope clearly didn't happen. Laurie Hero. There it began, a name with a meaning that was supposed to ignite feelings of positivity and affirm a bold resolve in the bearer's destiny, only became a curse to her very existence. It seemed like nature and the entire universe conspired to enjoy an ironic joke at her expense from the very day of her birth. From all that she had experienced and the reflection that stared at her from inside the mirror, she was precisely the opposite of everything her name stood for. She was haunted by the very hope she was proclaimed to bring. Chapter 1. Non-Immaculate Conception. All the great things are simple, and many can be expressed in a single word: freedom, justice, honor, duty, mercy, hope. Winston Churchill. 12-year-old Esme tearfully waved goodbye to the Onibanjos, particularly their 10-year-old son Debo, who was her best friend and playmate all summer. Debo. The end of summer meant it was time for Debo and his parents to leave for the airport and return to Nigeria. Esme, in her vibrant and energetic body, was often left to endure long, dreary days on her own every time her botanist father dragged her off to any of his summer study and research trips. Being the only child around her father's research, playing with her imaginary friends to keep the boredom at bay. But even that wasn't enough to make her feel better, because the loneliness she felt was palpable. Expectedly, no matter what kind of game she created with her imaginary friends or what stories they told, nothing seemed real without a real person to share them with. For this reason, every second became a countdown to when they returned to their home city of Madrid, Spain. This particular trip, however, turned out differently and a lot better than Esme ever imagined possible. Dr. Onibanjo, Africa's foremost botanist, and his family were also present at the National Botanical Center in Lima, Peru. Her father had been ecstatic at the prospect of carrying out research, sharing notes, and exchanging ideas with such a renowned botanist. It felt like a dream come true, and he rivaled Esme and her mother. Little wonder she beamed cheerfully at the new neighbors when they eventually met and got introduced. Just like her father, the Nigerian had come on this research trip with his family, his lovely wife who had the most voluptuous buttocks Esme had ever seen, and their young son Debo. Esme had smiled at Debo and he had smiled back, and she knew instantly that they'd be great teammates. "My wife isn't here right now. She went grocery shopping," her father said, then turned to her. "But here's my daughter, Esme." Esme was certain that her father had intentionally introduced her to their summer neighbors by her full name, because she saw that mischievous twinkle in his eyes as he grinned. He knew she didn't quite fancy the full version of her name. Esmeralda was her granny. She was Esme. She wanted to yell out that information, but instead she curtsied sweetly, grabbed Debo's hand, and ran off to play. The rest was summer history. Throughout the summer, they were like two peas in a pod, seldom separating, saving to sleep at night. They both enjoyed outdoor activities, throwing balls, telling stories, challenging each other to races through local trails, and fishing at an old man's pond near their rented apartments. Esme was thankful that her school prioritized English lessons as it allowed for easy communication with Debo. But what she admired most about her new best friend, was his tender and protective demeanor. It starkly contrasted to the provocatively macho tendencies of some of the Spanish young people back home, who often sought to float idealization of masculinity. "Stop, there's a puddle of water there," Debo remarked once as they ran across a field. "Oh," Esme gasped and came to an abrupt stop in the middle of her stride. Debo then went ahead to put a stone in the middle of the puddle, forming a makeshift bridge that she used to get across the small puddle, and they continued on their race. As she raced, she thought about Pedro and Joan, two of her classmates in Madrid, who would have deliberately splashed the water from the puddle on her and other girls around. She also reflected on how she had seen Dr. Onibanjo treat his wife with such respect and admiration, leading Esme to conclude in her 12-year-old mind that Nigerian men were the most cultured and decent men in the world. So went the summer, Esme looking forward to spending each day with Debo. When night fell, it was a spoiler, and dawn took just too long to come around. Esme's parents even had to try hard to keep her inside their little apartment until the sun was well up before she was allowed to go out. What started as a necessary companionship to cure a little girl's potentially boring summer became a friendship neither of the kids wished to see the end of. But of course, life had to do its thing. Spoiler. Esme spent the rest of her formative years fascinated and entrenched in learning about everything Nigerian. She learned their unique cultural heritage, hospitable tendencies, dexterity in arts and entertainment, their love for fun and merriment, and her favorite part, their deep passion for religion. During a visit to the Vatican during her first year in the university, Esme had learned about Mother Teresa and had emerged from that visit with a clear conviction that she would lead a life of a missionary. Where else to begin than Nigeria, the country she simply adored? It was an easy decision. Esmeralda, you can't go to Africa. You will die. Come on. There are so many diseases there. I'm telling you. Esme literally felt the fumes from her father's nose when she broke the news. Papi, these stories are exaggerated. Can we get past it already? Just let me go, please. She flung her hands in frustration, puffed a long dramatic air, and placed a hand to her forehead. He had been insistent, and she was now exhausted from all the arguments about her decision for Africa. She loved her father, but her mind was made up. No, Esme, you will not be going to Africa. Her father's authoritative words spoke of finality. But if he only knew how well her decision had cemented, he would have rested his troubled heart. She only hoped he wouldn't have a heart attack when she left. Mamacita, you can just visit to satisfy this crazy curiosity and return to Spain. Her soft-spoken mother reasoned. I want to serve the Lord as a missionary in Africa. She turned to her father. I love you, Papi, but my mind is made up. I am going, and you cannot stop me. Then she left them and walked briskly into her room, which was a left turn out of the living room. Her parents were devoted Catholics who instilled in her the need for humble devotion to God and humanity from an early age, raising her in the realities of the liturgy and the sacraments. As such, they were split between their concern for their daughter and not appearing hypocritical. Esme, who had just graduated from the University of Spain's Contemporary African Studies program, was 23 years old at the time and had already signed up for the 2-year mandatory training course for aspiring missionaries. This conversation was therefore merely a formality. Her deep longing for a life of charitable service to humanity and her ever-growing fascination with Africa, particularly Nigeria, made this a no-brainer. Giddy with excitement and a tremendous sense of purpose, Esme boarded a flight in September of 1983 to Lagos, the sprawling metropolitan and economic hub in southwestern Nigeria. She was as thrilled as she had been during the summer when she and little Debo had talked about his home country. Her parents couldn't quite bring themselves to see her off to the airport, and she understood that. So, her best friend Nadine went with her. Prior, Nigerian men are so handsome, chica, Nadine offered as she gushed over the photos in front of her, then shut her eyes and dragged in a deep breath as if she could conjure their presence into Esme's room by doing that. Esme grabbed the handsome Nigerian Men magazine her friend was flipping through and tossed it to the other end of her bed. Don't do that, Nats. I'm going there to experience African culture and also help the poor orphaned kids, Esme reminded her friend, trying hard to maintain a serious look. Oh, you aren't going there with the hope of running into your childhood lover by chance? Nadine steadied a mocking stare at her friend. Why did I ever tell you about Debo? What was I thinking? Esme had resigned herself to Nadine's torturous teases about Debo, even though it got to her every time. Okay, forget Debo. Just make sure you touch some of those fine male bodies for me. After all, A laborer is deserving of his hire. It says so in the Bible. Esme chuckled. Oh my God, you are a terrible friend. Esme had high expectations, but Nigeria exceeded them all. The country quickly became the epicenter of her life. She loved everything about it, from the vibrant culture to the warm and inviting people. Everywhere she looked, there was a reminder of why this was the best place for her to serve God, and she thanked her stars for that every single day. The beauty of Nigeria was something she could never get enough of, and she felt so lucky to call it her new home. No matter where life took her, she would always love this country with all her heart. She was missioned in Calabar, a state capital in the southern part of Nigeria, and she loved everything about the beautiful town and their hospitable indigents. Esme was determined to make a difference in the world with her service and mission work. She saw the Presbyterian Global Missions as an avenue to promote peace and spread love, while still being able to get married and start a family, as she had no intention of ending up celibate like Catholic Reverend sisters. Calabar was the perfect place for her journey, as she had a passionate connection to the story of Mary Slesor's work with twin babies in ancient Calabar. Even more, she was thrilled to find that there was a robust Presbyterian mission center in Calabar, catering for orphaned kids as well. Esme knew her mission work would be filled with purpose and peace, and she could not wait to get started. She still had the notion that all Nigerian men were gentlemanly and polite, and while that was true for some that she met, the majority did not fit that description. The Nigerian society, she quickly realized, was patriarchal, and most of the men tended to be a little too controlling and domineering of their women, borderline repressive to some extent. Esme made a mental note to not get too comfortable man, so as not to encourage any form of relationship, and just reminding herself that it was her major reason for being there. Then, one cool Saturday evening, Derek walked into her office, and the aforementioned mental resolve instantly flew out the window. He was a sight to behold. With his brown Nigerian skin, handsome face, tall physique, and macho build, he looked like a mix of two Greek gods, Zeus and Hercules. His high brows were raised slightly, giving him an air of sophistication and power. His eyes held an unmistakable promise of fiery passion underneath. They were soft, yet fierce, warm and polite, but with the mind-numbing abilities of Medusa. Even the rolled-up sleeves of his military camouflage uniform seemed to be in a constant battle with his biceps. His shoulders were broad enough to carry half of the world's problems with consummate ease. It was no wonder this man had mesmerized the entire court. He was perfect. If you won't talk to me, at least accept my handshake, Derek repeated, holding a stretched out hand and a soft smile on his face. Esme felt the heat on her cheeks and blushed when she realized that he had caught her staring shamelessly. She snapped out of it. Sorry. What did you say? She stammered, but tried to remain composed. She adjusted her shirt, trying not to feel too aware whilst resisting the urge to pick up a mirror. No. Who was she kidding? She should have applied fresh powder on her face, or cleaned the face at least. She was certain they were powder smears, and she looked terrible. I said, "Hello, ma'am." Derek remained standing, but seemed to be enjoying the pretty missionary's fluster. He had that effect on women. It wasn't his fault. He had heard a lot about her from her colleagues at the naval base NNS Anansa, a short distance from the mission orphanage. They said she was always curt, polite, and straight to the point in all her interactions with them. He had heard enough to feed his curiosity and wanted to find out for himself. As Derek stared at Esme, he was amazed to find out that his fantasy world of telenovelas had somewhat become a reality. His posting to Calabar had finally become a miracle. Nature had placed him within walking distance of a Spanish beauty, reminiscent of the characters he had watched in the Latina telenovelas. The thought of this made Derek's heart dance, and he found himself looking forward to seeing her. And he had. She was a beauty to behold. He would have this one. He would pursue and he would conquer. "Oh, hello, please sit down." She shook his hand. "Welcome, my name is Esme." "How, please?" "Hi, Esme, I'm Derek, and I have to say the tales of your beauty did you an immense disservice." He refused to let her hand go. He held on to it as he lowered into the seat across from her. "Oh, mon Dieu." Poor Esme was certain she was going to pass out. "I recently resumed my posting at the naval base, and my colleagues who know about my obsession with everything Espana wouldn't stop talking about the white missionary sister and all that she's been doing for these helpless kids. And I've come to see you for myself and appreciate your kind heart as well. So, how have you been coping? I know that it's not easy living in my country as a foreigner." Esme cracked a weak smile. "If I told you that coming to Nigeria was all I'd ever wanted, would you believe me?" "No." He was genuinely surprised. He wanted to know why. "Well, it was, and I haven't regretted a single day of it." "Will you tell me why?" He slightly leaned forward on the desk, peering closer into her face. Another time, maybe. She didn't know too much about men, but she knew this one was flirting with her. "You'll see me again?" Derek's eyes sparkled with pure delight. It was obvious he'd prefer to be nowhere else than right there with Esme. She laughed. "I don't know." He grinned widely this time. "I know I'll see you again, Ma'am Esme." "Well, we'll see about that." She tried not to sound too excited, but she was beyond herself with excitement. He was flirting with her. This solid 6 foot and something tall man was flirting with her. "Okay, so what part of Spain are you from?" "Yeah, my family is from the Basque County, a small town near Bilbao. But I lived and was raised in Madrid. I visited Barcelona last year, and I had a lovely time. They will have beautiful women too." But none. He watched her reaction. Her cheeks colored, and she tried to avert her gaze to something that wasn't this handsome man in front of her. She thought she had high moral standards, but here she was, already feeling weak in the knees for this man. Derek saw the effect of his words on her, and he loved it. He was using his professional expertise as an intelligence officer on her, and was hoping that from their conversation he'd learn about her stance on life outside being a missionary. Derek summoned all of his self-control to not say any explicit words. He was hoping to make an impression. The conversation flowed freely from there as they talked about Spain and telenovelas, highlighting the special innuendos of the Latina culture as shown in the screenplays. They discussed the popularity of tequilas and mojitos, the beauty of the people, and the smooth Spanish language. Esme was genuinely happy to meet someone who seemed so interested in culture as she was in his. By now, they would be talking for over 2 hours, and Esme had lost track of the time. Derek, for his part, had gradually progressed into lacing the conversation with more flirtatious remarks and suggestive comments, and she had surprisingly neither cut him short nor stopped laughing at his dry jokes. He took it as an encouragement to continue. He was still rolling thoughts in his mind when she suddenly yelled, "Oh no, it's nearly 7 p.m. Esme exclaimed and shot up from her seat. For the first time in her life as a missionary, she had missed her routine evening rounds to check on the general well-being of the children under her care. She didn't feel good about this, and she mentioned it to Derek. "I'm sorry, Esme, it's my fault. Please don't be hard on yourself." He closed his hands in a prayer form as he quietly mouthed the apology. She wasn't happy about this sleep because and her responsibility to these kids seriously. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a sign that Derek would be her distraction. But she wasn't interested in reading the signs. She was already smitten by him, conquered like a prey caught unawares. After that visit, Esme and Derek became inseparable. They tried to meet up as often as they could and went out together when time allowed. Derek volunteered at the orphanage whenever he could to encourage and mentor the kids. He took her out to places where she experienced the cultural exigencies of the warm indigenous Efik people of Calabar. Slowly, Derek charmed and warmed his way into Esme's heart. Reciprocating, Esme was his ever-willing Spanish tutor and satisfied all of his Latina and Spanish fantasies. Well, almost all. They had shared a few hugs, and Derek had stolen some pecks on the cheeks when they were watching the stars together, but nothing beyond that. Her heart might have betrayed her, but her body remained firm for now. Derek was playing the long game, slowly and surely working his way into Esme's heart. He had at least a year to get her to have sex with him before he was reposted, and he was developing a strong connection with her. Derek knew that Latina women liked certain traits in men, and he made sure to display all of them. He could see how she looked at him, how her reactions changed when he breached her personal space, and he knew that only her moral and religious resolve were preventing her from giving in to her desires for love. In time, Derek hoped to win all of Esme completely. On Boxing Day of 1984, Derek invited Esme to the Naval Base's end-of-year party on the massive vessel that gave the base its name, the NNS Anansa. Esme was going to meet Derek's friends and colleagues for the first time and would probably get officially introduced as his girl, and she was beyond excited to hear him say the girlfriend title. What she didn't know was that he had made up his mind that he'd have her that night. At 6 p.m., she wore a blue velvety gown that hugged her curves and slipped into her most prized item of vanity, a pair of red Jimmy shoes. It matched her red purse and the red lipstick she applied on her lips. Then she wrapped her hair in a ponytail, the way Derek liked it, before dabbing herself with deodorant from her mother's latest care package. She would give anything to remain with Derek. The evening shadow made it difficult to picture him clearly, but as he got closer, his wonderful frame, handsome face, and the knee-weakening smile came into clear view. Her heart skipped. Oh, she loved him. She loved this man. He wore a velvet tuxedo that framed his body to perfection, and as she stared at him, she began to feel a weird sensation beneath her panties. It made her shift uncomfortably Tonight might just be the night her body joins her heart's betrayal. Stop it. You can't let any man have your body, Esme. Isn't that the commandment? Her thoughts rang out the warnings as he walked towards her. But maybe her thoughts were a little late, because the moment he reached where she was and planted a kiss on her lips, she instantly felt a moist wetness in her pants. It took every ounce of self-control in the world to still herself. The night was beautiful. Derek introduced Esme to everyone at the party that mattered as his friend, and he held her hand with a great deal of pride that eventually rubbed off on her. By the end of the evening, she already felt one of the royal homes she had encountered in Nigeria. After a night of great food, exquisite cocktails, and wonderful dancing, Esme asked Derek for a tour of the ship. Of course, not without his deliberate manipulative assistance. Her request was ignited by curiosity from listening to his exaggerated tales of the ship and its various compartments and lavish sections. The ever-impressionable Esme got tired of hearing and was dying to see for herself. She let him lead her to the lower deck where the tour was supposed to commence. But that's where it began and ended. Watch your head. Derek quickly placed a hand on her forehead to keep her from hitting it against the inside of the vessel. You should probably take off your heels. This section is much lower. He suggested this while leading her down the flight of stairs into the cabin section of the ship. He was much taller than her. It seemed like a scene from a Hallmark movie, as it had an antique feel to it. The bed, chair, and table were of well-polished mahogany, and the cashmere window curtains were definitely not made in Nigeria. I like this room. The furniture designs look great. She ran her hand slowly on the furniture and nodded approvingly. Well, if you are going to spend months at sea, might as well spend it in comfort, especially if you are a senior officer, Derek commented, with his gaze fixed on her hips, and the way they swayed slowly with her movement. When she looked at him and spoke, he loved how her lips moved, with red lipstick glittering in the night light. He was dying to kiss her, to be inside her. Esme went from observing the wall paintings to staring at and touching some wooden rifles that hung on the wall of the room. She wanted Derek to walk up to her and hold her from behind, but he remained where he stood. When she turned to gaze at him, she found him staring at her. She saw the raw desire in his eyes and wasn't sure what to make of it. Her heart suddenly began throbbing as she felt the air in the room stiffen with sexual desire. A little uncomfortably, she moved her body weight from one foot to the other and swallowed, feeling a bit nervous and a bit of a headache. She must have drunk a little too much wine. The sound of soft music filtered into the room. She didn't know where it came from, but they seemed to connect rhythmically with the alcohol in her system. Esme felt like she had levitated from the earth, and as she was still trying to understand why the lights in the room dimmed, Derek was beside her. Then his hands circled her waist from both corners. Clear that this was more than just a friendly embrace. The promise of fiery passion that always lay dormant behind his eyes came to the fore, and as he leaned in to kiss her, Esme didn't even think about resisting. She couldn't think, hard as she tried to. Her mind went limp on her. "You are a virgin," Derek exclaimed softly, his words filled with the wonder of a worshipper, as his hands concurrently. What was wrong with being a virgin? Her eyes snapped open. Yes, I am. She swallowed nervously, feeling worried about what he'd think. Oh, baby, why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, she coughed, a brief nervous laugh. I wasn't sure about sleeping with you yet. It's okay. He started to lift his body off of her. We don't have to do this. No, she pulled him back on herself. I want to. I want you to. If Derek peered hard enough, he would have seen her soul through those eyes of vulnerability as they stared into his eyes. Are you certain? We don't have to. He was so aroused that his groin ached. Still, he wasn't about to take advantage of a lady who was still sealed down there. He wasn't that much of a duce. I am certain. Make love to me. She closed her legs around him. Oh, baby, he muttered with reluctance and desire, a mix that forged the passion with which he took her lips with his, while crossing his hands through her body. His hands shook as he traced her spread out legs and positioned himself for the ride. After that night, Esme and Derek continued seeing each other and rolling in the sheets as often as they could. Dinner dates and Spanish lessons were quickly replaced with hotel room stays and weekend getaways. Rumors started flying around the mission station about the foreign missionary who was sleeping around with the naval officer. But Esme couldn't care less. She had met the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with when she wasn't even searching. And he was showing her depths of pleasure that she didn't even think were humanly possible. As long as her mission work never suffered and her kids were well looked after, she was fine. She remembered Nadine's words about getting a Nigerian man as a reward for her labors and concluded that she was enjoying God's gift to her, Derek. She had called Nadine and her parents to tell them all about him, and already plans for them to visit and attend her wedding were in motion. She'd leave the Presbyterian mission and set up her own orphanage at whatever location her husband-to-be would be posted. They'd go for their honeymoon in Barcelona. She was certain of getting pregnant in Barcelona and coming back from her honeymoon to begin her perfect family. Life always has a crazy way of obstructing plans and dreams. But Esme didn't worry about that until she missed her period a few months later. For the first time in her life, she missed her menstrual flow. But convinced of her lover's love for her, she bothered none. She couldn't even contain her joy when she broke the news to him. She and the love of her life were going to have a baby. Derek, you're going to be a father, she blurted out on their next contact, offering the most unexpected announcement unimaginable. She rambled on. We would have to get married sooner than planned, though, to avoid the Presbyterian missions getting a bad name. Sooner than planned? What? He was stunned. Who planned a marriage? His eyebrows drew closer in dismay. Okay, maybe we haven't talked about it, but we do have to get married eventually. Esme noted, and oblivious to his demeanor, she rambled on. Nadine and my parents may not be able to meet up for the ceremony, but we'll stop by to see them after the honeymoon in Barcelona. What? Derek could not believe all that he was hearing from Esme. She was planning their wedding in his absence. Whoever said he wanted to marry her? At that moment, Derek was making mental plans for how to speed up his transfer out of the base in Calabar. He had been approved for a foreign posting as part of the Nigerian military contingent for the United Nations peace missions. But there'd be a slight delay in the processing of his paperwork. Well, not anymore, he instantly decided. I'm not getting married, Esmeralda, he said, the words through clenched teeth. It was a sour attempt to not yell at her. He rolled his eyes. Ma'am, even if I was ready to get married. It won't be to a missionary. I don't care about that. He pushed himself up forcefully from where he had sat and stormed away before her brain could process what it had just received. Poor Derek. I made him panic with the way I broke the news. Silly me. She spoke out loud. He would come around, Esme concluded. He never did. Esme made several phone calls, visited, and consulted with the superiors at the naval base to inquire about her lover. She did everything else that she could think of to get to Derek, and none brought results. Nobody had seen him at the base, and his direct supervisors couldn't disclose his information or whereabouts to anyone else except his next of kin because of the sensitivity of the Naval Intelligence Department. That was when it occurred to her that she didn't know anything about the man's family. He often mentioned them and the love he had for them, but never dwelt too much on them, other than mentioning that they were closely knitted and had a strong relationship. She had chalked it down to the professional discretion required for his job. Could he have abandoned her? No, her Derek would never do that. Esme deteriorated rapidly after the realization of what had hit her. Derek was gone. But why? He loved her, didn't he? Everything was good. They were happy together, and their love-making was like two bodies entwined in one. So why did he abandon her? Her health began to suffer as her pregnancy counted. It took the timely intervention of the staff at the mission station to get her to take antenatal seriously. If Mr. Derrick comes back from his secret mission, do you think he'd want to hear that you lost his baby? Matron Victoria chided Esme one evening. Do this because of him. If you love him, you ought to take care of his child. After much reluctance, Esme gave in. She became hopeful again. You are right, Matron. He needs to see us in good health when he returns. Matron Victoria knew Derrick had jumped ship. No be today. She knew military men of his kind too well, but she leveraged Esme's ignorance to save the life of the poor baby in her womb. Months passed, and Esme's pregnancy grew. The matron in charge of the orphanage advised her to go back to Spain and give birth around her family, and then return afterwards if she chose to. Esme vehemently opposed this idea. What if Derrick came back when she left? She was ready to bear the judgmental looks and sneers of fellow mission workers, as well as the curious glances and silent questions in the eyes of her kids about her protruding stomach. She would stay and wait for her man. All will be well when he is back, and they get married and settle in to raise their kid. She continued to clutch at straws. In the 9th month of her pregnancy, Derrick sent a letter. It wasn't the long, multi-page, emotional, and remorse-laden piece of communication she had hoped it would be. She stared at the piece of paper again and again, wishing there was more, hoping that if she stared at it long enough, the secret code he used to encrypt the other words would be revealed. He was, after all, a specially trained intelligence officer. But there wasn't more to the letter than was typed in black ink. She began to read it. Esmeralda, I have been ambushed by a series of letters, calls, and messages from my supervisors and old base mates from the NNS announcer, with one overlying theme: you and your pregnancy. What we had was a spur of the moment thing, and it meant nothing. How you concluded that I would marry you is something that baffles me till date. African men don't jump into marriage that way. You should have learned that. Anyways, if a lady of your age and degree of exposure with your experience of the realities of life for orphan kids decided to go ahead and bring a child into this world out of wedlock in a country where you have no blood relatives, please don't ruin my reputation and name in the course of this folly. I am out of Nigeria in my next station, and I hope you made a smart decision with your pregnancy. If you didn't, then you are in the perfect place to birth and donate a baby to the orphanage. Please don't contact the Nigerian Naval Force regarding me ever again. Derek. After reading the letter for the millionth time, things began to unfold rather rapidly for Esme. She no longer had a canopy to hide under. The entire room began to spin. Then the floor seemed to shift from under her feet. She felt nauseated all of a sudden. But when she tried to move toward the bathroom, her legs felt too heavy. A swirl of darkness overtook her focus on the objects in front of her, and before she knew it, her knees buckled, and the letter fell out of her hand. She awoke to faint whizzing sounds in her ears. Then she attempted to open her eyes, but they felt like locks of wood placed on them. She had to abandon the task and just focus on the sound. Her mind wandered, searching where she was and how she got there. She remembered and the pain returned. Derek had abandoned her. He deceived her, had sex with her, and abandoned her. Not willing to face that reality, Esme drifted back into the comfortable arms of the darkness. Matron Victoria looked on at her adorable foreign missionary, mixed with mixed feelings of sadness and pity, mostly pity. She then tapped her gently, steering her back from her anesthesia-induced slumber. She had been found passed out in her room and rushed to the mission hospital, where a doctor had been summoned after the midwife gave the verdict that birthing labor needed to be induced, or else her baby would die in her womb. An emergency cesarean section was performed on her, and at about 10 minutes before midnight on the 10th day of November 19, Esme's adorable baby girl was delivered into the world. She came just a few minutes shy of the popular 11/11 date, which ironically was the date for Armed Forces Remembrance in Nigeria, in commemoration of valiant men who died in the course of service to God and their country, a fraternity that her birth father could one day be a member of if he died, still enlisted in military service. Esme had at some point toyed with the notion of terminating the pregnancy in its early days and had expressed the same to Matron Victoria. But she had later resolved that the birth of her baby would bring Officer Derrick back to her to build the family they were supposed to have. She had held on fiercely to this hope. Now she had the baby, but never more certain that Derrick wasn't coming back. The baby was a healthy one, with no complications, but badly needed to be breastfed. Esme had to wake up to reality. She was now a mother, so they woke her up. The moment Esme saw her beautiful baby, she burst into uncontrollable tears. It was hard to ascertain if these were tears of joy or sorrow. They were probably a mix of both. Serás la esperanza de mi amor, she muttered weakly as she held her baby for the first time, meaning you will be the hope of my love. Her name is Esperanza, she said, looking up at the matron and others around her hospital bed, then broke into another fit of wailing. The previously judgmental looks on the faces of the nurses and midwives gave way to understanding, then sorrow. then sorrow, and soon every eye in the room had clouded for her. As the baby suckled for the first time, they dried their eyes long enough to ask the meaning of her name. Esme looked up, thinking of nothing and nobody else but her beloved Derek. Her name means hope. I'll give anything of worth in my life to have Derek share this moment with me. Her heart squeezed so tightly that it felt nearly impossible to breathe. Derek's betrayal had broken her to the core, and all she just wanted to do was lie down alone in the dark, cuddle a pillow, and weep her sorrows away. But she needed to be strong for her daughter. She would be just that, Matron Victoria declared. She would be our hope. She prayed to God that the word would turn out true someday. Chapter 2. The Teenage Murderer. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Emily Dickinson. A champion for the African child, Africa's finest humanitarian, dogged and determined, tough as nails, and a go-getter, every young girl's role model, the next Mother Teresa. Esperanza kept replaying all the words and accolades that were showered on her as she stared at the award plaque she held in her hand, where she sat in the back seat of her chauffeured limousine. She had just been recognized by the Nigerian Excellence Vanguard as the Woman of the Year. The win was largely with orphaned kids in marginalized communities, and she was grateful for the honor. She didn't do what she did for applause or the accolades, but with a sense of purpose as her life's calling. Still, it felt good to be recognized every once in a while. It shows that you are doing something right. Rance, keep it up. You are going to be so proud of yourself one day. Madam, I hope I can afford to have my wife dressed like you someday, Deji, her driver commented from behind the steering wheel, snatching her attention away from the award plaque. Mr. Deji, if you want to compliment me, simply do so and stop going through the corners, she teased. Deji laughed. Okay, madam, you look lovely tonight as usual. Thank you, Deji. I'm sure your daughter will look very lovely on her wedding day. She had gotten used to Deji always finding a way to mention his every conversation. She appreciated his compliments still, because since Jonathan, her husband, died 2 years ago in a plane crash, she had not had the feeling of having someone gush over her the way Deji did over his wife, the way her Jojo always did. She tried not to think about her late husband tonight, as her therapist had advised that she find a way to let him go. Clinging to her thoughts would cause her husband's presence to linger in her mind. She focused back on the award plaque. She admired the impressive sculpted work that was the main part of the plaque, and noted the exquisite calligraphy used to etch her name on the nameplate. And just then, that old undying memory hit her again. The first time she had held an award plaque similar in shape and form to this one, it was covered in blood, and the owner of that blood lay down lifeless before her. She was 13 years old. Esperanza let out a rueful sigh as her thoughts pedaled back to that evening and everything that led up to her taking a human life. When her bet didn't have the desired father like her mom had hoped, she made plans to return to Spain alone. Everyone assumed that Esme would take baby Esperanza along with her, but she left the poor baby in the orphanage, ironically doing what her father had sarcastically suggested in his letter. The logical explanation was that Esme was too ashamed and wary of the stigma that engaging in an illicit affair as a Christian missionary had brought her way. She also didn't want any reminder of Derek, with whom Esperanza shared a striking resemblance. And with the abandonment, little Esperanza was enrolled in the orphanage where her mother worked, and in whose immediate vicinity she might have been conceived. She was different from the other orphans. She looked different. She was treated differently by her mother's former colleagues, and she liked to dress differently as well in her male clothes. These differential factors in her looks and preferential treatment from her teachers created serious feelings of envy and jealousy towards her from the other kids in the orphanage, especially the older ones. It resulted in frequent merciless bullying for her. Also, most of the people who offered to adopt her either possessed a misguided self-savior complex upon learning the condition that surrounded her birth, or merely wanted to parade her about as a status symbol, as the parents of an Oyibo baby. Orphans bullying another orphan, and prospective foster parents chasing public clout. Crazy world. But whatever bullying and childish acts of cruelty she suffered from other orphans, or the sadness that might have stemmed from not being adopted, paled in comparison to the love and admiration Esperanza enjoyed from her teachers. Her mother, in spite of her low moral reputation, was fondly remembered for her appreciation of the Nigerian culture and her warm and kind disposition. She never made us feel like she was different from us, Madame Imabong, the assistant matron, once said to Esperanza. Yes, she was only Oyibo in looks, but a Nigerian at heart, Sister Patience supported. Young Esperanza only wished day after day that she had met her mother. A part of her will always be with you, Matron Victoria assured. Just never give up hope that you will be reunited with her someday. Esperanza held on to this hope. It was the meaning of her name, and she had learned that names had power to affect the lives of their bearers. Esperanza liked all her teachers and was appreciative of the extra care and attention they showered on her. She was grateful, especially to Mr. Edward, her physical education teacher. Now that Presbyterian Missions was big on education and had a formal school approved by the government and established in the orphanage, this was an elementary school with an affiliation with the Hope Waddell Boys Secondary School and Ejeli Girls Secondary School for boys and girls respectively. The structure of the orphanage was set up to encourage the adoption of the kids into good Christian homes without making that the ultimate goal. Therefore, the mission station strived to provide a conducive enough environment to foster a proper upbringing of their wards from infancy to early adulthood. To that effect, every Presbyterian mission orphan that wasn't adopted was guaranteed education in the mission elementary school and up secondary school level through its affiliate schools. Esperanza was therefore a beneficiary of this well-developed academic structure, but she wasn't quite book smart. She struggled with learning, and especially with quizzes, which she had a morbid fear of. It was in the field of play, during physical education practical lessons, that she excelled. Young Esperanza got more than just her father's looks. She was blessed with an abundance of his athletic abilities as well. As an 8-year-old, she outran children 4 and 5 years older than her during the school's track meets. She set the record at the long, triple, and high jumps, and she held her own with the boys in the football field. She was the only girl who dared to play the round ladder game, and as a result of her prowess, Mr. Edward particularly took a liking to Esperanza. He often used her as the yardstick to measure athletic excellence and loudly predicted an Olympic gold medal in the future. On her part, Esperanza hero-worshipped her PE teacher. She liked how good she was at his lessons, especially the practical, and thoroughly enjoyed his high praises. He was athletic and often regaled her with praises. He was athletic and often regaled her with tales of how a knee injury prevented him from making the 1980 African Nations Cup winning Super Eagles team. Stories that further boosted his heroic status in her eyes. All her teachers, it appeared, were thoroughbreds at what they did. As a result of Mr. Edwards' encouragement and insistence, Esperanza worked harder on her other subjects, and soon her grades picked up. Her efforts didn't go unnoticed to Mr. Edward and the other teachers, especially Matron Victoria, who had been very worried about her performance. This became an even better time for her, as she became all teachers' favorite again. She soon went into secondary school, and right before our eyes, Esperanza blossomed into a beautiful girl, and puberty began to set in. Unexpectedly, with every stage of her growth and development, she tenderly nursed the hope of someday meeting and reuniting with her birth mother. Her name had to count in her life. Mr. Edward was still an integral part of her life, even after her elementary education. He still took her on weekend lessons while playing the fatherly role of providing emotional support and dishing out life advice. She ran to him whenever she was in need of a listening ear or a shoulder to cry on. He celebrated her happy moments with her and shared in her troubling times. When she was asked to compose an essay on my father for an English language assignment in junior secondary school, she wrote to Edward. Then one afternoon, as Esperanza stepped into Mr. Edward's office for her weekend maths lesson, she lamented, "Mr. Edward, I'd like to report Jackson to you. I think he is sexualizing me." "What do you mean?" the PE teacher asked, perplexed. "On my way here, I saw him outside one of the classes, and he called my breast oranges and said he would like to taste them." Esperanza responded with an air of embarrassment spreading across her face. For the first time, Edward looked at Esperanza, really looked at her, and was transfixed upon seeing that the baby that was delivered next block from his office wasn't a baby anymore. He noticed that she had developed quite a voluptuous bosom and remarkable body curves for a 13-year-old. She had a full head of brown curly hair, an exceptional dimple on her left cheek, and was quite tall for her age. She was really beautiful. Must be the Latina genes, he mused in his head. Boys will always be boys. Don't mind Jackson. I'll discipline him for saying that, Mr. Edwards said, smiling, then settled in to begin the lesson. But now and then, his gaze lingered on her body longer than considered normal. He made a mental note to warn Jackson and other boys to cease making such teasing comments about her. About her or any female student. It was easier for girls to get adopted from the orphanage, as most Nigerian men preferred to birth their male children themselves. so they would rather step out on their wives to make that happen than adopt a stranger's child. As a result, there was often a gender imbalance in the number of kids at the orphanage as they got, with the boys outnumbering the girls. This was a particularly tough situation for Esperanza, as her one close friend Chika had been adopted a few years earlier. And now, due to her looks and rapid development, she was getting regular teasing from the boys. "I will ensure no boy teases or bullies you again, Esperanza," Mr. Edward reassured her. "I'll always protect you, okay?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." She felt comforted by his reassurance. Edward had previously and severally assured his favorite students of his care and fatherly protection, and many times in the course of their relationship, but something didn't feel quite fatherly about it this time. He glanced again at the subject of Jackson's tease and started to have an idea why this felt different. He was getting attracted to a child he helped raise and nurture, and he shouldn't. And hoping to get some help, he shared his new fears with his friend Cobham. But she's not your daughter. So what are you saying?" Cobham was beside himself with laughter, seeming to enjoy the line of this conversation. "This is a serious matter, bro," Edward said, trying to get his friend to understand his plight. Cobham Effiong was his childhood friend and closest confidant. They grew up together in Calabar and were both well-touted football prospects, quite popular in the local scene. Time and chance, however, happened to them both in their journeys to football relevance, which they took widely different paths. Edward was a physical educator and sports master at the mission school, while Cobham was the head coach of the immensely popular Calabar Rovers football team, coaching stars who made it to the Nigerian national team and having good success in the league. But this variation in fortunes never disrupted their closeness or affected their friendship, which only grew stronger with time. And so, when Edward was troubled about his sudden rush of affection for the teenage Esperanza, to whom he was like a father figure, he turned to his body for advice. Cobham, however, failed to grasp the complexity of the situation, largely due to his skewed moral compass. As a sports prodigy, he had always been a beneficiary of a fair share of infatuated girls who practically threw themselves at him. And when he made the switch to coaching and started taking his team on game tours within and outside Nigeria, the array of ladies to sample scaled. Hence, he didn't think any matter that involved having sex with a woman was a cause for the kind of dread his friend was displaying. "Guy, relax. It is not that deep." He stopped laughing enough to respond. "Next time she comes around, get her some gifts and try touching her in some ways to see her reaction." "Boy, I said the girl just turned 13 years old," Edward nearly shouted. "From what you have described, she could easily pass for an 18 years old, Cobham retorted. "I even think she reported that boy teasing her breast to you so that you would notice them yourself." His friend had a point. "Why didn't she go and report him to Matron?" You may have a point too." Edward began to flirt with the idea that Esperanza might want to be romantically involved with him. "See, these girls are smarter than we give them credit for. They know what they want." Cobham encouraged Edward's musings. His words were like fuel to flickering fire. The seed had been planted in Edward's mind that Esperanza wanted him to start seeing her as more than a baby girl, and he started to water the seed. He began buying her gifts and snacks during their sessions, which was against the mission's regulations for the orphanage. "Technically, you are not my students anymore," Mr. Edward answered when Esperanza was hesitant to receive the offerings. "That's true," she conceded, and dived into the box of chocolates he got her the first time. In addition to the gift, Mr. Edward started to encourage lingering physical contact. He would hold her for longer when she greeted him with an embrace, and would make sure to establish some form of bodily contact when explaining complex mathematics equations to her. Esperanza was oblivious on the part of the person she considered a father. She had sort of noticed interactions, but had chalked them up to his newfound sense of protection due to the verbal abuse she had suffered from naughty boys like Jackson. She felt privileged to be recipient of such fatherly care and devotion as an orphan. She therefore reciprocated it by studying extra hard in school, especially in the subject Mr. Edward coached her in. She wanted to make him proud like a real daughter would. So, when her Class 2 results were released, she saw that she made herself and everyone who cared about her proud. Her considerable mane of chestnut curly hair bounced in her head. The soles of her feet barely grazed the grass in the lush field of the Presbyterian Mission's ground, and she couldn't care less about her breast bouncing rapidly as she dashed towards the sportsmaster's office that Friday afternoon. Esperanza just had to show Mr. Edward her results. She's noticed everything. If she didn't like it, she'd have reported you or at least rejected the gift. Boy, better go and do the needful. In his frame-hugging sports polo shirt and matching joggers, Edward pondered these excerpts from his latest conversation with Cobham. He was encouraged, but not entirely certain of his friend's assertions. Finally, he decided to openly but slyly broach the topic with Esperanza. This plan flew right out the window when she rushed full speed into his office and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly while panting heavily. "Mr. Edward, I aced my math exams. I had an A1. I had an A," the excited teenager shrieked as she hugged her teacher tightly and wrapped her legs around him. Oh, wow," he stammered, trying to focus on her words, with her breast and body pressed up on him. If she had done this on any other day, he would have possessed the presence of mind to disengage her from the embrace and establish a respectable distance to go over her result. But seeing as he had just been going over Cobham's suggestions, he acted out on his violence of human testosterone-sponsored instinct. He reached lower and grabbed her buttocks, then kicked the office door shut with his leg and proceeded to lift her onto his office desk. The still excited Esperanza looked up at him, holding the report card. "Look, sir, I have been promoted," she said, trying to sit properly on the desk. But he didn't hear her. He pushed her back down and proceeded to satisfy his curiosity about the texture and form of her breast. He grabbed both of them and began to fondle them. When she moved in protest and attempted to stand up again, he pushed her down again, this time with more force than before. Esperanza frowned. She didn't understand what was going on. "Please, sir, you are hurting me," she cried out. "Lay still and you won't be hurt. I know you want this," he blurted between gasps of lustful excitement and sexual urges. "Just relax and let me take care of you." "No, please." Her eyes clouded with tears. What was Mr. Edward doing? She felt her body begin to tremble with trepidation as she struggled to release herself from Mr. Edwards' hold. Esperanza didn't understand why life had to be so cruel. Mr. Edward was like a father to her. Sex education wasn't a topic mentioned at all in the orphanage. For this reason, there was no knowing of the type of assault Mr. Edward planned to carry out on Esperanza. But she knew that whatever was about to happen was not going to be good, and she might just not survive it. She had to get into full survival mode, engaging all her athletic skills and genetic attributes. Screaming was out of it because the sportsmaster's office was on the far end of the property and football field. Also, Fridays marked the beginning of the busy adoption weekend, and so most of the wards and staff at the orphanage were at the main building area, focused on putting up the best appearances for potential foster parents. Esperanza realized that if she would survive, she would have to do it by herself. She determined to break free or die trying. She had the strength of a full-grown woman that surprised Edward as he wrestled to get full control over her body. What 13-year-old girl is this strong? Gosh, you'd better lie still. You will hurt yourself more than necessary if you keep struggling. He backed his command on beast mode. Please, let me go, please. She barely managed to beg the words in between tears and wiggling her body from under his weight, which was now almost fully on top of her. She felt his pant of heavy, hot breath falling on her face as he struggled to get out of his jogger pants. The split second it took him to take his hands from her body, all the determined Esperanza needed. She reached above her head and grabbed the first thing that her hand came in contact with on the office desk, Mr. Edwards' Sportsman of the Year award plaque. She proceeded to swing it widely in his direction to get his now semi-naked body off of her. Oblivious to the fact that she held onto a weapon, Edward bent his now naked self to try and yank off her panties. That was when the award plaque connected heavily with the small of his temple. Seeing her assailant stagger backward and letting loose ever so slightly his firm grip that had pinned her down on the desk, Esperanza summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and delivered a second blow, her weapon still delivering to expectation. His shocked expression lifted up to hers in less than 5 seconds before his leg gave way and his semi-naked body crashed to the ground. A fine stream of blood flowed freely from the opening in his head and pooled next to him in a twinkle. He was dead. The terrified Esperanza scrambled from the desk and found Edward's eyes open, his body unmoving. Oh my God! Oh my God! She looked at his limp, dead body, naked from the waist down. She looked at the award plaque in her right hand, now stained with blood, and suddenly broke into a loud scream. Then came the blackout. I said, "We are here, please," Deji repeated. He arrived at the Echo Hotels, where Mrs. Jonathan was staying about 5 minutes ago, and she hadn't seemed to realize that. He was about to repeat the same words again when, thankfully, a car beside them at the VIP parking lot blared its horn rather loudly, snapping her out of her memory sojourns. "Oh, Deji," Esperanza apologized. "Are we back at the hotel?" "Yes, ma," he said, wondering what on earth she must have been thinking about. Big men and women are always thinking plenty. "All right, thanks for the ride. It's always a pleasure using your services when I have these functions." She tipped him generously, then stepped out into the hotel foyer to the smiling bellman at the VIP entrance. The door was slammed shut before Deji could mutter a thank you. Esperanza felt tears touching her cheeks as she stepped into the elevators and punched in the digits for the penthouse suite where she would be spending the night. 2 floors up, and the doors opened to usher in a well-known music artist who was also on his way up, presumably from a show. He ironically was wearing the Rich Also Cry t-shirt. Esperanza smiled sadly at the accuracy of the weird coincidence, brought out her phone, and texted her therapist to schedule an emergency session once she landed in Abuja. Some skeletons needed to be exhumed and reburied. Or maybe this time they would have to be cremated. Chapter 3. Adopted by Shame. Hope can be a powerful force. Maybe there is no actual magic in it, but when you know what you hope for most and hold it like a light within you, you can make things happen, almost like magic. Laini Taylor. Doyin Adebayo Smith had only 2 people in her life she considered friends: the very handsome Efosa Smith, whom she married, and Esperanza Jonathan, who doubled as her favorite client. While personal relationships always got in the way of proper therapy work, she never had such conflicts with Rans. They had an understanding and a unique way of grafting their friendship to help each other get the best out of their sessions. The success of this approach motivated Doyin to invent a whole new therapy technique around this concept. She called it the psych body method and had written and published a book on it, which was currently being used in the psychology departments of some major universities and research institutes. The success of this technique had greatly boosted her professional profile and her client portfolio as well. She had her friend to thank for that. So when she got an SOS text message on what was supposed to be one of her friend's biggest professional nights, she got worried and quickly cleared her schedule for the next Monday to accommodate the emergency session that Rance had requested. "I had come to get you from the airport and drive straight to the office. Hang in there," Doyin texted back, then said a silent prayer for her body. Help her, God, as well. While trying to draw up the best line of action, impending therapy session with Rance, Doyin reminisced on how they met. Her curvaceous and petite build, her impeccable hairstyle, which was traditional African styling with a sophisticated touch, her stilettos, definitely Italian, the confident demeanor she oozed effortlessly, and her exquisite smile. It was love at first sight. Esperanza had observed this remarkable and tastefully dressed young woman at a Meet a Shrink event held in Abuja at the Transcorp Hilton Hotels, and immediately knew she'd be her therapist. For starters, they had similar dress styles and fashion inclinations, and the fact this was sitting by herself and not actively going out of her way to search and pitch to would-be clients made Esperanza take note of and admired her. The event was put together for psychological therapists to meet with potential clients in a blind date format, where they would get to pitch their unique skills and approach to therapy, and hopefully get some hires on the spot. It was a thoughtful and timely event, as most Nigerians don't really see the need for therapy, even when they are in desperate need of one. The few that do realize the need for therapy can't readily locate good therapists. There is no copy of Yellow Pages with listings of shrinks readily accessible either to save the day. "Hi, I'm Esperanza," she greeted the therapist. I observe that you are not particularly interested in client hunting. Doyin smiled. Oh, hello, I'm Doyin. Your observations are correct. But since you are already here, I could begin my pitch. Both women laughed. Ah, I see. Good one. Who knows? I may just be interested. Esperanza remained smiling. That works. Doyin smiled back. Seriously though, I believe that therapy works best when a symbiotic approach is fostered. How so? Esperanza pressed, apparently curious. Well, a therapist, in my opinion, is no savior or omniscient guru. The therapist explained, we are basically professionals who need you to help us to help you. She went further to mention that she was mainly there out of professional curiosity and wouldn't mind if she didn't sign any new clients. She supplied that she would be gone once that curiosity was satisfied to an extent. At that point, Esperanza was ready to sign an engagement contract because more than anything, she didn't need to be saved or helped. She just needed to be heard and understood. They spoke more about Doyin's qualifications and what informed psychological therapy as a career path. Esperanza in return explained why she felt therapy was needed at this point in her life, and that's where the professional conversation ended. Now let's talk about that dress, Doyin declared with a wink. Esperanza laughed. We should start with your shoes. I'm sure there is a bar somewhere in this establishment. Would you want to get some drinks outside of this place? Then we can discuss further. Yes, I'd like that. But don't you want to meet other potential clients? My professional curiosity has been satisfied. Plus, I was open to signing just one client today. I found her already. She smiled. Quality over quantity. Esperanza loved her already. The meet and shrink meeting ended, but their friendship developed over cocktails and fashion talks and blossomed beyond that. Esperanza had just become a resident of the proverbial third floor H-wise. She'd been widowed for a little over a year and was seriously thinking of quitting her respectable job with one of Nigeria's biggest media houses to fully focus on what she believed to be her calling of humanitarianism. These full-scale changes in her life gave her cause for concern though, as she was going through a myriad of emotions on a daily basis. She needed professional help to sieve and manage them effectively. I think what you want to do is quite noble, Doyin commented over drinks. But do you have experience as a humanitarian or working with orphaned kids? It's a family business, Esperanza joked. Doyin waited in the parking lot of the airport for Esperanza. There had been some weather delays prior to her friend's departure from Lagos. This gave Doyin more time to get her emotions under control and go full psych body mode. She was certain the session would commence once Rance entered the car. At about 1:45 p.m. that Monday afternoon, the Boeing aircraft glided to a halt on the and opened a giant door to release the people that had been its willful hostages for the better part of 90 minutes. The passengers that traveled first class were accorded the privilege of disembarking first, much to the silent disdain of those in the economy section of the plane. No be una mate dey enter private jet? Esperanza read the unspoken words behind those looks as she made her way to the exit, but she had no time to dwell on them. No be this one dey worry me now, Mbok. She didn't even respond to the smiling cabin crew who like human robots, were repeating the same phrases of salutation to everybody as they disembarked. The reason for this preoccupation in her mind was because she was filled with dread that Doyin was waiting for her in the parking lot. She loved her friend dearly, and she was proud of her many professional strides and achievements, but she wished that she didn't have to open up to her over and again. Not long after she had sent the SMS to schedule the emergency session, she regretted it. She had spent the entire Sunday in a battle with herself on whether or not to call Doyin and cancel. That one had her mumu button. The reason she opted for therapy was to effectively deal with the loss of her husband and the pressures of her professional career, especially in regards to her pivot into humanitarian work. Everything Doyin knows about her childhood and formative years, she knew off the record from conversations and friendly banters. But today, she would have to talk about how she took a life and how that changed her own life forever. This scared Esperanza immensely. Her only comfort was in the psych body method that launched her friend into international relevance and which has served them wonderfully all the time. People with mental health emergencies don't take out time to do such exquisite makeups. Rans, Doyin said with a cheeky smile as she approached the arrival terminal. Esperanza laughed. My darling, we can't look like what we are going through. Then wrapped her friend in a tight hug. The hug conveyed a lot of unspoken words which were well understood in that span. What are you going through, this woman? Doyin continued her tease. Flying first class must really take a toll. Nah, you are crazy. Esperanza nudged her friend jokingly as they made their way to Doyin's Lincoln Navigator. They drove in silence as Esperanza looked out the windows into the sun-baked landscape of Nigeria's capital city. They cruised through the airport road and headed for Doyin's office. Abuja is really a beautiful city, Esperanza noted. She also noted how her friend sped past other cars. She disliked speeding. Mrs. Smith, so since the quantity of pepper in your food didn't kill you, you have decided to do it with your car. Didn't kill me. You have decided to do it with your car? Doyin had been waiting for Rance to initiate the icebreaker that would usher in their conversation, and when she realized that her friend was getting too lost in her thoughts, she purposely stepped on the accelerator to catch her attention. It worked. I didn't send you to have a Yoruba friend. Better get used to the pepper. She laughed as she eased off the gas pedal. The session was about to begin. It's a fossa I pity. I can't imagine consuming such amount of pepper daily. Esperanza was stretching the icebreaker moment by bringing up Doyin's husband. We met in a supermarket at the pepper section of the produce stand. We are a spicy couple. They both laughed. She was glad that her friend laughed at her comment. She already suspected that her friend's session was going to be about her late husband and how his absence hit her during their ward night. Thus, she felt it might be insensitive making a remark about her marriage. Anyhow, the chit-chat and ice-breaking were officially over. It was time to get down to it. Okay, Rance, talk to me. What's up? Esperanza took a brief look at her friend on the wheel, then away, and a deep breath, and commenced her story. She started by mentioning the trigger, which was the award plaque, and the memories it brought back. She described her relationship with the only father figure she ever knew, and how she ultimately ended up killing him to save herself. She kept her gaze fixed ahead all through her recollections, but turned to face Doyin when she talked about Mr. Edward's death. The psych body expert was deeply surprised, taken aback by this. Rance couldn't tell from her facial expression, though. She seemed fixated on navigating the mild traffic of the Ahmadu Bello Way, but ensured to make her client aware that she was fully attentive. "I'm sorry you went through all that, Esperanza." They had gotten to her office in Wuse too. Doyin Building's elevator. The Doyin Smith, your psych body office, was on the 10th floor of the complex. The elevator car arrived and they stepped in with an expensively dressed man who seemed to be in his early 40s. He couldn't keep his eyes off the ladies, especially Esperanza. Esperanza was closer to the elevator buttons and politely asked their staring accomplice which button she would like her to press for him. You can press my heart's button," he responded with a smile. It seemed like a gentle flirtation, but was at an awfully wrong timing. "You can press my heart button," he responded with a smile. Doyin was livid at the brash show of masculinity and unsolicited flirting, especially as her mind was still filled with her friend's tale of sexual assault. She lashed out at him. There is a very well-stocked supermarket on the 5th floor. You should go there to buy some manners." She returned his stare. Ouch! Esperanza couldn't help but burst into laughter. Doyin relaxed her mean stare and joined in this laughter. The dumbfounded man could only look on as the elevator rode up to the 5th floor. "I'm sorry about earlier," he muttered quietly and exited the elevator. He could still hear them laughing as the elevator door slammed shut. The laughter lasted longer than it should have on the ensuing ride up the 10th floor, mainly because both ladies wanted to avoid the awkward silence that would descend like an invisible fog into the elevator if they stopped laughing. The heavy revelation about Esperanza's past was at the tip of Doyin's mind, and she was really debating within herself the best approach to help her friend navigate the surge of emotions she was feeling. At last, something had happened to make her client was grateful. "Welcome, Mrs. Smith." Nneka, the light-skinned and dimpled receptionist, greeted her boss as they entered Doyin's office. "Hello, Nneka. Any message?" "Mrs. Jerry called from the US about the annual lecture at the University of Maryland." "Oh, that's true." Doyin touched her forehead in recollection. "I'll return her call once I'm through with Mrs. Jonathan." "Good day, Madame Esperanza." "Madame Esperanza, I love your hair," Nneka gushed, turning her look to her boss's friend. "Thank you, my darling," the distracted Esperanza responded offhandedly and moved straight into the therapy room. "You didn't engage Nneka in your usual banter today," Doyin observed as she settled into her comfortable chaise lounge directly opposite the couch that housed Esperanza's beautiful frame. "D, we have stalled enough. Let's talk." Esperanza was all business now. Doyin followed suit and took out her Ray-Ban framed medicated glass and put on. "What happened when you woke up?" she inquired from Rance. "Any idea who found you?" Esperanza went on to recount the story from what she remembered and things she learned some years after the event. She woke up in the missionary hospital at the orphanage to a lot of warmth from the nurses, and especially the motherly care from Matron Victoria. Their presence and the renewed appreciation it filled her with distracted her from the awful experience that led her to the hospital bed. But that didn't last long. "Please, ma, we need someone to sign the sports clearance on behalf of Edward for little John's adoption," a teaching assistant announced almost immediately to the matron who was seated by Esperanza's bed. Once that name was mentioned, the memories came rushing back like a flood from a broken dam. and poor Esperanza started to jerk and scream violently. No, matron, no, matron, please, don't let him come, she begged. He will kill me. He will hurt me. The erring staff was practically bundled out of the nurse by the nurse, and the matron tried to calm the hallucinating Esperanza down. He can't hurt you, my baby, she assured. He can never hurt anyone ever again. Matron Victoria had hoped that these words would assure the teenage girl of her safety, but it had quite the opposite effect. So I really killed him? I killed a human being? Esperanza broke down again and wailed. She couldn't believe that she had actually killed a person. She felt like her entire existence was ruined. The nurse on call was summoned, but the matron considered that a male presence might serve as a trigger to Esperanza, who was clearly still in shock. She administered the required sedative herself, and Esperanza fell into sleep again. Following this episode upheld, only the matron and the female members of the hospital staff were allowed around Esperanza as she made her way to recovery. Prescribed tests for rape victims were carried out, and an official police report was made. She was found to be free from all internal injuries or infections, with just a few physical bruises on her arm and neck. The evidence of her ordeal, these bruises, were quite visible because of the lightness of her skin, and as a result, Esperanza refused to step out of the hospital throughout the period of her treatment. She also refused to have any of her mates in the school or orphanage visit her. She stayed indoors all through and tried her best to bury the memories deep in the abyss of her mind. She started to pretend like it never happened, based on the advice from the matron, who was of the opinion that such evil deed should not be given life by being remembered or spoken of. News of such magnitude, like the death of a teacher of the foremost missionary school, couldn't be hidden forever. However, especially when such teacher was a former local sport prodigy, the matron knew that the news would soon make rounds in the Calabar metropolis.
Consequently, Matron Victoria and Reverend Pascal Oke and the Presbyterian clergy over the mission orphanage decided to control the narrative and feed the public their own version of the causative circumstances. We can't let them know what Edward tried to do, Reverend Akoi said matter-of-factly, and we definitely cannot tell the world that that poor baby took a life, the matron affirmed. If there was ever a time for a white lie, it is now, the Reverend said without any trace of humor. They agreed to put out a press release that Edward and the ever-reliable and resourceful PE teacher slumped and died in his office, and Matron Victoria would adopt Esperanza and take her own out of the orphanage, so the true story of the incident didn't spread to other wards and people in the mission establishment. Judgment will start from the house of the Lord. That means I have a sign as a matron. She recalled the regulation of the Presbyterian mission for staff members who chose to adopt and foster any of their wards. Desperate time calls for desperate measures, Reverend Pascal said solemnly. Your reward is in heaven. The matron liked the fact that Esperanza was wary of her friends and mates seeing her scars, and was equally pleased that she subscribed to the out-of-mind approach. This made the adaptation process easy as fewer questions were asked by teachers and students. All the questions came from the girl herself. Matron Victoria, so you will now become my mother? The quite confused Esperanza asked. Yes, sweetheart, the matron answered and hoped the question would end there. Esperanza was happy she was finally having a home like Chica and the rest of her maid that got adopted. But she couldn't shake the feeling that this was a way to hide her away from the consequences of the incident. The words her matron allowed her to refer to it with. Matron, will you be doing this if the incident never happened? Please don't lie to me. Dear Esperanza, everything in life happened the way God wills. With those words, the matron stepped away to go finish the adoption paperwork. Esperanza was young, but she was not as naive as the matron might have expected her to be. She was very aware that shame was the overriding emotion behind his adoption, not love. She wasn't adopted with her birth parents abandoned her, and she wasn't adopted when she was bullied ceaselessly by classmates. She wasn't well aware that the mission wanted to avoid the shameful stain on its name and reputation that the incident will inevitably bring. Every single milestone in her young life seems to be sponsored by some sort of ulterior motive. You are finally getting adopted. You should be overjoyed, a young nurse said when they noted Esperanza's mood. What exactly should I be happy about? Esperanza stopped her brooding long enough to reply. Well, for starters, you will get to enjoy the love and affection of a real family, the nurse offered. Love has little to do with my adoption. She looked down again. It's shame mostly and fear of exposure. The nurse observed her. She was surprised that the young and naive looking Semi Oyimbo would piece together what was going on. Children of nowadays will stain your white. Well, look on the bright side, fine girl. I hope that you experience the real family love in spite of everything, the nurse said without much conviction. Well, I can only hope. It's my name after all. Esperanza's tune matched hers, then headed for the administrative block where the ownership of her life would be signed away. Looking forward to beginning a new life with absolutely no idea how to feel or what facial expression to wear, she stepped outside to await her next fate. Now, it was a long-standing tradition for each young child that was adopted after infancy to tell the teacher something that they would like to be written down for them on the walls of remembrance at the orphanage. Praise like I love Matron Vic. I will miss you all and other cute children like sentiment dominates the world. This tradition was initiated at the mission orphanage by the birth mother of the young girl whose turn it was to partake in the ritual. What will you like to be written on the wall for you there? Matron Victoria asked Esperanza. The paperwork had done, and this was the final act Esperanza would perform as an orphan before leaving to join the family of Matron Victoria. Her husband Ipeme and 3 children. Real children, Esperanza thought to herself dryly. She had often daydreamed and mulled over what she had written if ever she was gotten the opportunity to give a quote for the wall. But when the day came, all the cute phrases died in natural death in her mind as she made her way to the walls. Pick up a marker. We want to hide corners and scribbled. Adopted by shame, yet my name is Hope. Esperanza Drake. She stepped back, looked at this and realized she would be taking on a new surname from that day. That is, her birth heritage was not lost to the altar of an organizing accident. Donnie dropped her iPad when she was using to take note, stood up and took up her channel's letters, then walked over to the couch to give her friend a hug. The hug. Esperanza felt so relieved and lighten-hearted after she finished narrating details of her life that she began to sweep. She felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off her shoulder. Donyi hugged and held onto her till she finished weeping, and only shallow handcuffs followed. That is what I wanted from him. You know, Rance broke the comfortable silence. I just wanted him to hug me and make me understand that he was proud of me. Let's deal with those memories, babe, Donye said, holding back her own tears. Crying with a client wasn't part of the psychobuddy method. Your adoptive mother was wrong to make you bury those incidents. They rushed on you the night of the award because you weren't taught how to handle such potential triggers. She continued. Well, for the money you are charging me, you better do the teaching. The signature Esperanza humor kicked in. They both laughed lightly as Doyin released her and returned to her seat. Do you know I didn't remember to set the timer? Doyin slapped a mild hand on her forehead. Such forgetfulness. She pride herself and her establishment on extreme professionalism, and wasn't pleased about the fact that she didn't remember to set the session timer when she settled into the therapy room. Oh, Dee, cut yourself some slacks. Esperanza assumed comfort role for a bit. You just learned that your friend almost got killed and then killed a human being. You are allowed to forget the timer. By the But the woman knew that ultra-efficient Neka was not just a pretty face. She definitely would have noted the time they arrived at the office and when the session started. Also, it wasn't about the money. Don't you just like to be time conscious? Break time is over. Rance, tell me how you felt in the days after you were revived from the attack. Donyi stared at her friend, observing her reaction closely. I think the overriding emotion was fear. To be honest, Esperanza started. I would have looked at the door or window in the hospital with trepidation. Donyi then brought her years of training and psycho practice to the force by walking her friend through the management of the two main emotions that were prevalent as a result of the teenage experience she narrated: fear and shame. Esperanza had grown her fear for men mostly due to the patience and support of her late husband Jonathan, but there was still the lingering shame of being a humanitarian that took a human life. She usually felt it very ironic when she was referred to as a life giver or by blogs and magazine publication. But deep within her there was a sneaky feeling that she was a murderer. Donyi helped her by doing for her what the matron failed to do all those years. This was to help her understand the concept of self-defense and the adrenaline-sponsored fight or flight syndrome that is a natural human reaction when faced with situations of grave danger. Esperanza was guided through the process of losing the victim mentality, and she had always had towards the incident. The therapist helped her friend realize that she was indeed a survivor. She also helped her to understand that the experience she survived equipped her for the work she is been doing to help children and orphans across Nigeria. Now, I am neither saying you had to go through all that, nor am I saying that it was your destiny to go through it. What I am saying is that your life's purpose has been effectively marshaled because you survived it, Donyi concluded. For the first time since it was handed to her near 48 hours prior, Esperanza felt like she deserved the award and she received from Nigeria Excellent Vanguard. D, you are a miracle worker, she remarked. It took 4 hours, but you got me there. Why am I under the impression that you feel you were done? Donyi shifted her glass to the bridge of her nose and stared mischievously at Esperanza. Sweetheart, you have addressed the incident and you have helped me to not be unashamed of that event, but to see that it helped shape my pursuit of purpose. a never do. No, darling, there is another important aspect of her story that needs to be explored and dealt with. Donyi was serious again, which is Esperanza started feeling the pre-therapy jilted all over again. Donyi sensed it. You have just realized that you were betrayed by the woman who raised you. That isn't something you can just ignore, she explained. You are right, Esperanza conceded. But this would require its own session. Never end, does it? You will be fine, my darling. And yes, we will have another session for that. I will inform Neka to book you in next weekend. Donyi took up her glasses and finally acknowledged the growing coming from her stomach. Nobody drained you like me, I agreed. Esperanza made an apologetic face. Forgive me, Donyi smiled. I am just doing my job. Esperanza got up. Let's go eat ufan. Already, but told on. Let me call Efosa and find out if he made lunch plan for us. God, when Esperanza thought to herself, she still missed her late hobby, but she was too much of a romantic to give up on finding love again. After trying for the third time and only get voicemail, Donyi concluded that her marketing executive husband was probably engrossed in one of his usual tragic meetings. She then dropped him a message to remind him to eat and that she loved him dearly. I can't reach him, let's go. Work must have him held up, Esperanza guessed. Well, he better stay busy because this Donyi dramatic drew a hand over her entire body. It's highly maintenance. Oh, her eyes. Hehehe, Esperanza clapped her hands. There is nothing I won't see in the hands of this Yoruba woman. We went back and forth with teases before reaching the reception. Do you remember to call the University of Maryland, ma? If Eneka was curious about the over 4 hours therapy session, it didn't show. Eneka, we both know I didn't. Please remind me once I get back for lunch. It's almost 6 p.m. ma. Well, let's hurry along before it becomes dinner. Please don't leave yet. I will be back. Donyi tugged at her friend's right hand and dragged her towards the elevator. Fine woman, let's hurry, I beg. After a few steps, she paused and turned to the reception. You know what? Just lock up there. We will continue tomorrow. Donyi understood that it took her friend a lot to open up like she had done during their session, and also understand asking for another session to discuss the issue of betrayal and by adoptive mother. But she knew that it might not be possible to get her friends to attain the level of vulnerability that she expressed today, which would be required in the subsequent section. She decided to milk the mood some more over their dinner's main course of spaghetti, bolognese, and a bottle of red wine. Settled in at the fine dining restaurant that had almost become their favorite, only blocks away from Donyi's office. Rance, I notice you refer to your adoptive mother as Matron Victoria, the therapist nudged. Yup, and I call her husband Mr. Ekpene. Esperanza went on further to explain how this was a mix of the already established matron-ward relationship that was forged through the first 13 years of her life and the distrust that was a direct consequence of the conditions surrounding her adoption. She pretty much treats the Ekepene's home as an extension of the orphanage, and her adopted siblings like friends. She just went through the motion and bothered none with a warmth of family. What is your relationship with them now? Donyi asked as she sipped her wine. Cordial. Pew, I have my work cut out for me on this one, Sha. Was all Donyi could think to herself. That's okay, dear. We will sort through it together, she said with a confidence that she felt. But in the course of the next few months, that was exactly what they did. Chapter 4. Sisters Act. The very least you can do in your life is figure out what you hope for, and the most you can do is live inside that hope. Not admire it from a distance, but live in it, under its roof. Barbara Kingsolver. Jesus Christ had his 12 disciples. Esperanza had her 3. The number used to be 4, but she had dropped her adoptive mother, Matron Victoria, from her list of confidants. While their relationship was never characterized by the usual mother-daughter bond, she was always there with life advice and held a listening ear whenever Esperanza required one. Esperanza, however, drifted away from her adopted mother due to her adult realization of the massive cover-up carried out by the mission and the matron, especially regarding her attempted rape and the consequences unintentional murder of Mr. Edward. The deceased PA teacher was immortalized by having the sport area named after him. The despicable act he tried to do to a ward of the orphan never came to light. It was just a burden carried around by his young victim, a burden completely ignored by her mother. No be so them being supposed do things. She really felt betrayed by all the pretense from her foster mother. She was never allowed to confront the truth, as if not talking about it would make it unhappen. Her recent session with Doyin had in fact opened her eyes to the level of that betrayal. The healing process has begun gradually, but suddenly she felt a balance again. She was a strong woman and knew. Doyin had suggested that she lost that Monica incident and called the assault and murderers by the rightful terms, but she still prefer using the term she was used to. She would call it what she wanted to call it. It happens to her. I can be stubborn, Sha, she outspokenly answered, her thought and smiled. The only 3 people she truly trusted in her life were Doyin, Chika, and her oldest friend, and Jonathan. Yes, her husband was late, but she could never quite bring herself to address him in past tense. She wasn't in denial or oblivious to the fact that he was late. She just still felt his presence every day like he never left. Today, however, Esperanza was thinking about Chika. Chika Edith had always known somewhat unhealthy admiration, as far as Esperanza was concerned, for anything French. In her eyes, France and anything associated with her could do no wrong. Chika had been adopted from the orphanage when she was 5 years old, but she had reconnected with Esperanza at Eagerly Girls, and the budding friendship received enough life to blossom into sisterhood. From the very first French lesson in class 1, Chika Blossom Edith was hooked. Her adoptive parent had given her the name Blossom, but maintained her birth name to preserve that bit of her history, as her birth father was an Igbo soldier who died during a peacekeeping mission. Chika's birth mother had remarried almost immediately, and her new husband didn't want any man 2 years old in his house. Another reason to be grateful that God isn't a man. Her mother served the umbilical cord in totality and performed her last act as a mother by dropping the crying child at the orphanage, as she chose a man ahead of her child. Life dealt Chika a nice hand, though, as she was adopted by the wealthy rich tycoon, Mr. and Mrs. Jonah Edith, who were the sole distributor of the high-end demand. Uncle Ben's rise in Nigeria. The couple were childless and apted for adoption for several failed attempts to naturally procreate. Daddy, comment to Tapel, Chika asked at home after that first French lesson. "Oh, my sweet girl, daddy doesn't understand." The proud and doting father had replied lovingly. "You should say Joma Pel Jonah Edet." He supplied with a punch of a seasoned linguist. "You asked about my name. Very impressive." He offered a high five to show he was pleased to find her mother to excuse the same trivial. And from that moment on, she immersed herself in the new language. Subsequently, she learned about the culture of the country from which it originated. Esperanza felt this admiration was a tad unhealthy, because as they grew up from the teenage girls into young adults, Chika doggedly held to the association that she was going to marry a Frenchman. As a result of this, she refused to entertain the idea of being friends with the boys around their schools, church, or other social cycles. The craziest part was that she wanted Esperanza to do the same. This worked out okay. Whistles they were in secondary school because there was a same-sex institution, and Esperanza was still wary of the male gender due to the incident. But as tertiary education, it became a problem. Chika gained admission to study linguistics at the University of Calabar, while Esperanza opted for mass comm at the same university. They moved in together as roommates in one of the school hostels. They started from the orphanage, but look where they were now. Chika planned to move to France for her master's degree after graduating. She was hoping that she had finally get to meet her French prince charming and marry him over there. She often regaled anyone who cared to listen with tales of her proposal that would be under the Eiffel Tower, and how cute her biracial children would be. Esperanza, on the other hand, attracted boys to herself like flies. They had the looks of every guy's dream girl. The attention was very pleasing, as some of the guys were very good looking, and because of this, she found it hard to remain a discipline of Chika's philosophy. She wasn't interested in having any relationship at the incident, and had given her a sweet impression of intimacy with the opposite sex. But she was open to friendship of platonic nature. Most of her interest areas, such as sport, action flick, and video games, were not appealing to her female friends, so she ended up spreading time with the boys doing just that. This difference in social preference, unknown to both ladies, would drive a deep wedge into their friendship and ultimately split them up, even though their families even to their family cordial relationship. "Rance, please send your guests out. I want to study," Chika snapped one day as she entered their shared hostel room where Esperanza was playing video game with two female friends. "We are in the middle of a game, Chika. Didn't you hear that I want to study? This is still a university. Last time I checked. And this is a hostel room. You have a library card for a reason." Esperanza threw a good clap back, but the deed had already been done. The atmosphere became so awkward that the guys had to say goodbye and leave the room. Chika had no intention to study. She just wanted the boys out of her vicinity. She was just often wondering what had come over her friend that had changed her so much since they got into the university. "I might have to tell Matron Victoria that you spend all your time with boys here on campus," Chika said, spoiling for a fight. "Go ahead, but make sure your grades are better than mine at the end of the semester to help you make your case." Shola Atari. Shola Atari was a renowned broadcaster, and Esperanza was calling Chika out on her plan to carry tales back home. This reference changed the atmosphere immediately. "You are mad, oh. What did you call me?" Chika tried not to laugh. "Yes, so shebi you want to do broadcasting work." Both ladies burst out laughing almost simultaneously, and that was the end of that particular quarrel. But this was just a temporary reprieve. The rest of the first semester and the next three were the riff with quarrel, clashes and fights with one main thing. Esperanza wasn't obeying the no mail policy. The Ikpeme and Edet family were soon caught in the crosshair of their calabash among their daughters. There was almost always a quarrel to be settled, with every ensuring disagreement, the gulf between them widened. Things took a malicious turn as a result of each mother naturally taking side of their respective daughter when attempting to settle the difference. And soon they too began to bicker with each other. As someone who raised child for a living, who your reasoning on his matter has stunned me, Mrs. Adeha Edet yelled out during one of these arguments. You seem to forget you can do no wrong, daughter. You can do no wrong, daughter was one of those children. Miss Epeme fired back. The bones of contention this time was that Chika had called Esperanza a boy pleaser because she dressed as a tomboy and was often seen around the football and basketball field on campus. Boy pleaser, you even go out your way to dress and cover up your femininity, your boobs and figures, so you would accept. This hurt Esperanza deeply because she had found comfort in dressing this way as a coping mechanism in the aftermath of the incident, to ward off any affectionate advance from male friends. She opened up to the only person who would understand how the statement from Chika made her feel, and she could see that her adoptive mother felt the pain as well. Nevertheless, those words from Chika influenced the end of her wearing tomboy outfit. A number of people had previously made somewhat unpleasant comments about her fashion preference, but she ignored them for the most part. This one was a comment from someone she considered a sister. It really provoked a call to action reaction that made her figure out a way to dress in a effeminate manner without advertising her curves or accentuating her sexuality. It worked, and soon other girls were coming up to her for stylistic advice. Everyone would ask her to help round up their outfits. But the altercation never quite stopped, and after too many, the wealthy Edet decided they had enough and got their daughter a private accommodation in the high brown housing estate in Calabar, moving her out of the university hostel. This was the final nail on the coffin that signified the end of the sisterhood between Esperanza and Chika. It helped that they were in separate departments from different faculties, and they were already in their third year at the university, so they no longer shared any courses in general studies. All this, in addition to the varying social preference that served as the genesis of their disaffection for each other, meant that Esperanza and Chika graduated without setting eyes on each other again, saving occasional road pass. Look, ma, Chika also finished with a second-class upper, Esperanza announced to Matron Victoria as she flipped through the convocation bulletin during her graduation ceremony at the University of Calabar Township Stadium. Let's hope her people didn't buy that one too, the retired matron retorted with a condescending tone and rolled of eyes. Ha! Don't be like that, Joe. Esperanza had come to accept and live with the reality of her relationship with Chika, but she harbored no ill feeling towards her or her family. She was genuinely happy that both of them had finished school at the right time and graduated with good grades. I am almost certain that she didn't get a CGPA as high as 4.25 grades. Matron Victoria chipped in again. She had no more love for Eden and she wasn't about to pretend about it. Her priority was to make sure Esperanza did better in life than Chika. She was determined to pull all of pinned down for a joint and exclusive after party with both their families and a few friends. She signaled, wondering if Chika followed through on any of those plans. As things stood, there was no way to find out. Give the disposition of both their mother to each other, Esperanza was certain that she and Chika would forever be memories in each other's life. But that there is a big African population in France, Chika protested. What about NYSC? An exasperated Mr. Jonah added glance at his Rolex watch before watching his gaze to his daughter. I am late for my meeting. We will talk when I return. He walked out of the house. Chika wanted to go to a university in France for her master's studies and was making her plea to her wealthy father, who could easily afford the tuition and living expenses. The sticking point, though, was that her father had a rule: no child of his will leave to study overseas until after their bachelor's degree. He was wary of the corruption and somewhat skewed moral values of the Western world and believed a postgraduate would be more capable and able to stave off temptation by maturity. This was why Chika ended up at the University of Calabar, and by her final year, she had already secured admission into the University of Nantes to study for a master's degree in French language and international relations. Her pitch to her the benefit of undergoing the National Youth Service Corps scheme, but she wouldn't hear of it. Next thing, you had pitched a Nigerian husband to me, she countered without smiling during their discussion on the matter. My baby, Nigerian men aren't these evil creatures. You have convinced yourself that they are. I mean, look at your father. Her mother supplied with a wide grin. She already knew that they were wasting time trying to convince her. Daddy is awesome, but I am marrying a Frenchman. The added, unlike many Nigerian parents, were quite open-minded in their parental approach and had no issue with their daughter's preference, as long as his family aren't racist. Yes, Chika, we know, they replied in unison. Well, luck reading seems to be on Chika's side, as she was below the NYC exemption age, which was above 30 years old. Hence, her application for exemption was outrightly denied. To the pleasure of her father, Chika begged him to influence it for her, but he wouldn't budge. After all, NYC was helping him out, so why go against his fine ally? It became unsaid game of ego, father refusing to yield and daughter trying to prove how not-headed she was. Anyhow, the older ones knew who was losing in the long run, so he kept his cool. One eye passed and Chika missed both hers and the other batch of NYC posting from her school. Then it started to hit her. Mr. Eddard wasn't going to send her to France until she served, knowing the potential harm it could cause her in the future if she didn't. And her mother wasn't relenting in taking her into submitting to her father's demand. No be him fault now, shey na because person still dey depend on am. And like a proud and wimp cock, Chika yelled and went to her school to ask for posting with the next batch. But it wasn't as express as she anticipated. She had to wait another 10 months to join the current final year student when their turn came. Eventually, Chika went to serve, angry with her father every day of it for wasting her time and denying her from meeting the French husband of her dreams that she had faithfully waited so long for. For Chika, youth service was an excruciatingly torturous nightmare she wouldn't wait to outlive and delete from every cell in her brain, then get her mean father to send her to France. And so it was. Her bags were all packed to leave Port Harcourt, where she observed the 1 year service straight from the passing out parade ground. Her hired taxi waited just outside the camp, and for her unneeded certificate to enter her hand, and off she went. No nosy friends to bid farewell. After all, 3 weeks later, Chika were all born to the city of love and romance. Chika had planned to prioritize her academics for the first 6 months of her 2 year program before really exploring the city, with particular interest on the dating culture. Her husband was roaming the street of Paris somewhere. She intended to find him. She planned for 6 months. It took 6 seconds. "I am sorry you are in my seat," the gentleman spoke calmly in his thick French accent. "Oh, you are certain, Abu?" Chika stopped mid-sentence to swallow a ball of saliva when she turned to face her handsome accuser. He was handsome. He was tall. No scratch that. As he stood there, the man was envious. His eyes sparkled as if they were precious stone. He had a dimple on his left cheek and was clear-shaven, revealing a second dimple on his chin. The tanned hue of his skin indicated he spent some time outdoors. No, he wasn't muscular, but he was in shape, and his hair was stunning. "I felt naked," he quipped, snapped out of her. "Little too long evaluation." "Maybe you should be," Chika returned sweetly before smiling. She sensed he was French from his accent and the destination of their flight. She was thrilled. She had been waiting all her life for the opportunity to flirt with an actual human being from France. He barked a short laugh from a husky, reverberating voice. "Are you serious? You are very handsome. I can't help staring. I am sorry," Chika said as she brought out her wallet to confirm her seat number from the boarding pass. Thank you, mademoiselle, but I am afraid I had to ask you to move," he offered regrettably. He further went to explain that he took care to always book the seat by the emergency to give him more leg rooms. That makes sense, confirming in fact that her seat was J36 and not J26, that she was presently occupied. She smiled again at him and moved to go locate her own seat. It was after she had settled in and fastened her seatbelt for the pre-departure formalities that she realized she hadn't gotten his name or given him hers. Chika spent the entire duration of her first part of her 9 hours flight staring at the handsome stranger's wonderful hair. From her vantage point, all those rows behind, she stared so much that she started to feel like a stalker. When she got tired and decided to take a quick nap, she dreamed that he was kissing her under the Eiffel Tower. When her eyes snapped open, she felt silly for already dreaming about the stranger. Feeling bored, she opened the novel, A Good Man's French Kiss, that she had brought along in case she needed something to distract her during the flight. As Chika began to read the novel, she perceived a familiar scent. It took her brain a couple of seconds to process where she had perceived that. By the time she realized that it was the calling worn by the object of her daydream, he was already at the lavatory. Without thinking, She unbuckled her seatbelt and hurried over in a guise to use the toilet as well. While waiting for her turn at the convenience, she peeped the cover of a copy of the Aviation magazine in the hand of another traveler. It was captioned "Shameless." Chika actually laughed at this and decided to have some dignity as a woman. Then she turned to go back to her seat like a dog with its tail between its legs. At that very moment, the toilet door swung open. Ha! We meet. Was there anything about his physical attribute that wasn't perfect? She didn't think so. Oh, yeah. Fancy meeting you again. She didn't know what she was saying. She had been caught off guard. You are funny. He held the door open for her. That notorious French chivalry. Merci beaucoup, she offered, then entered. She behaved like a smithing girl in front of a celebrity crush and started to realize that maybe Esperanza might have been right about something. She doubted her former friend would act the fool like she did when she met a person who she found attractive. This was because she had a number of male friends and had experience interacting with them socially. Chika was sorely lacking in that department. Hence her uncharacteristic reaction and action on the plane. She took a deep breath to steady herself, reminded herself of the 6 months the toilet doors with her composure in check. He was still standing where she left him. You have to go again. Chika was struggling to reel in her now vanishing composure. None. I was waiting for you. He smiled. Okay. She literally clasped her hands together to hide her unwelcome nervousness. My name is Pierre. He offered a handshake. I am Blossom. She ignored the handshake and went in for a brief hug. Excuse me, ma'am, sir. We might be experiencing some turbulence soon. So we kindly ask that all passengers remain on their seats at this time. An air hostess politely interrupted the entangled duo. Chika stepped away from Pierre's body, ignored the quizzical look on his face, and headed to the seat where she promptly buckled and buried her face inside her novel, but made sure to inhale deeply when he walked past her assault. She smelled she smelled of pure masculinity and she loved it. The rest of the flight went on without any further contact between them. Oh, turbulence. All through, Chika kept wondering if Pierre was thinking of creep for unexpectedly hugging him. After bluntly undressing him with her eyes, she also wondered to herself why, for the first time in her life, she introduced herself by her middle name, Blossom. Was it because he is a foreigner? Was she ashamed of her Nigerian heritage? Had her admiration and affinity for everything French robbed her of her Africanness? She was preoccupied with this thought when she baritone voice of the pilot announced that the plane was about to land at the Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport and thank all passengers for choosing Air France. Chika was tired from sitting for all those hours, but was wary of disembarking from the aircraft. She wasn't sure how Pierre would react to her in the aftermath of her embrace. She decided to just go through the motion as a sole traveler and focus on getting her luggages from the baggage claim. Then navigate her way to the train station to continue on her journey to Natis. She was stunned with her arrival to claim her baggage and saw Pierre standing there with her luggage loaded on an airport-provided trolley. "Those are my bags. How did you know?" Chika could clearly barely hide her suspicion. Did her parent hire a French national to be her escort? So even as a postgraduate, they still believe she needs a chaperone. And she stupidly crushing on a higher if she didn't feel so foolish and annoyed at her parents. "I noted your baggage tag when you brought out your boarding pass to confirm your seat," Pierre explained. "I got here, saw your luggage, and decided to get them for you." "Oh, how thoughtful. Thank you." This time Chika did laugh at herself. "Sorry, I don't get the joke." Pierre frowned in confusion. Somehow this made him look even more handsome. Chika couldn't decide which struck her more, his smile or his frown. "I am laughing at myself. Handsome, I was scared you were stalking me." "Oh, I see how that could be a possibility. Yeah, I wouldn't mind stalking you though, with your permission, of course." He was trying to flatter her and she loved it. "I need to use the bathroom. Will you wait for me?" she asked, smiling sweetly. "I am not going anywhere." There was something about the way he said this that made Chika know this man was going to be in her life for a long time. Whistled, she was in the bathroom. She was preoccupied with the next line of action as regards this Frenchman. Her planned 6-month romantic hiatus was quickly reversed as she was certain she had been willing to explore a friendship and more with Pierre. But then there was the pain point of distance. She was heading to Natis. Judging from his look and single backpack travel luggage, she felt he might not be going as far off from the airport as she was. Chika wasn't quite enamored at the prospect of her first ever romantic entanglement being a distant relationship in a strange land. The increasing numbness in her legs signaled to her that she had been seated on the toilet seat for longer than would be considered normal. She quickly cleaned up and hurried back into the arrival payo. "I was close to making a report. Took you long enough," Pierre announced as she emerged from the convenience. "Is that the standard practice for arrival here?" Chika asked. Chika had been advised by her parents that one way to caution the impact of the culture shock is to keep an open mind and not attempt to prejudge any experience or view any experience with Nigerian colored spectacles. She didn't know if making a report was required for travelers to Paris. She didn't want to be caught unaware. To file a missing person report was what I mean, Pierre clarified, gently tapping the bridge of her nose that he immaculately manicured in ma- that his immaculately manicured index finger. "You must really be getting tired of my tenderness for assumptions." She looked down shyly at his feet. "I think it's cute. Plus, it shows you have an active and imaginative mind," he commented. "I don't fancy women with passive mindset." "Monsieur Pierre, are you saying you fancy me?" Fleety Chika was back. He laughed. "I think we should move towards immigration." He started pushing the trolley. "I won't allow you get away with that," Chin strand beside him. "Get away with what?" He feigned ignorance. I asked if you were hitting that you fancy me. What does the word fancy mean? The mischief made his thick accent that much thicker. You know English is not my language. You are not playing fair. She nudged his arm. All is fair in love and war, he decided with the blat- with the boisterous charisma of a Shakespearean stage actor. And which of those themes is relevant to this station? Chika posed his question as a joke, but she was low-key serious. I fancy you, and we are definitely not at war. Pierre decided to cut to the chase. They had arrived at the immigration booth and had to temporarily separate as she needed to be processed at the booth for foreign arrival. Whistled. He just flashed his passport and walked right through the pathway marked for French nationals. Chika used this moment away from Pierre to rehearse the best way to break the news to Pierre that she was in fact heading to Nancy and wouldn't be staying in Paris. They had flirted enough. It was time to fall back to reality. No matter what happened in the aftermath of her impending revelation, she was pleased with her introduction to male interaction in France. She had been in multiple arguments with her friends, especially Esperanza, on her firm belief that French men were the most affectionate men in the world. Pierre had in under 20 Pierre had in under 24 hours proven that she was right. Charming, thoughtful, witty, funny, handsome. They don't make them like this Nigerian. She quipped in a soliloquy. She went through the immigration process without a hint and was clear to begin the life of her childhood dream in Europe. Prince Charming was of course waiting for her on the other side of the insurance booth, and she felt he was charming and thoughtful before. She was in front. She was in for a treat. He was about to blow her mind. I am heading to Inter, Chika blurted out. I am pursuing a master's degree at the university there. Oh, I see. That means we have to take the train. If he had any reaction to this news, it didn't show. We? You aren't getting rid of me that quickly. He responded with a childlike grin that made her certain she had fallen in love. I don't understand. Pierre cleared her doubt by explaining that he was a published writer whose work was not location dependent, and that if she wouldn't mind, he would like to go with her to Inter to help her get through the assimilation and acculturation stage. But the most important reason is that I am not ready to let you out of my sight. I like you, he finished calmly. Chika took a few steps and moved into his arm, giving him a proper embrace, one that was laced with a million gratitude. Whoever said love was a fairy tale was right, because right there Chika felt like she was in a fairy tale scene. She had found her French lover on her first day in France, and he was everything she knew she had been. She wished that Esperanza had everyone else who mocked her and derided her insistence could be there to witness the moment. So she had yelled in their face, I told you so. He helped her get them train tickets, the ensuring ride to Nancy. They had their first days. My name is Chika, she paused. I mean, it's also Blossom, but I was named Chika by my birth parent. So why didn't you lead with that? Pair quiz. I have asked myself the same question. I think because you are not Nigerian and I assumed Blossom will be easier to pronounce. Oh, I see. Well, You don't have to worry about that with me. I love the African culture, especially Nigeria. Pierre talks about his Nigerian love interest and how his appreciation for the African culture was fostered by his relationship with his Nigerian roommate in the university, Tunde, during his undergraduate study. Tunde always wore his native outfit and attire to lectures, and eventually Pierre learned to love his kaftan and adire wears. Soon he was ap- ap- Soon he was appearing in similar outfits as well. Before long, this writer imagination kicked in and he penned a short novel centered on what he called unique Africanism. However, this booklet received wide criticism from reviewers. Most of Pierre's perception of African was based on Tunde's word of mouth, testimony, and a few online research work. He was accused of being ignorant and oblivious of what it really means to be African. This is what necessitates his 4-month trip to 5 African countries, which culminates in his 5-day reunion stayed with Tunde in Nigeria. I have a better understanding of the African experience now, and I will work on a more informed scale of my book in the coming months, he concluded. That is fascinating. I would love to read your work sometimes. The impressed Chika gushed. Okay, enough about me. Let's talk about you. Who is Chika? Pierre inquired. What would you like to know about her, Pierre? She asked with dramatic gusto. Why France? Chika went on her own trade about her life and every major milestone that ultimately led her to that very moment in France. She ensured to leave out the part about her no male policy in Nigeria for fear that her dating inexperience may somehow be a turn off for Pierre. She did, however, ensure to garnish her story with choice French words and popular phrase in the hope of impressing Pierre. It worked like charm. He was impressed with her fascination and understanding of the French language and their societal culture peculiarities, which was as much as one could know without actually visiting France. Quite fascinating, Mademoiselle. I enjoyed getting to know you over the next few days. How long will you stay in Nancy before heading to Paris? Chika added the last 2 words without taking his hand in hers. Chika added the last 2 words while taking his hands in hers. He got the message loud and clear. 2 weeks was his response. Pierre never left. At the start of the second and final year of her study, and exactly 1 year to the day when a husky stranger asked her out of his seat on a plane, Chika was walking down the aisle to become his wife. Her parents had flown into Paris. She had secured a garden with the Eiffel Tower as a backdrop. Her Pierre wore his wonderful hair in a pigtail to complement his cashmere suit and black turtleneck. She was truly living her age-long fantasy. The last 12 months have been whirlwind of romance, love, and devotion. Everything she might have missed out on all those years that she stubbornly held on to her no male policy. Pierre more than made up for it. She couldn't imagine herself marrying any other man. Dubai was a concessions choice for the honeymoon as Pierre was a fantasy for skydiving, and Chika wanted to stay at the Burj Al Arab and explore the sand dune. The penthouse suites at the world's tallest building. was the wedding gift from Edith to their daughter and her new husband. The couple were elated. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I am living a fairy tale. Chika announced as she initiates a bear hug with her parents. As the fairy tale, may you both live happily ever after, her mother prayed. We will do our best, Mom, Pierre assured. And off they went to Dubai to begin exploring life as a couple swept off feet by the currents of love. Chapter 5. She kissed the frog. Hope lies in dreams, in imagination, and in the courage of those who dare to make dreams into reality. Jonas Stark. The human brain is a beautiful, complex organ. It serves as the engine room for the central nervous system, and its hyperactive neurons are the main reason for the advanced cognitive ability of the Homo sapien. The brain is the world's highest capacity memory card, and the glanium byte of memory stored on its hard drives often need a simple trigger to be unearthed. This was Esperanza's present reality. Ever since her award plague had dislodged the memory of the incident and brought it to the fore, she had been playing a number of her life's experience like episodes of a Netflix series, most of it involuntary and absent her approval or control. She just found herself remembering. First it was Mr. Edward, then it was Matron Victoria, then the Liz, her lost but found best friend. How did she and Chika get back to being friends again? It was a calm and serene Sunday evening on the 10th day of November in 2016 in the exotic African island of Zanzibar, Tanzania. Esperanza had made a lot of progress with her therapist, whom she had been seeing for a number of months leading up to a 31st birthday today. She had been able to accept the fact that her Jojo was indeed gone, and she turned in her resignation from the biggest media and broadcasting company in Nigeria before heading on this solo vacation to mark her birthday. Doyin had encouraged her to give no time to her humanitarian project implementations or any other such plans. During her trip, nothing about her future and the new humanitarian path she believed she had always been destined to tell. Just go to Zanzibar and compress, forget about everything and everyone. Just be one with nature. Easier said than done. But she was never willing to try. She knew she needed it. She switched off her phone only for emergency's sake. Did she give Matron Victoria the number for the hotel she was staying? Except someone is dying, please don't call. She had told the woman who had moved hell and high waters to raise and shape her life into the woman she was now. On the day of her departure, what will you do if someone was dying? The ever-tweety Victoria Epene asked. Are you a doctor? Age hadn't weakened her verbal prowess one bit. Good. God bless you for saying that. Simply means there is zero possibility of that phone ringing. Matron Victoria understood that this vacation was more of a necessity than a luxury. She promised not to call except if it was of necessary to do so. Have a wonderful trip, my darling. Nobody will call to bother you. She gently brushed a thread of hair across her beautiful daughter's face and wrapped her in a warm embrace. Esperanza held on to the promise and was therefore thrown into a pit of panic when the butler came to inform her where she was basking in the East African sun. That there was a call for her. Did someone die? Was it her foster mother? But arthritis doesn't kill and it doesn't kill now. She snatched her silky robe and hurriedly covered her body clad in one-piece bikini. She dashed to her room. Hello, Mama, what happened? She couldn't disguise her panic. Rance, it's me, Chika. The roller coaster of emotion that came over Esperanza when she heard Chika's voice could cause her knee to buckle. She sat heavily on the bed to keep from falling over. She didn't know what to think. Did all the Ipene died and Chika was somehow the only one to break the news? How did she even get the number? How many years had been? She is dying and calling to make amends. Chika, wow. She didn't know what else to say. Rance, I need your help. Chika was sobbing. Chi, what happened? You are crying. Are you with any of your devices? The pain in her voice was palpable. She can we Skype, please? Soul decompressing in the mud. Esperanza dug up her webcam-fitted laptop from the bottom of her suitcase. She had brought this along just for the movies she had uploaded on them as a backup in case the resort had shitty movie entertainment. She connected to the resort Wi-Fi and initiated a Skype video with the detail Chika had given her before hanging up. When Chika answered the call, Esperanza was certain she was seeing a ghost. Her former best friend looked like an extra in a zombie apocalypse movie. She was still crying. Had obviously been doing that for a while. Her hair was a mess and her skin looked like she poured charcoal ash over her body. God, Chika, what is going on with you? Esperanza was puzzled. He died, Rance. I watched him fall down and die. She bawled into another fit of wailing and hiccups. At this point, a different hand picked up the PC from Chika's end, and Adiaha edit came into focus. Esperanza didn't understand anything that was going on. She patiently waited for some explanation. Wow, Uncle Jonah edit late. Was Uncle Jonah's edit late? Chika's mother did a quick summary to bring Esperanza up to speed with their life since after University of Calabar, leading to Chika's wedding and subsequent departure to Dubai for their honeymoon. Oh my, Esperanza had who the he that Chika was referring to could be. And the next word from Mrs. Edet confirmed her suspicions. Pear was so passionate about skydiving. They partly informed their choice of Dubai for the honeymoon. Adiaha continued amidst sniffles. She was violently trying to maintain a stoic countenance as a means of strength and support for her devastated child, but falling miserably. She took a deep breath and continued her recount, while calmly stroking her still crying Chika, whose head was on her mother's lap. She informed Esperanza how the new couple had spent the first 2 days of their honeymoon cooped up in their cozy hotel room, and how on the third day it was time to explore the magnificence that Dubai held. Me and Chika didn't know those would be the last words her peers would ever speak to her. They had kissed and he hurried off to meet the instructor Pear was experiencing in the act and was even satisfied diving instructor himself. The Dubai skydive instructor had politely declined his request when he asked to jump solo, but did make a concession after vetting his credential and training. He would be allowed to pull the parachute lever himself at the discretion, while the accompanying diver would ensure to capture the moment. Prayer loved living on the edge, especially while in skies. He wanted to start long beyond the required limit before he attempted to engage the parachute lever. Unfortunately, his right hand got stuck in a part of the parachute and he couldn't pull the lever as he ought to. He and his co-divers plucked to their death. Chika watched on in horror behind the lens of her camera as her Prince Charming kept getting closer and closer to the ground. She was waiting to ensure she captured the exact moment when the parachute would pop out and glide her husband safely down to earth. That never happened. Scream and dash in the direction of her husband's fall, but her sprint was hailed by staff members of the skydiving establishment, and the emergency workers swung in action and violently tried to resuscitate the diving dude to no avail. They were both pronounced dead in a nearby hospital in a couple of minutes after the crash. Chika's friend's fairy tale had ended before it even began. "I am so sorry, Chi, I am so sorry," Esperanza sympathized, while mentally connecting the dots to why they called her. Chika's husband died in an airborne accident. Miss Edet knew that Esperanza had lost her husband in similar circumstances. She contacted Metro Victoria. Metro Victoria looked past the bad blood and shared Esperanza's emergency contact. This did qualify as an emergency. Mrs. Eder didn't personally reach out to console her when her Jojo died. She only sent a card and some flowers, both of which Metro Victoria threw in the trash immediately they were delivered. Esperanza was incredibly proud of her adoptive mother for not being vengeful or vindictive this time. She turned her full attention to helping Chika out from a dark place that she had only recently been a tenant. "Where are you now?" she asked Chika, who was back on the cot, her eyes a thick reddish hue. "I am at the family house in Calabar." "Rance, please, can you help me? I can feel my body. I feel empty." Rance, Chika sounded very much as helpless as she looked. Vacation was over. Esperanza booked the next flight back to Abuja with a local connection to the Migrate Ekpo International Airport, Calabar. "Welcome. Thank you for coming. My God will bless you, my daughter." Adiaha Edet greeted Esperanza as they emerged from the arrival terminal in Calabar. "One day we will have to address this blunt hypocrisy." Chika had insisted on tagging along to get her friend. She too was at the airport. This was the first time she was stepping out of the house since her mother had Pierre's body had been cremated and she collected his ash. She hung the earth every day. Today she jumped out of her mother's Mercedes-Benz convertible to hug her long-lost sister. They stood there in the parking lot with Chika pouring a drum of tears on her friend's shirt. For almost 10 minutes, Rance patted and stroked her friend's back, consoling her. Chika had been the beneficiary of a warm hug and other well-meaning acts of kindness since Pierre passed. But there was something different about this hug from Esperanza. This hug seems to resonate with her sorrow from a place of understanding. This hug sent a message: "I see you and I understand." Over the next couple of days, Esperanza did for her friend what she hoped someone would ever done for her. She cried with her, batted and pet her, sat with her, and went through her recount of shared memories with Pierre. Contrary to the conventional belief that you should think of everything else except the object of your loss, she understood from her therapy section that it was important to look back to your shared memories so you would just the tragedy that took them from you. Wow, Chi, you really did have your friend's romance as simultaneous as you always wanted. Ow, Rance, I was practically swept off my feet by that man. He loved me so much he even managed to smile. How was the sex? Madam, no male policy. Esperanza folded her mouth and peered into her friend's face to enjoy the blush she saw there. Her smile grew into naughty chuckle. Well, what the while? What the wait, I swear. Her face threatened. I'm happy that you experienced true love. Chika, no matter how short it was beautiful. And for the rest of your life, you will always appreciate the fact that you did. Adia added had noticed the gradual change in mood, and when she heard slight laughter coming from their room, she was convinced Esperanza was a miracle worker. The guilt then began to kick in. She understood that both families were persona no grata to each other, but somehow she and her husband shouldn't have invited, which garnered a lot of media attention due to her work. Therefore, when Jonathan died, she was pretty enough to mere send a condolence note and some expensive flower. Here she was, cutting short a vacation to come and help her daughter through a similar situation. She owed the Ikpemens and the Esperanza an elaborate apology. Back in the room, it was Chika's turn to ask about the late Jonathan. Can I see a photo of him, please? Sure, ran searched through her phone gallery. Right here. Esperanza still had numerous photos of her late husband. Wow, he was so fine, girl. Yes, he was. Esperanza smiled. How did you meet? Chika was still a sucker for romantic story, even while railing from a loss such as hers. Come on, you want to take me there, Chi? Except you don't want to talk about it. No, it's fine. I love talking about him sometimes. Senators in Nigeria were considered some of the most influential, powerful, and wealthiest people in the country. They pulled considerable political might and wielded enough economic might in Nigeria's center-heavy federation. As a result, senators were the darling of contractors, politicians, private and public sector players, and media stakeholders. Everyone wanted to be in the good grace of any senator they had the privilege of getting within earshot of. As the director of programs at Nigeria's biggest media house, Esperanza had the exclusive access to attend most functions organized by and for senators, in both a professional and an individual capacity. The birthday party organized by Senator James Kwalong and his wife for their 10-year-old daughter was no different. It was relatively unheard for a sitting Nigerian senator to have a child that young, but it was also rare to find a Nigerian senator in their 30s. James Kwalong from Plateau State, at 36, was Nigeria's youngest senator, and he was widely hailed as the man to usher in a new era of youthful political leadership at the highest level in Nigeria. This party was not like any typical Nigerian political event, as most of the Kwalong colleagues did have kids young enough to be attending. So it was mainly a six of entrepreneurs, technocrats, and private professionals like Esperanza that graced the occasion. With the classmate of the young celebrant and their parents, the occasion was a networking goldmine, and Esperanza had poised to make as many valuable professional connections as possible. The elaborate design of the party include life-size Prince Castle and mascots to depict the various characters. The mascots were friends and family members of the senator who wore the costume to make their little princess happy. Esperanza mentally compared this to the humble cake and soft drink photo shot session that serves as birthday celebration to the orphanage and let out a rueful sigh. Indeed, money answered all things. The party itself was as you had expected such an attempt to go. Then the little princess, that was the primary reason for the gathering, made a rather interesting request. She wanted all aunties and uncles present to join in play her fairy tale challenge game. This innocent request changed Esperanza's life forever. The game involved picking up random cards from a raffle basket and acting out whatever the card requires of you. The game involved picking up cards from a raffle basket and asking whatever the card requires of you. The first adult to play was, of course, the distinguished senator himself. He picked up a card that read, "You are a dwarf. Defend Snow White from attack." The mascot clowned as Snow White came forward, and the senator, in a light-hearted manner, proceeded to give his best impression to defend her. To the amazement of all onlookers, next up was the turn of the senator's chief of staff, whose task was, please, Rapunzel, let down your head." The flabbergasted Mike Oluwole had no idea what he was supposed to let down from his bare head. The Rapunzel mascot, who was one of the senator's wife friend, graciously offered her considerable mane of artificial gold hair. Mr. Oluwole gracefully wore it and proceeded to climb the makeshift princess tower to let down his hair. Everyone was beside themselves with laughter, especially little Elena Qualong, who couldn't believe that her Uncle Mike was doing such a weird Rapunzel impression. "Let this beautiful aunt go next." The excited Elena pointed to Esperanza. "Wahala." Esperanza humored the birthday girl by stepping up and picking out a card which read, "Please, princess, kiss the frog to turn him into a priest." Real wahala. The frog mascot walked over and leaned in for his kiss, oblique to a peck on the artificial lips. Eliana burst into laughter. She kissed Uncle Jojo. Eliana tongued at the mascot, who was her godfather and her father's best friend. The frog mask came off in rather dramatic fashion, and the handsome priest was revealed to the applause of the guests. "Thank you for breaking the evil spell," Lady Jonathan said with an elaborate bow. "My pleasure, my prince." Esperanza grinned, making in bow with a courtesy of her own. An unknown prophetic declaration. The game continued with different people reenacting various prompts from popular fairy tales. If joy was intoxicating, Elena wouldn't have been drunk from it. She thoroughly enjoyed the game. Everyone with her, all laughing hysterically, one act after the other. Soon the guests started to thin out, especially those with kids, and by evening the party had more adult feel to it. Jonathan had not been able to keep eyes off Mid-Lady all evening. The guests probably felt elaborated display when he took off his frog mask was to entertain the birthday girl. But the reality was he marveled when he set eyes on Esperanza. The dramatization was a means to cover up and get his wind together. Esperanza noticed that a pair of eyeballs was always on her throughout as she moved around networking and socializing, which was the adult version of the challenge. monitoring spirit no do pass this one. She felt both flattered and uneasy by the stare, so she decided to sit back down and return. She was nearly certain that when she matched his stare, Uncle Jojo, as Eliana called him, would avert his gaze. But no, the man didn't budge. They locked eyes for nearly a minute, as neither of them wanted to be the first to look away. It took a waiter to inadvertently obstruct their view to each other to end their optical standoff. Esperanza stand for the diligent hired help to move away, paused to resume the stare down. He went pretty well. He went pretty well. He wants petty. Well, I am the queen of petty. The waiter moved and she sat up straighter in her chair to await the visual battle again. Just then she heard a sultry baritone behind her. I am right here, Joseph said. She jerked. Sweet revenge. I had rather put into words that our eyes were saying. He smiled. God, he was fine. Trust me, mister. You don't want to know that. Her composure was back. May I? He gazed to an empty seat beside her. Are you sure that's a good idea? I still possess the power to turn you green, you know? Jojo laughed hardly as he sat down next to her. You? I like that. Okay, if turning back into a frog requires the same process, count me in. Esperanza laughed. Elena isn't here to help you out, Buddy. This time you have to buy me dinner first, she said. I am not going into the friend zone. I agreed. You are free Thursday night. The man was taking no chance. Oh, that was smooth. I give you that, Esperanza conceded. Yes, I should be free by 7 on Thursday. It's a date. And so the fairy tale challenge continued in real life. Jonathan and Esperanza went on a few dates over the next 2 months, and he soon asked her to be his girlfriend. The date nights were special. She loved every one of them. She had the trait she found most attractive in a man. He was an excellent listener. He never missed the small details and by razor skin and saw the human being Esperanza. He observed her reluctance at his every attempt to exercise physical affection with her. From the insistive nature of that reluctance, he knew there was a possible story of assault in her past. He equally noticed her respectable rather than loving relationship with her parents and siblings, which was a sharp contrast in her selfless disposition towards the less privileged of society. This observation naturally raised questions in his mind about the lady he was undoubtedly falling for, but Jonathan never asked her outrightly, as these were touchy issues. Soon he loved the answers out of her. Esperanza had never felt such a mix of love and patience before. She had the courage to share her story, to share her life's history with Jojo without his insisting or persuading her. He never judged or gave her his opinion. He simply listened to the words she said. There was no pity either, just an understanding and a reassuring that he wouldn't be the reason she had ever experienced any of the sort again. He said that he would be with her every step of the way if life brought it. They dated for a year, and all through that time Jonathan let her initiate her major relationship milestone. He matched whatever pace she sat and didn't impose or hurry through any of it. Everything happened when Esperanza was ready. Jonathan proposed to Esperanza on the ground of the orphanage where she was raised. He had requested that they visit the orphanage so he would get a better feel of the environment that formed and shaped her. Esperanza was concerned about visiting the orphanage as memories of the incident would inevitably assault her. Let's go, baby. It might just be what you need to begin a proper healing process, Jonathan had encouraged, and she agreed. Nurse, Nurse Ima matron had been leaving the couple of tours to the orphanage, but the behest of Jonathan, she left them alone. Esperanza felt a surge of emotion as the face of Mr. Edward flashed through her mind right there. She turned to leave, but Jonathan held her and asked her to look at him clearly. They had held hands before, and Jonathan had looked into her eyes a number of times in the past. But this time, he looked at her differently, like a man who was seeing his future in her eyes, like a man who was focused on making all her pain his. Jonathan's next words surprised her. I had planned to tap into my poetic side and wax lyrical, but I can see the amount of bravery it is taking for you to just stand here. So I had rather just speak from my heart. Babe, I want you to understand how incredibly proud I am of you. Life has hit you with some wrong wind that would have broken the Titanic. Yet here you stand. You aren't a product of what you went through. You are all you are in spite of the experience you had or the life you were born into. This is me saying bravo. I understand that life for you has been similar to this present thing, as you stand in the middle of this big and empty field, just a girl in the middle of a wide and seemingly empty world. Not anymore. On these very grounds where you experience one of those life's cruel hits, I make a vow to you that I will always be there and I will love you until we return this harsh wind of life into propellers as we sail into the success and fulfillment. Esperanza Drake Epene, it will be my life's honor to be called your husband. Will you marry me? Oh my God, I am sure you said yes immediately. Chika blinked eyes away from her eyes. Ran's love story was so beautiful, she couldn't help the tears. Oh, Chi, I couldn't. I was crying waterfall by the time he had finished. I can't totally relate, honey. He said that right things, and he backed up as well. My Jojo was that way. Her eyes shone with all the love she still had for her late husband. Esperanza gave Chika the full gist of how her husband proved that his proposal declaration weren't just mere words. As a consequence of the incident, sexual relationship and physical intimacy was a problem at the initial stage of the marriage. She kept having flashbacks whenever they would attempt to make love, and once she even shouted out Mr. Edwards straight away from me at Jonathan. He was patient personified. She shaped his need for sexual gratification and helped her gradually ease into being up for it. He tried various strategies like keeping the light on so that she will see him just making out without attempting penetration, or just cuddling and holding her all night. It took 4 months, but eventually Esperanza was psychologically ready to consummate their marriage. Life again put Jonathan premarital process to the test when Esperanza couldn't get pregnant. He never put her under any pressure, and aside from recommended medical consultation, he never sought out to give audience or suggest that bordered on breaking up the marriage for fostering tension. By the 3rd year of their marriage, they had settled on adoption, since the IVFs and other medical intervention had proved fertile, despite both of them having clean bills of productive health. Jonathan died in a plane crash on his way back from a business trip in China. Before they could implement his decision, Esperanza's major regret in life was that Jonathan died with all the greatness that was his essence not biologically transferred to the next generation. It seems we took the no-mail policy to a whole new level. Chika didn't know if to laugh or cry as she said this. Life is a brutal SOB, I tell you. Making us both widows was a crucial joke, but we will live, Sister Esperanza reassured as she took both of Chika's hand and looked her in the eyes lovingly. Both ladies lay on their back on the floor and remained silent, just staring into the ceiling and respectively amused over every event of their life that led both back to the Eden's family house in Calabar. Chika was amazed by her friend's ability to indeed always find a positive, even as life kept hitting her with this strong wind of misfortune. She drew strength from Esperanza in more ways than one. "Thank you, Esperanza," she almost whispered. The cause of the appreciation didn't need to be said. It was understood. Chapter 6. Everyone's favorite prey. Our human compassion bind us the one to the other, not in pity or patronizingly, but as suffering into hopes for the future. Nelson Mandela. Victoria Ikebe was a senior citizen, but her savvy observational skill and understanding of human psychology had made her such an accomplished educator was very much intact. She sensed that something was different about Esperanza, but she couldn't place a finger on what it was. Her foster kid has just been named Human of the Year by Nigerian most respectable award organization, and she was incredibly proud of her. She was expecting Esperanza to take the first flight she could put to Calabar to celebrate with her family, but that didn't happen. She had pressed her for detail of the ceremony and how it felt to be that recognized, and all she got was "to God be the glory." No juicy detail, no elaboration, no expatiation, nothing. The worried woman suspected that going alone on such a big day might have triggered a fresh waves of sorrow for her late son-in-law in Esperanza, but she discarded the theory when her eldest daughter, Iko, showed her a picture uploaded on Instagram of Esperanza in good spirit of what appeared to be a dinner hangout with her friend, Donny Smith. "Sister Rance always looks so beautiful," Iko commented as she zoomed in on the image. "Never be caught unfresh," the Epene's second-born, agreed. Their relationship with their biracial sister was not characterized by the typical sibling dynamics, but they all loved and admired her and were incredibly proud of her achievement. Their mother was lost in thought. Iko and Eno were married and settled in their homes, but she saw them fairly frequent as they both live in Calabar. Her son Emmanuel was in the United States, pursuing a doctorate degree in human virology. Her last daughter was the one responsible for her furry brow. Esperanza had quit her glamorous media job and built a much more successful humanitarian social enterprise that was doing good work to help orphaned and undeserved girls in and around Abuja, Nasarawa State and Niger State in the north part of Nigeria. She had heavily relied on advice and consultative guidance from her foster mother to set up and grow her project, her non-governmental organization. The award she received just 2 years into was testament to the good and effective work she had done and was still doing. It wasn't her professional life that had the matron worried about. However, Something had changed in her after that award period, and she couldn't rest without trying to figure it out. It's a mother's job. She picked up her phone and hit the speed dialer for Rance. Hello, ma'am. Good evening. Rance, Jonathan, I am coming to Abuja this weekend to see you. Rance knew when she was called by her full name in that tone. It was pointless to argue. She had been expecting a reaction to her coldness sooner than later. Little got past the woman that raised her. Okay, ma'am. She felt her heart beating, pick up pace. You are a grown-up, Rance. Stop acting like a child. You are not afraid of your mother. Donyi had prepped her for what was to come. She would have come clean to her mother about her misgiving and feeling of betrayal. She had tried hard to avoid the confrontation. It was part of why she refused going to Calabar to celebrate with her family. Now she would have to bring up that timeline. The mountain was moving to Muhammad. She took a deep breath and texted Donyi. Donyi responded with an encouragement and a promise to be around her mother arrived. The response was able to calm her down. She began to prepare for shopping and cleaning lists for Matron Victoria's visit. She had never been too grown for scolding. By Friday afternoon, Esperanza had finished a meeting with the women leader of Nigerian ruling party. She didn't care much for politics or its intricacies, but her NGO had received a considerable amount of foreign funding, plus she just received an important award. Politics was interested in her. The agenda was to discuss how the office of the First Lady could collaborate with her and the work she was doing. They were disguising. They just wanted a share of the spotlight and her cumulative social goodwill. Esperanza knew she wasn't going to mortgage the lives of the beneficiary of her work on the altar of partisan politicking, but she didn't want to be antagonistic to the political establishment. She honored the meeting as a courtesy and was happy she had a ready-made excuse to leave early. Her elderly mother was landing at the airport any minute now. She drove at the human equivalent of a snail pace from the highbrow Matama district where she had the meeting towards Abu, distracting herself with music from Daniel Caesar, her favorite artist. His calming voice and mellow music were exactly what the doctor ordered in her current state. As she replied to Doyin, her relationship with her family could best be described as cordial and respectful. Words like endearing, affection, devoted are often associated with family dynamics, but Esperanza could never quite get to that point. She understood that hers was an adoption of convenience sponsored by shame. She wrote that much on the wall, but she had always convinced herself that the matron did the noble thing and sacrificed her career, so she would cut her some slack. But her session with Doyin showed her that a grave injustice was done. Her mental health was summarily ignored, and instead a corpse Edward and the mission were given more importance over a human being who was a victim, whom those aforementioned entities were supposed to protect. Nervous energy started giving way to anger as she drove. Another major discovery they had made was how this occurrence created subconsciously in the Esperanza to an acceptance of exploitation. Donyi called it the prey syndrome. They went through event after event in her life and followed a pattern in railing times she was preyed upon, finding that there was almost always an attempt to take advantage of her. But that was not the worst part. She had come to accept him, that such a trained educator and child caregiver like her foster parent would be so oblivious to broken this reality broken Esperance's heart. Today, she would let it all out, she resolved, and wipe a tear she didn't even know had touched her cheek. The first incident post-adoption happened when her foster mom took her and the rest of the family shopping. Esperanza still preferred her tomboy look, especially in the after of the incident, and the matron obliged, so she got her some pair of jeans, shirt and sneakers. And as every other human being, her excitement for getting new stuffs was evident. One thing her new mother wasn't going to accept, though, was her style preference, affecting the way she wore her beautiful mane of chestnut hair. Let's go get some ribbons and hairpins for Esperanza, her foster mother said, and they all moved the same. Esperanza was quite used to being stared at a bit longer by people because of her skin, hair, and other distinctive biracial feature, so she wasn't disturbed when she noticed the sales personnel and other shoppers staring at her. But the action of the sales personnel at this section was of store were way beyond normal. Two of them pointed exceedingly towards Esperanza, particularly at her hair. Then, in what appeared to be a unanimous act, they rushed towards the back of the room into the office of the business owner. The gist of the matter was that the owner had recently berated them for the decrease in sales from their section of the store, and one of them had suggested an ad campaign to help boost patronage. The manager was presently in negotiation with the parent of a potential teenager model on the fee for their daughter to be the face of the ad campaign. But when the staff members saw half-caste Esperanza with a head of her hair that could make Rapunzel jealous, they knew the ongoing negotiation had to be stopped. The Afong CEO, who was a shrewd businesswoman, had cajoled Esperanza's foster mother into thinking she was just being nice when they finished picking up their product, and the CEO asked them not to pay, only for them to finish shopping, and the woman requested that Esperanza pose for photo shot as their customer of the week. Few weeks later, Esperanza and her family found photos of her on the Afong commercial as a customer that uses of their hair products. Pray. The next major incident Esperanza recalled was when she saw her menstrual period for the first time. The Eagerly Girls secondary school uniform was a white top and maroon skirt with a maroon beret to match. A peel of any liquid on the skirt was readily noticeable, as a dark patch would naturally form round such an area. This was the exact situation when Esperanza got her flow for the first time, and the first person to notice was Madam Gladys, the home economics teacher. She was out at the HE workshop putting away supplies after her practical class with the student when she saw Esperanza walking towards the canteen, and immediately deduced what the cause of the unmistakable dark patch on her skirt was. Esperanza, come here. Esperanza had been nursing a sugar craving all day and was on her way to the canteen to satisfy that with some ice cream at the start to races. She needed to get her before the mad rush from other students whose descent on the canteen pretty soon. She therefore didn't quite appreciate this sermon from Madam Gladys, whom she suspected wanted to send her on an errand to the canteen. She was wrong. Madam Gladys asked Esperanza to go and call all of her classmates and gather them together in the EH workshop for very important information. After all the girls had gathered, the teacher asked Esperanza to come out in front of the glass and turn around. She pointed to the dark patch and asked if anyone in the class knew what it was. When none of the girls knew, she then carefully explained the inner working of a male-female reproductive system and the correspondent period cycle. She filed all questions from the girls, which ranged from fear at the prospect of bleeding for days to intrigue on keeping monthly tabs and calculations. Poor Esperanza just stood there like a lap rat. Pray. This term continued into her university days. Sexual advances from lecturers to students for grade and other favors were common practice in Nigerian universities, but this never happened to Esperanza. She was preyed upon in a total different manner by faculty members. Most male lecturers wanted her, but not for casual sex. They wanted her to make their steady lover as a bragging right among their peers. I am the one banging the Oyibo girl. Esperanza noted the unnecessary kindness shown to her by lecturers and politely refused to accept any gifts or monies. With the incident still lingering in her mind, she would often be summoned by some funny lecturers when they were in the gathering of others with no specific purpose for such sermon. They just wanted their peer to see her with them. Esperanza had attributed her lack of romantic advance from students to her tomboy feet, stonic disposition, and Chika's policy in spare action. But this was not it. It was common knowledge on campus that many lecturers wanted the half-caste babe, and so boys backed off. No girl was worth getting multiple carryover for. Therefore, the self-serving interests of her tutors influenced and affected Esperanza's social experience in the university. Pray. Matron Victoria had indeed pulled some networking string to gut Esperanza's interview with top government media organization post-graduation. All the interview followed the same script. She entered male interview comment on her beauty/female size her up in envy. She tries to stay professional. Interviewer keep attempting to make it personal. Male interviewer want to take her on a date. Female hates her guts for being good looking. She never gets the job. The end. By the time Esperanza shifted her focus to private media enterprise with the belief that they would be more professional, she had already begun to expect an attempt to be taken advantage of. She landed her first job in a TV station owned by Chief Adolphus Chime, who had recently lost his gubernatorial election bid in Enugu State and was presently lobbying for some federal appointment as compensation. Her personal approved her appointment as an anchor and producer, but she spent more time in meetings and events with her boss than in the studio doing the actual work she was hired for. The chief had his personal assistant and a number of aides, but he insisted on having Esperanza attend all his meetings, press briefing, public appearance. Esperanza got to hear from the office gossip, grab veins, and Oga was jostling for an ambassadorial post to spin with another political compensation seeker. She connected the dots. Appeared in public with a biracial Spanish Nigerian who worked for you, and the optic might just give you the edge for the appointment. She resigned the next day. Pray. Then there were the most annoying predators of all Chuck's folks. When the news of Esperanza's adoption broke, the matron almost achieved a saintly status in the eyes of the members of the church. She was praised for her selflessness in resigning her position as matron and practically quit career-wise. Judge leader of this praise party was the Reverend himself. He even preached a sermon on loving unconditionally like Christ, centered on the heroic and selfless decision taken by beloved Victoria. A good number of the people who had tried and failed to adopt Esperanza in the past as a form of status symbol were members of the church, and since they couldn't adopt her, they settled for the next best thing. They could ask permission for her mother to take her out to events and occasions where they would introduce her as a lovely orphan that we are helping in church. Each weekend, the matron would dress her up like a prop of manicure, and she would go with a church member for a public show. Sometimes they would request all the Ipene kids come along, but as soon as they arrived the occasion, it was obvious she was really wanted to be seen with them. She was like a cute girl for hire. Pray. Oh no, Imam Mommy, I didn't know you went through all these things, eh? Victoria had been listening in horror to her daughter's
recount of events that shaped her formative years. She was planning to go on the offensive and scold Esperanza for being cold towards her and not coming to share the experience from her award night. But she was put on the defensive immediately. Driving in silence from the airport to the house, served lunch after letting her foster mother take her bed, then settle in to begin her story. That is the point, Mama. You should have known. Esperanza has sworn to herself that she won't cry when going through this conversation with her foster mother. She needed her to understand exactly the full extent of her hurt and betrayal, without the interruption of tears that would prompt a need to be comforted. You are right. I have noticed and helped children with more challenges. I should have known. She stared at her daughter sadly, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. They sat in silence for a while as Esperanza steadied herself for the hardest part of the conversation. The church folk were the most annoying. The church folk were the most annoying, but you were the most hurtful. Esperanza looked straight into her mother's eyes as she said this. Doing coaching was being put to practice. Victor Ikpemes was stunned, but Esperanza did not let her recover. Do you know what I wrote on the wall of remembrance? Mama Ikpeme, who had not recovered from her shock, just shook her head. I wrote, adopted by shame. She balled her palms into fists to fight back the tears. What did you mean by it? Her foster mother's voice was barely audible. I know the main reason why you adopted me, and it is not love or duty. The day was upon us. The matron had fought some internal demons and guilt in the aftermath of Esperanza adoption. She knew she didn't take the child's mental health into consideration by encouraging her to just forget her horrifying experience. She had adopted Esperanza under duress to hide the truth of the incident. She came too close to getting Esperanza the professional help she needed, but she knew that even doctor-patient confidentiality won't prevent the news from spreading. She knew that the repercussions for those actions were likely to hit the surface someday. Turned out that day was today. I have no words, Imam Mommy. How can I begin to explain? Please try and find them, ma. Watch your tone, girl. I'm still your mother. Despite her mom's feelings overwhelmed with guilt and shame, Esperanza was determined not to dishonor her mother. I am sorry. An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Then Victoria Ikpeme began to exorcise the demons she had carried for years. She explained the pain and shock she felt when she and Mrs. Imambog found her lying limp beside Edward's corpse. She thought she was dead too. She personally carried her over to the hospital and made sure she was resuscitated and in the good care of the medical personnel before leaving to handle the administrative dilemma of a dead staff member. She asked Imambong to lock the office and ensure nobody else come close to the area. It was after a call to Reverend Okoi that an action plan was formulated, and things began to unfold from there. The Reverend personally drove down to the orphanage, dressed and cleaned up the still naked and bloodstained Edward, used a baseball cap to hide the opening in his skull, then called an ambulance to transport the corpse to the morgue, citing a possible cardiac arrest. He was a reverend gentleman. Nobody questioned his assertions. Neither was an autopsy conducted. A press release was made to announce the passing of the PE teacher, and it was mentioned that the sports arenas in the mission orphanage or school will be named after him as an enduring honor to his legacy of service and devotion. Matron Victoria paused her narration at this point and looked up from the floor to cast a quick glance at Esperanza and blatant hypocrisy. She continued when her daughter's stoic facial expression did not change. Having sorted out the matter of the dead body, next was the issue of the sexual assault and the teenage victim. At the time, the Presbyterian Church was in danger of losing its pioneer status in humanitarianism. Emotional reaction from her mother during their talk, but Doyin had still had to focus on getting all the facts out in the open so she could start healing fully. However, she was taken aback by the look of intense pain, torment, guilt, and shame on the face of her sole maternal figure. Her preparation flew out of the window. "Please stop crying, Mommy. You sacrificed us for the good of the orphanage." Matron Victoria looked up in surprise. This was the first time Esperanza had called her mommy. It felt like for the first time she was accepting her as a mother and not just a foster parent. This prompted even more tears, and soon Esperanza joined in as they hugged and cried together. Victoria Ekpeme apologized again to her child. This time, Esperanza nodded in acceptance. Together, they sieved through the fundamental changes that this occurrence had provoked in her life and personality. She was happy to know that therapy had helped her daughter sort through the feelings from the incident, and they worked together to finally put to bed any lingering embers of the past. "I have to meet this Doyin lady. She's a miracle worker. She really is." Esperanza concurred with an ample measure of pride. "I'm sure she will be so happy to meet you. Now, let's see the award. Madam Woman of the Year." Esperanza laughed. The day was officially over. Esperanza went to pick up the award placard, and this time, there were no flashbacks or unwanted memories. She settled in and gave her mother the inner scoop of the award ceremony. Esmeralda will be super proud of the woman you have become. You are proud of me? Absolutely, my mommy, I am. That is all that matters, Mom. Matron Victoria was already getting used to the sound of Rans calling her mom. She liked it. Chapter 7. Damascus moment. You may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all the world's problems at once. But don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own. Michelle Obama. After long months of planning, it was finally Esperanza Big's day. She could hardly contain her joy. Dress, check. Makeup, check. Venue decoration, check. Food and drinks, check. Confirmation from invited guests, check. Everything was in order. Even the weather was cooperating. Wow. I had high expectations for your appearance today, ma, and you have managed to surpass them. Deji was around to pick her up. Deji, you and your elaborate compliments. Thank you. Esperanza was in Lagos for the launch of the first intervention of Project R in southwestern Nigeria, and her favorite chauffeur was there to drive her to the venue and lavish her with compliments as always. You are welcome, man. Deji looked approvingly at the elegant Mrs. Jonathan. At least, you didn't mention your wife with the compliment this time, she teased. I still might before the day is over. Esperanza noted that Deji was not leading her towards a limo, but a shiny black Mercedes-Benz C-Class convertible, and she asked him for an explanation. Madam, we are going to Oshodi, and you want to project the image of a humanitarian for this event. A limousine will make for the best optics, Deji explained. I see. I have not even considered that, she mused. That was quite thoughtful and resourceful, Deji. She stepped into the car and settled in the comfortable back seat. Thank you, ma. I was a bit worried that you would disapprove. Next time, it will be better to run such suggestion by me, so we can be on the same page. Sure, ma. Yetunde often chides me about that as well. And there it is. It did not even take 5 minutes for you to bring her up. They are combined as the sleek vehicle glided out of the Eco Hotels exit gate and through the Lagos mainland district of Oshodi. Esperanza arrived at the launch site and sat in silence for a while behind the dark tinted window glass of the car to soak in the impressive work that she and her team had done to set up our project R in Lagos. They had secured a prime piece of real estate and developed it to contain a 10-classroom elementary school, dormitories, administrative building, a sports complex, and a clinic with physical and mental health facilities. Already, they had discovered 38 young orphan and underprivileged girls who were in dire need of the rehabilitation and education that Esperanza and her team would provide. The girls were all beautifully dressed and seated under a canopy in the football field at the sports complex, which was serving as the area for the launching ceremonies. Seated in other similar canopies were traditional leaders from Oshodi community, government officials, religious leaders, community residents, friends and family who had come around to support the laudable project. Doyin flew in from Abuja. The now reconciled Edet and Ekpeme family came in from Calabar, and the First Lady of Lagos State was expected to grace the occasion as the special guest of honor. See my celebrity best friend now, Esperanza, who had just alighted from the car, turned out to see the beaming Chika and realized that indeed, the day couldn't get any better. Sis, what are you doing here? Esperanza's face spread in a wide grin when she asked. This was a pleasant surprise as Chika had moved back to France and was lecturing at the American University of Paris. She was aware of her friends being launched and had flown in the day prior to the event to surprise her. I wouldn't have missed this for the world, Rance. She hugged her best friend tightly. Thank you for coming, Chi. It means a whole lot having you here. I know it does, Chika retorted, laughing. Just look at this proud person. Esperanza had solely missed their banter. It just was not the same over the phone. Come, let me introduce you to Doyin and Efosa. I finally get to meet the almighty therapist. With that, Chika and Esperanza walked into the flood of guests and searched for her friends that needed introducing. Chika's parents were pleasantly surprised when they found their daughter physically present before them. Her mother beamed and asked incident questions about her well-being and work life and new life, while carefully avoiding the subject of her late husband. Mom, I'm not going back to France today. We will spend a few days together and we will talk about everything. Chika reassured her mom, who nodded in response. The rest of the family laughed upon witnessing the scene between mother and daughter. Esperanza soon dragged Chika away from the seemingly unending conversations to accompany her as she went around to do final checks and ensure everything was in place. She checked in with the new employed teachers, medical and admin staff, and reminded the decorators to release the hot air balloons when the First Lady cut the tape to signal the official commission. Normal balloons dey o, but my baby is going for hot air. You like class, sha? Chika teased a friend pageant for excellence. You know me already. Having done our social round to acknowledge guests, Esperanza settled in with her family and friends in their own canopy and awaited the arrival of the First Lady to get things started. A few minutes past 11 o'clock that morning, the wife to the governor of Lagos State arrived with a small village as an entourage, as is the norm for Nigeria public officials. She was greeted by Esperanza Jonathan on arrival and ushered to her special decorated seat, and the ceremony commenced. They took the national anthem, and soon the host lady was giving her opening speech, with words laced in total humanity and selflessness, so much that one would think she had never ought to fly. She talked of ways the sitting party intended to completely eradicate the menace of out-of-school female children, early marriages, and pregnancies nationwide. She paused the speech to call on the 30-odd guests who are already enrolled in the Lagos Project R program to deliver a folk song in Yoruba language with supporting choreography to the listening and viewing pleasure of all in attendance. She concluded by calling for partnerships, collaborations, and donations to bring this vision to reality. The applause was thunderous after a few goodwill speeches were delivered by designated guests, including the very proud Victoria Kweme. It was time for the guest of honor to give a speech and officially commission Project R in Lagos. The difference in the First Lady's and Esperanza speeches was like there was no conviction behind the political correct word from the First Lady, who clearly did not write the speech herself and had properly not looked at it prior to her arrival at the venue. With that and the cutting of several ribbons, the Lagos Project R was born. Then the hot air balloons were released. One of the little girls rushing from the toilet to not miss the hot air balloon show knocked over a propane tank, releasing the valve. And just then, two teachers came out of the admin buildings with the cake of the ceremony, sporting light candles. Then came a bang, an explosion, followed with a raging fire. There are a number of words in English language that are often misused for dramatic effect. The word pandemonium is one. Yeah, it is in fact the perfect word to accurately describe what happened in the aftermath of the explosion and fire outbreak. The petrified guests scampered in no direction as the explosion got so close to them, with a number of them being the first recipient of the flames and a few others falling down and being stepped upon in the ensuing stampede. The adults feared no better. The woman's survival instinct kicked in, and everybody ran for their lives in all directions, like a group of headless chickens. The only people with some degree of organization in the midst of the panic were the agents of the Department of Secret Service, who swiftly got the First Lady into a government-issued Toyota SUV and sped away, leaving the burning buildings in their wake. It was ironic that no member of a large entourage made it to the vehicle, including the PA, whose main job was to hold Madam's handbag. To your tent, O Israel. Soon, everyone managed to scramble out of the premises and from a vantage point watch as the fire raged on. Emergency services got to the scene in their trademark late fashion and proceeded to cart away those who had burns or other visible injuries, while the fire department frantically battled to kill the flames. Everything got burnt. Esperanza and her family watched in horror as her life's work caught up in flames. Deji had practically carried her away from danger, but that was not what she was thinking about. She was unmoving. Both of her fists were folded and her eyes stared into the far end of nothingness. There was a pandemonium everywhere, but she could feel her heartbeat throbbing so loudly. Her friend and parents were more resourceful, helping as many of the kids as they could into the ambulance, administering first aid, and contacting the police to come and ensure some order to proceedings so things don't get worse. Efosa and Chico in particular coordinated the entire post-explosion relief process, and it was discovered to everyone's immense relief that there were no casualties. Most of the adults just had minimal scratches and bruises sustained during the scramble to safety. Only the decorator fellow, the two teachers with the cake, and the girl who kicked down the gas canister had deep second-degree burns. Esperanza just kept staring at the rubble as the fire department managed to put out the fire. The edifice she was admiring less than 2 hours earlier had been reduced to a dark mass of burnt ash, bricks, and soot. Life was not done dealing with her. It was Chika who first noticed that Esperanza's lips just kept moving in a repetitive manner as she was still staring fixedly at the rubble. She moved closely to her to hear what she was saying, as did the rest of the family. She was repeatedly sounding off the same sentiment over and again. My heart can't take another tragedy. Before anyone could mutter a word of comfort to her, Esperanza needed her own ambulance. She fainted. Victoria Ekpeme was on the advisory board of the Project I initiative and was a signatory to the account alongside the executive director, Esperanza Jonathan, who was in a sedated state at St. Thomas Hospital, Ikoyi in Lagos. Therefore, she was saddled with the responsibility of sorting out the various financial issues that sprung up as an aftermath of the unfortunate fire incident during the commission from the organization's account. Firstly, she had to settle the medical bills of the burn victims, which was enormous, and also those of the other guests who sustained different injuries. Then she had to book temporary residence for them pending a more permanent decisions since the dormitories had been burnt down as well. Next, she had to pay the site excavation team to evaluate the damage on the site and condone it off from public access. The police had to be paid to open up a file and launch an investigation into the matter, and the rental services had to be paid for the damage to their canopies, chairs, and other assets. By the time all the payments were done, the account was all in the red. The initiative clearly could not continue to sustain its operations in the North Central, and so all the staff members were regrettably dismissed, and kids were reassigned to various churches, NGOs, and charities that ran similar programs. Some were rejected by organizations that had reached capacity and ended up in different IDP camps. Friendships were lost and new lives forced on them. This operation cost quite a pretty sum for logistics and other fees, and this sponsored mainly by the Ikpeme and Edet families. Even the temporary residence for the Lagos girl became unsustainable. Mom, we can't afford to keep this girl in that accommodation. Let's equally distribute them to other charities in and around Lagos, as we did in other places. Ikwo suggested. Those poor babies, we gave them a taste of hope, only to snatch it away. The matron was stunned by the decision she had to take, but she had to do it. Soon the children were distributed to many charities around Lagos, Ota, and Ibadan. A brief financial respite seems to have come when the Lagos State First Lady sent double the amount of money she pledged to the project to help cushion the blows of the damage control. Before Mama Victoria could even appropriate the funds, the Hot Balloon Company sent a bill of 1 million naira. As in the chaos that ensued, they lost their already released balloons. Unbeknownst to them, Esperanza, who was on home arrest at this time, has stirred up from one of her heavily medicated sleeps as her mother made the last statement. I don't ever want to hear that stupid word hope around me again. She vented with bitterness, lacing her words. Everyone knew better than to argue. They remained mute as she laid back down. She did not know the full extent of the damage control that had to be done, or that our organization was practically only existing on paper these days. She was not ready for that. All she knew was that everything was being taken care of, and she just needed to focus on getting better. She was in bad shape. Chike had stayed for as long as she could, but after some days, Chika had stayed for as long as she could, but after some days, had to go back to France and her work. Doing offered to stay back. She asked Nneka to clear her schedule for the month, with important session moved to virtual means over Skype. She feared all of her work with Esperanza over the last year had come undone, and was wary of the tasks that lie ahead. She would have to earn a miracle worker tag all over again. She instructed the Ikpeme family to make no mention of the financial situation of Project R until she was convinced Esperanza was mentally ready to receive such news. So she spent the next week mentally preparing her for it. Eventually, the day came. In a strict contrast to what they anticipated, Esperanza did not show any feasible reaction to the news of the demise of our humanitarian empire. I need to go for a drive to clear my head alone. She was making good progress in her recovery work with Doyin, and everyone knew that her life experience had made Esperanza develop a tough skin. So nobody suspected the true intention behind this drive she requested. She took the car keys of her mother's rental car and went out. Esperanza Jonathan had obeyed boys' law for long enough, and she had now reached her elastic limit. Life had beaten, bruised, and battered her even before she was born, and she had struggled through it. Hope. She believed she had a superior capacity to take all life meanest punches and still stand because her name demanded it and prepare for it. She has stood in spite of all the pain, hurt, and loss. Because in her mind, no matter how long this dark tunnel was, there will be light at the end. There has to be. And then things started to change for the better. She discovered a career path that was more a calling than a profession. It gave her immense satisfaction. She made peace with her foster parents, reconnected with her best friend, and finally came to terms with her beloved husband's death. Things were only supposed to look toward the best. Things were only supposed to look toward the best going forward. But with one inadvertent kick from her innocent child, everything was gone. No, this had to be the breaking point. The end. Esperanza hated Nollywood movie. She disliked them for their predictability and lack of creative and thrilling plots for the most part. You could almost always predict an entire movie from the first few scenes, and most situations were similar action. Suicide always happened when a person drove to the third mainland bridge in Lagos. Esperanza noted with dry humor how she was enrolled to acting out her very own suicidal scene in the same place. Maybe the movies were not that far away from the Nigerian reality after all. But this was where she was. She was done with hoping and believing. Her life was no tunnel with light at the end. It was a cave whose entrance had collapsed on her, and there was no way out. She had had enough. She was going to end it. She drove aimlessly around this until the sun began to set. She then headed for the bridge, where she knew the ever-present traffic jam would give her enough time to step out from the car and do her best Michael Phelps impression into the lagoon below. Everything unfolded as she suspected it. Everything unfolded as she suspected it would once the car arrived at her destination. She killed the ignition and stepped out to jump to her death. Ah, see, Nike, it is that auntie that gave us new clothes. The excited street hawker pointed at Esperanza. Yes, so let's go and greet her. Both teenage girls hurried over to Esperanza and got to her just as she reached the bridge railings. Both girls were supposed to be beneficiaries of Project R in Lagos and remembered her from the day she got them off the street and enlisted them in the initiative, furnishing them with new clothes and other items. They were back on the street asking for the charity that took them from Madam Victoria to raise some petty cash for the upkeep of the. They explained this to Esperanza as she just got deflated again. Life wouldn't even allow her to die on her own terms. Not fair at all. These kids look at her with so much admiration and gratitude. And one of them even consoled Esperanza on the fire incident. Ma, we know that if not for that fire, you will have given us a better life. Esperanza sat down right there on the floor and wept with a pain so tangible and raw that the two teenage girls couldn't help but to join her in crying. Some onlookers who thought she was crying out of frustration from a possible mechanical concern with her vehicle jumped out to assist her. She explained that the car was fine and thanked them for their offer to help, then asked the kid to get into the car so she would take them back to the charity home. Normally, she would be livid with the management for using their words to raise money by hawking, but she simply did not have the strength for a confrontation. She just asked to speak with whoever was in charge and was ushered into the office of Mr. Olu Jekande, the administrator of the Children's Charity Center. He offered her a seat, but Esperanza politely asked to remain standing. She was certain some kind of disease would be picked up from the dirty and worn-out piece of furniture. Sir, I think it is really wrong to have kids under your care out in the street hawking. She started with a calmness that surprised even her. That's preposterous, ma. We don't do that here. Jekande responded with an evident scowl on his face. It seemed of Adenike and Rafat are their names. They are outside by the car I drove here in. Please let me talk to them. He walked out with Esperanza on his heels. After quizzing the guests, Olu Jekande found out that the house mistress in charge of the dormitories was the one sending the kids out to seek merchandise, saying that it was for their upkeeps. Esperanza made sure she stayed until the disgraced house mistress was arrested and carted away by men of the Nigerian police force. She thanked the administrator for his prompt action and was prepared to leave when he blurted out words that stopped her dead in her tracks. God sent those girls to you at the bridge because he's not done with you yet. Esperanza stiffened when she heard those words, turning ever so slowly to see the being that uttered those words. How dare him? Her mind, yes, but her body was too weak for any drama. Please, let's go back inside my office, he continued. Esperanza followed him in like a zombie, and this time she ignored the sanitary conditions of the furniture and collapsed into a seat. She had a lot of questions, but it seemed her tongue was stuck to her palate as she couldn't form the word. Olu Jekande settled in behind his desk and made an attempt to clear up the obvious confusion in Esperanza's mind. He explained to her that he was a Christian and he got an understanding of her predicament by virtue of the prophetic gift of word of knowledge. So, you are some sort of Esperanza was still in a daze. Even her words were barely audible. Not quiet. Learning from God or exercising the gift of the Spirit is a privilege for everyone who believes in Jesus Christ. Esperanza was born and raised in a Christian environment, but she was not quite Christian faith on the deeper levels of devotional understanding that Olu clearly possessed. She was not even sure she was interested in knowing all. It just needed to expatiate on the bombshell he would drop outside. Olu Jekande was a middle-aged man who understood the importance of building intimacy and a personal relationship with God. He had been on that journey for the many years. The reward from that had been a deeper understanding of the heart of God toward his people and the manifestation of various charismatic gifts, like the gift of word of knowledge, like the gift of word of knowledge, the voice of God, and to boldly declare the same. We can discuss theology later and what intimacy with God really means. But right now, let's just speak on the encounter at the bridge. He spoke with an earthly air of calmness that made Esperanza's eyes cloud up. She noticed that his demeanor was vastly different from when she had initially met him to complain about the young girl she met on the street. There was a new confidence and kindness behind his word that seemed oddly comforting and reassuring that it made her want to talk about everything she felt. She settled even deeper into the threadbare single chair to listen. I went there to end my life, she confessed. I know, he responded matter-of-factly. That is why I told you that God is not done with you yet. You mean your God waited for me to get to the very edge before deciding to show up? A quiet anger started building up in Esperanza. Please don't get annoyed. I might not have all the answers, as each person's journey with God is a strictly personal one. All share in the same confident and calm manner. So what convinced you that it is God that intervened through those children? May I share a Bible story with you? Olu asked. What I have to say to you will make more sense afterward. Please go ahead. Esperanza was more curious than hopeful of any form of impending salvation. The story was that of a terrorist whose life's work was the persecution and annihilation of Christians. The sole character could be found anywhere a Christian or group of Christians were being put through a hard time on account of their faith. When he was not acting making life miserable for them, he was keeping watch over the clothes of those who were stoning a prominent Christian figure to death, or he was lobbying the political powers that be to get legal permission to destroy them. Mr. Saul was Bible days Arcadia of some sort. Wow, he really hated Christians. Esperanza commented. He did, and he finally got the governmental paper required to take his persecution of them to another level. Oh my, how many of them did he wipe out? He didn't. He was stopped on his way to execute the plan. Who stopped him? Esperanza was happy the mass murder was averted, but was curious to know the power that superseded that of the government of the day. The same person that stopped you, Olu supplied. Yours on a third mainland bridge. Saul's was on the road to Damascus. Esperanza sat reflective for a minute, brooding over those words in silence. But I was not disturbing Christians or the church, she protested. I'm just really tired of exchanging one bad luck for another. The tears began to fall. The similarity with you and Paul are that you were both about to do something completely against the will of God for your lives. That is why he stepped in. Olu explained, wondering within himself where he was getting this confidence and insight from. So it is his will to see me consistently suffer. It was a question from a deep place of brokenness. These are questions with answer you will only be able to get from him. Olu got up, walked over to Esperanza and touched her reassuringly on the arm. Take comfort in the fact that he cares enough about your life that he made sure to preserve it. I will help you as I myself was helped. As Saul was helped by a man called Ananias, I will help you to get a place where you can begin to understand him and get a sense of why he saved you today. I really hope this works because I'm really at my wit's end. I am tired. She spoke rarely, feeling like a chip lay on her shoulders. I am confident it will. May I pray with you? Olu asked. Yes, please. They held hands and he said a simple few words of prayer over her. Then it happened. Experience Jonathan had been happened before. She had experienced moments of different times in her life, but nothing matched the feeling that washed over over her when Olu said this prayer. She felt like cold water was poured on her, and it provoked a sense of calm that she really couldn't explain. I don't know what just happened to me, she exclaimed. Olu understood. The Bible refers to it as the peace that is beyond human understanding. She stepped out of Olu's office just as Doyin and her mother, accompanied by some police officers and a gentleman from the car rental at the charity center. They had gone to the police to file a missing persons report when Esperanza did not come home from her drive. Thankfully, the rental service installed trackers in their fleet of cars, and that led them all to Esperanza. Still basking in the satisfying haze of this unexplainable peace that she felt, Esperanza simply smiled at her mother and friend as she gave them both a hug. Let's go. Everything will be okay now. For now, for I know the plan I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11, NIV version. Doyin was convinced that Esperanza was mentally unraveling, and she expressed this much to Efosa. Babe, I'm telling you she's quite close to losing it altogether. Is that a professional assessment? Her husband asks why rubbing her feet. No, but her dares. For the first time since they met, the physique body method was not working. This was because Esperanza did not give it a chance to. She simply told Doyin that she was fine and needed some time alone to deal with the things differently. Doyin already suspected that her friend might become suicidal in the aftermath of the drive in Lagos. And since they returned to Abuja, she just wanted to be alone with minimal contact with the outside world. I'm worried she might hurt herself, she said, pouting her lips uniquely as she did whenever she was afraid or worried. Just check on her regularly. She's fine. Maybe this time you will allow her to try to sort herself out independently. What she went through is no small thing. You are right, babe. Okay, I will. Doyin agreed. The truth of the matter was that Esperanza was having a great time learning and a newfound experience with God. Olu Jekande Ananias took his task quite seriously, guiding her through scriptures and stirring up in her the need to seek God herself. It was in Lagos, of course. These conversations were mainly over the phone, and often he will explain biblical truth in simple and contemporary terms. He assumed the simple role of a tour guide, leading, prompting, and explaining, while allowing her to navigate the new experience for herself. He demystified the Bible and God to her. Her view of church and God's work was distorted by the harmful behavior she experienced in her first church, and her struggle to understand the big Bible owned by Mr. Ekpeme. She often encountered convincing words like comet, arised, and upbraided, as well as unfamiliar names like Nebuchadnezzar, Jeroboam, and Abednego, and groups of people reversed to as Jebusites, Pharisees, Sadducees, and others. Those were not names or words that she heard regularly or used in her everyday life. For this, she decided that the Bible was either not made to be used in the 21st century, or it was made vague and complex so that only preachers could understand it and interpret it to regular folks. Olu made the Bible seem like a manual to life. He always managed to establish a link within one story or one truth in the Bible to a present-day reality. Sometimes he even managed to find a link to our life in particular. Olu, what is your end game in all this? Esperanza asked him one day after their phone Bible study. I am here to give you a gift. My work here will be done once you accept that gift. What is that? Salvation? No, my dear sister. I am here to give you the gift of hunger, Olu declared in his usual calm and confident tone. Esperanza was not expecting that. Many times in the past, She has been accosted by Christians on their evangelism outings or preaching, and they often talk about things like saving her from the world, winning her soul, inviting her to their particular church, as she heard about the gift of hunger. I'm sorry, Olu, I'm lost. Don't be. A gentleman by the name of Matthew, who worked with the Internal Review Service, talked about this gift in chapter 5 of his book. It was his way of making Bible characters so relatable for her. What verse? She asked and picked up her other phone, which was lying just beside her on the couch, to turn up her Bible mobile application. Please read verse 6, Olu answered. When she did, he was not interested in saving her or acting like a marketing person to ensure that she was won over. He wanted to stir up in her a hunger to want to know God for herself. When you find God this way, you will never lose him, he added. But how do I go about it? Or rather, how can I know I'm going about it the right way? She believed that God saved her from the brink of suicide based on the evidence of the peace she had been feeling in her heart since that encounter with Olu in his office. But she was not quite sure what she needed to do, or if she was doing it the right way. In her response to her worries, he asked her to open a scriptural verse, and you will seek me and find me when you search for me with all your heart. That is how you go about it. Olu stress. You do it with all your heart, like your life depended on it. It literally does. Esperanza submitted. Studying the scripture, especially the New Testament, she was curious to know what battered this passion. Maybe that would be the beginning of the hunger for her. She was not sure she wanted the hunger to take her in a scary way, though. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Esperanza did a double take. Few weeks prior, she was a few centimeters away from ending her life. And today, a new sense of steady evidence in her. Something was changing in the very fabric of her existence. She could feel it. She concluded that beyond what Ananias might have told him, and beyond everything he had read or studied, the propelling force that stoked the flames of Paul's had to be the fact that he heard God for himself on the road to Damascus. So deep and fundamental was his transformation that even his name changed from Saul to Paul. Up until that very moment, everything Esperanza knew about God was told to her by her own Ananias, although he made sure to back them up with scriptures. But she wanted to know these things for herself. Was it possible that God could speak to her directly as well? Oh yes, he can, Olu responded when she posed the question to him during their call on another day. You sound so confident, Olu. Are you God to know who and whom you want to speak to? No, my sister, I am not God, but there was this man whom God really loved when he was here on earth, by the name of John. Olu was enjoying being a vessel being used by God. Esperanza already knew there was a scriptural reference coming. What chapter and verse of John? She was already reaching for her other phone to open the Bible app, and Olu pointed out to where it was. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they followed me. As you can see here, it says my sheep, and not my pastor or prophet or preachers, Olu explained. The only condition to hear God's voice is that you submit to his leading as a sheep to a shepherd. How do I do that? Esperanza wanted this. She wanted to have that experience of knowing a propelling force that not only drives you through life, but guides you as well. She somehow knew that even though there was no guarantee that life would be smooth sailing from Irion, but she would be able to face its vicissitudes and still stand. She did not know how exactly this will happen, but she felt it from somewhere deep within her that it was possible. Olu explained to her that Jesus Christ already did the work by submitting himself as a sheep to the slaughter. Isaiah was forced to capture this reality, and Philip expounded it to the Ethiopian minister of finance under Queen Candace. The word of God is complete, dear sister. So if he has already become a sheep and was killed, and I believe he resurrected, how do I then share in that? Simple, by believing that he did all that for your sake. Oh, yes, because if Esperanza was the only woman being on earth, Christ would still have come to die for you. Wow. So I simply have to believe that his death was for me and I'm a sheep in his fold. Yes, you believe it in your heart and you confess it with your mouth. By doing so, you share in his death and resurrection. This is a supernatural exchange, but it is true. Esperanza took a breath in and out, as if making a thoughtful decision. I believe, Olu, I really believe that Christ came to die for me. And now I have life because of his sacrifice. And I'm ready to live for him. Esperanza had never been more convinced of anything in her life. Congratulations, my sister. My work here is done. He had succeeded in giving her the gift of hunger. He thought and be fed of the fullness of God. The sheep was ready to be led by a shepherd. Esperanza had been living largely of the generosity of friends and acquaintance. Out to empathize about the fire outbreak and the resultant dissolution of our initiative, and those phone calls usually ended with some promise of financial support. Some redeemed, others well. A number of people offered a job or invited her to join their own charity program, but she politely turned them all down. She was focused on discovering God's will and purpose for her life, because she was certain that true satisfaction will come only from that. Her parents and close friends did not quite know what to think of the new Esperanza, but they were happy that she had found something good out of a deep tragedy. So they did anything they could to encourage her on the journey. Then one day, one of those well-meaning friends, Senator Kwalong, called to check how she was faring. As he was rounding up the phone conversation, she just had a feeling to tell him not to travel anytime soon. She had no idea what this meant or the genesis of the feeling, but it was so strong and she felt restless trying to resist it. Senator, are you planning a trip soon? She asked with some anxiety. Oh yes, I'm heading to just later this afternoon actually. He sounded surprised. How did you know that, Rance? I can't really explain, but I feel like you should not travel today. She hoped he would just cease further interrogations and either accept or reject her suggestion. You have never said something like this to me before. I'm not sure it should be ignored. Kwalong reasoned. Okay, Senator, thanks for calling. Esperanza couldn't wait to drop the call. It was later announced in the news that evening that from Abuja to Josh crash landed on the airport runway with a couple of casualties and many more injuries. Esperanza watched the news in shock that evening. It had happened. She had heard from God and prevented the possible death of a friend by trusting what she had and speaking up. Senator James Kwalong called out as soon as the news broke and expressed his immense gratitude. You have a gift, Esperanza. Please continue to use it for good, he encouraged. Determined to share her news, she tried calling Olu but was unable to reach him. She then reached out to the Children's Charity Center only to find out that he had resigned and was now a full-time missionary in the troubled northern regions of Nigeria and Chad. Esperanza felt a mixture of emotions as she thought about Olu's noble mission, proud of his bravery, and yet sad at the possibility of never hearing from him again. She prayed for his safety and success as a missionary. To further her own spiritual journey, she turned to growing in an intimacy with God and learning to recognize his voice. She discovered a teaching by Apostle Volman that provided two practical ways to enhance one's attentiveness to God's voice and increase confidence in speaking his message. journaling, and prophesying to trusted loved ones. Esperanza chose to put the latter to the test and practice speaking God's message with Chika, someone who won't judge her even if she made a mistake. Bonjour Chi, comment ça va? She greeted her best friend over the phone. Rance, you are being weird. Chika was amused. Esperanza was silent for a few seconds. Babe, I know. I was just looking for an icebreaker, she confessed. We have never needed an icebreaker with each other. What is the matter? Amusement gave way to worry. Nothing is wrong, babe. I'm just a little embarrassed because I called to prophesy to you. This is why Chika was the only person she could try this with. She could never be so open and vulnerable about this with anyone else. Not even doing. Oh, I see. Go for it then. Chika did not understand Esperanza's spiritual journey in totally. The few times they had talked about it, she left with more question than answer. But she understood the importance this had for her sister, so she was ready to be the guinea pig in this experiment to hear from God. All right, Esperanza took a deep breath and silently prayed to God, asking what message he wanted her to share with Chika. The Apostle Volman emphasized the importance of trusting the first thing one hears and speaking it confidently, without second guessing or doubting and making it about oneself. Chika, I hear something like you are asking for an entrance or passage to a place, and you are not being allowed or enter. Silence. Then Rance, who have you been speaking to at my workplace? Esperanza had never had Chike sound this solemn in her entire life. Forget the basic French I just struggled through. You know there's no way I'll be able to speak with people at your workplace. So how did you know? I just had it from God, I guess. It was more a feeling. I felt it. I have been due for promotion to senior lecturer for a while now, but the faculty is still not processing it. For real? Yes. They keep giving me stories and excuses, and I'm beginning to suspect a racial undertone. Well, today is our lucky day then. Esperanza began to speak with a confidence quite similar to Olu's. How so? One thing about God is that his word does not return to him void. There is a purpose and reason why he highlighted this issue to us. It means there's victory. Amen. Chika wanted so badly for this to be true. Esperanza prayed a simple prayer with her to confirm the miracle she was so certain God was about to perform in her friend's life. 2 weeks later, it happened. My prophetess supreme, Chike ate excitement when she broke the news. Tell me you have been promoted. Esperanza was anxious for a positive reply. Yes, my love. I have got promotion letter in my mail this morning. Chika sounded very excited. Thank you, Jesus. Esperanza sent her gratitude to heaven. A big congratulations, darling. Rance, this your intimacy with God things work. Come and cut soap for your sister. That is the beautiful thing about it, sweetie. God get different soap for everybody. Esperanza recalled not too long ago. She had been asking the exact same questions after experiencing firsthand the move of God. Now it was her turn to give answer to these questions and shine a light that will illuminate others' path to salvation and intimacy with God. She was about to become Chika's Ananias. This was indeed the Father's will, that he will be able to partner with men for the men to him, until the knowledge of the kingdom of God covers the earth as the water cover the sea. Soon, Esperanza's newfound faith was the talk of the town among the Edet and Ikpeme families. With God guidance, she was leading those closer to her down the path of intimacy. But there were a tough twin nut to crack, the Smith. Eversa was a devout non-believer while doing scientific background made it challenging for her to embrace the idea of supernatural force without logical proof. Despite this, Esperanza watched with joy as her friend flourished in both mind and body. She knew that the Smith would come, and that moment, she knew that the Smith will come around in due time. And that moment, she kept praying for them, and this did not place any strain on their close relationship. Recently, Esperanza had been having a serious case of insomnia. She spent a night tossing restlessly in bed. At first, she thought it was ovulation-triggered hormones that were causing the restlessness. But about 1 a.m. one night, she heard God say, "Write to me." When she had it, she quickly picked up her phone, opened the Notes app, and started writing to God without overthinking it. She poured out her heart to God. She asked questions about why her husband had to die so early, why life had often made her feel like an outcast, and of course, why he let her efforts for the project, her initiative, go to waste. Phone saved the day as she wept rivers of tears, every drop a testament to the hurt and pain that consumed her. Normally, she kept her emotion under wraps, but this time she let loose with a loud, unabashed sobbing session that lasted a solid 15 minutes. Afterward, with a shaky hand, she opened a fresh page on her Notes app. I thought a jumbled mess as she scribbled down a raw, unfiltered response. She wrote, "My hope. Listen up, because this is important. You, my dear, are the ray of hope for your world. I know you have been through a lot of pain and hurt, and for that, I apologize. I was there every step of the way. Even if it was not exactly how I planned, I'm grateful that you can be open and honest with me. I will restore all that you have lost, but I need your obedience. Stay close to my will, and I will trust you with even greater riches and glory. Your humanitarian project, while noble, was not truly selfless. You helped those girls because you saw a part of yourself in them. Now, I am calling you to a higher purpose, a selfless ministry of helping the boy child who is often forgotten. I want you to reach out to you, or whose stories you can relate to. As you embrace this calling, everything will fall into place. You are seen and you are loved, always and forever." Chapter 9. Obedience in Transition. You will be secured because there is hope. You will look about you and take your rest in safety. Job. Tap, tap, tap. Esperanza felt the water droplet on her forehead and shifted her seat yet again to avoid the latest leakage from the roof. She was reading at the public library in Gudu, a district in Abuja, and it was raining heavily. The library was not an open-air structure, but years of mismanagement had led to the present state of decay of the building, evidenced by the leaking roof that caused Esperanza to keep shifting position like a scalar quantity. "Madam Oyimbo, sorry o," said Dera, the library assistant. "Abeg, where rain no dey enter for here?" Esperanza asked, still splashes. "Oya, come sit down for my table side. Water no dey ever leak for that side." Dera graciously offered. "Thank you, my dear. I dey come." Esperanza and relocated to Dera's desk by the entrance to the library, thinking about everything that led her to that point. Esperanza's life changed after a divine encounter during a brain dump. She was driven to leave the comfort of her home and delve into the struggles of African boys and humanitarian issues at the library. Despite not fully understanding, she saw herself in the girls she helped, who had faced abandonment, rejection, abuse, and loss, much like her own journey. With her experiences, she was equipped to love and mentor them in overcoming Her growing faith led her to seek a community of like-minded individuals, a tribe on the same spiritual journey to support and uplift each other. In response to her prayers, God led her to the Throne Seekers, a non-traditional family of Christ lovers who were solely focused on growing in intimacy with God and obediently following His lead. They met regularly to study the Bible, spread the gospel, and encourage each other with words of prophecy. The group had no designated leader, but was guided by the original 3 members who founded it after receiving a divine direction. Paul Actor, one of the coordinators, was a true Nigerian, although born to a Ghanaian father and Nigerian mother. Unfortunately, his father abandoned him and his mother in Kaduna while on a Red Cross mission, and he returned to Ghana. He was engaged to a woman in Ghana and was returning to get married. Esperanza felt a strong connection to Paul as they shared a similar background of abandonment by their fathers and a family heritage of humanitarian work. Their friendship flourished, and Paul became a trusted mentor to Esperanza, offering wisdom and answer to her questions about obedience, especially. Esperanza was convinced that God was guiding her toward a focus on helping boys after receiving a letter from him, which she felt was beyond her own imagination and reasoning. However, she was uncertain how to begin executing this plan. When and how would she start? Should she even start or just wait for another instruction? She naturally turned to Paul after a Throne Seeker meeting one Saturday evening and relayed all these questions, holding her mind hostage to him. In response, he reminded her of the story of Abraham and how he obeyed God. But I have obeyed. There is no doubt in my mind about it. I just feel maybe I need some more clarity. Esperanza argued. Remember, he told you it will all make sense as we begin. Yes, but partial obedience is equal to disobedience. Paul interjected. What if I'm just waiting to be sure? Esperanza quizzed. Are you saying that you are not sure about God? You don't have to put it that way. Are you a witch, Rance? Do you aspire to witchcraft? Esperanza was shocked and mildly insulted by this line of questioning. In fact, she was only a bit offended because it was Paul that asked her this. Anyone else, and she would have questioned such temerity. You say? He laughed. Calm down. Just humor me and answer the question. Esperanza did not see the humor. Paul, I cannot answer such question. What is your point? All right, relax. Paul got serious again. I asked that because witchcraft is the only thing in the Bible compared disobedience to. Oh, rightly gave way to shame. I get you. Prompt and complete obedience without second guessing. Exactly. Well, next time, go straight to the point and stop asking weird questions. I am a weirdo, madam. He made a funny face, then began to laugh. I know. Esperanza agreed, joining in Paul's laughter. This is what necessitated a frequent visit to the library. The library didn't have anything in terms of resources, but she needed the physical activity of leaving the house to such a place of structural deficiency to her work of obedience with God would require her stepping out of her comfort zone. She did not particularly enjoy going to the but she religiously made the commute every day to remind herself of the journey she was on and the assignment she had to undertake. Always remember your why. She had printed this word after Paul had shared them, and they served as a daily reminder and motivation, especially on days like this when raindrops were coming in through the roof. As she settled to continue her research on the existing humanitarian initiatives focused on the development of the boy child, she saw Dara unwrapping roasted corn. The street vendor had wrapped the roasted corn and native pear with some pages of an old newspaper. Quiet oddly drew her attention. Can I please have a look at that paper? she requested from Dara, who handed it over to her. A few minutes glanced through it, and Esperanza jumped up from her seat and actually let out a scream to the astonished amazement of Dara, who stopped halfway through biting into her maid to stare. One look into the content of the paper, and she immediately knew that the nudge to get interested in the paper was a leading of the Holy Spirit. Suddenly, everything started to make sense. The urge to come and research was all supposed to prepare her for what lay ahead, and it brought her to this very moment. She hurriedly picked up her books and bags, dropped Dara a generous tip, and made for the exit. "Madam, wetin happen?" Dara looked completely taken aback. "Everything dey okay?" "Yes, Dara, I'm just fine. Just know that God is real, my dear, and He can speak to us through any means." Esperanza hurried off, knowing that was the last time she will be at the Gudu Public Library. "Your destination is on the left. You have arrived." The automated voice from the navigation system in the car guided the driver to pull up in front of the white gate that secured a luxurious-looking 3-story building. "Are you sure this is the place?" Esperanza asked from the back of the car. "That is what the map says, ma," the driver replied. "Do you see any signposts?" she quizzed. "Let me look around." Esperanza had been so excited at the message she got from just staring at that newspaper that she opted for a chauffeur service to bring her to the location that both she and the driver had never been to before. "Madam, I see a neon signpost over there. This is the place." The driver sounded relieved as he made the announcement. Paul's call came in at that point, and Esperanza picked up in the same state of giddiness. "Hey, your message sounded hurried. What's up?" "Hi, Wedo." She was practically gushing out. Paul laughed into the receiver from the other end of the call. "Okay, you have my attention. What is the good news?" "God is real. God is so real." "Indeed, He is. Do you have an encounter?" "I had a revelation concerning what I'm supposed to do, Paul," Esperanza announced. She recounted how her attention was drawn to the old newspaper used to wrap Dara's roasted corn, and now she felt a jolt of electricity the moment she read what she paused for effect. "Good God, sis, what was in the paper?" Paul couldn't bear the suspense. It was a featured story from 2 months ago. She loved having the upper hand in the conversation with Paul for the first time. She had information he was dying to hear. "Rance, why do I feel like you are stalling? Out with it already." She coughed out a big, bold laughter at his suffering. "Okay, so when I look closer at the story, the heading read, 'Diplomat opens home to cater for abandoned boys in Nigeria.' What is the odd, Paul?" She noticed the driver looking in the rearview mirror but couldn't care less. "Oh wow, sis, that can't be a coincidence." Paul understood her joy. "Exactly the kind of place you can start your assignment." "I am there right now," she said proudly. "Wow, already? Prompt obedience. I wonder who told me that." "No, but wisdom is still profitable to direct," he cautioned. "Did you go alone?" "Yes. Once I read it, I was so sure. So I called for a chauffeur and came down here immediately to make enquiries." "All right. Please ask the driver to go in with you." "We do. Thanks." Paul's comment and safety instructions and excitement, but she heeded. Esperanza asked the driver to kindly accompany her. They entered the building with the neon sign "Homestead of Champions" blazing overhead in red light. Nothing about the place looked like a humanitarian organization. It was definitely a far cry from the orphanage Esperanza grew up in Calabar, or the one she built and managed as an adult. The compound was huge, and every single inch of the ground covered with interlocking. The lawn was lush and green. Esperanza could have sworn that it was trimmed and maintained at least twice a day to achieve such perfection. Flowers and mini gardens lined the walkway that led from the gate to the entrance of what seemed to be the compound was bigger from the inside, with a number of bungalows inside, mostly built in two neat and long columns. And aside from the lawn, field, and gardens, everything else was immaculate white. The buildings, the gates, even the 5 or so vehicles that were parked in the garage to the left of the administrative block, all white. Couldn't a mom have abandoned her in a place like this? This looks so beautiful. The driver swore the Reco Esperanza thought. I can't believe this was done for charity in this Nigeria. She noted weakly before they stepped in. Esperanza wondered how she had never heard of this place before. She had been focused on guests, but NGOs and humanitarian missions often competed for funding, attending trainings and events together, so much that it turned into a competition. She had never heard Homestead of Champions ever mentioned before, even in passing. Hello, welcome to Homestead of Champions. The male receptionist greeted the visitors. He came from behind his exquisite glass decks and walked over to where she and the driver stood, admiring the images on the wall. He flashed a bright smile as he got to them and offered a welcome handshake to the duo in turns. Do you own this place? Esperanza was eager for answer to her several burgeoning questions. Oh my! He blushed with the confidence of a ladies' man, former relations officer. Of course, when it is a man, they won't call him a receptionist. Oh, nice. Esperanza loved the building. She was hoping she would like everything else. So who is your owner? She asked out of curiosity. He smiled brighter and deliberately ignored her question. Please step into our waiting area, where I will ascertain the purpose of your visit and get the appropriate official to attend to you. He spoke in a tone that indicates there was no room for argument. His smiles never fade. Esperanza recalled the regular and differential treatment she enjoyed when she was living in West and getting recognition all over Nigeria. This young man would definitely have responded to her better if he had come in then. This life will humble you. She moved into the waiting room and settled into a chair. More pictures and frame mounted the customary pictures of the president and vice president of Nigeria, but no images of anyone in an ownership or administrative role. I'm here to make some establishment in a look toward possible collaboration and partnership. All right, ma'am. Our head of operations will be with you shortly. Thank you. Would you like to have some juice, water, tea, or coffee while you wait? His smile was almost hypnotical. Nothing for me, please, Esperanza remarked, looking away and through the walls again. I will have the juice, please. The driver said he was going to enjoy as much of this impromptu luxury as he could. Coming right up. Soon, he was back with a tall glass of orange juice that almost made Esperanza regret not asking for one as well. As the hunky serial officer turned to leave, she mentally noted he did not wear a name tag or even bother to introduce himself when he welcomed him around this place, and she was not quite certain how that made her feel. It was time to have a quick chat with the person who led her here in the first place. Prayer time. She closed her eyes and muttered the word and phrases that came to her. You led me here. I'm here. Over to you. She did not get any audible feedback. She just felt a bit more at ease afterward. And soon, another gingertic human being walked into the room. The lady that walked in as the awaited head of the operation was the kind of lady that commanded attention upon step. That was the exact reaction she got from Esperanza and the driver. She was close in height to the serial officer, this could be because of her 12-inch looking stiletto. She wore exercise pantsuit with a white shirt and had her hair in a ponytail. She had on a similar smile to the CI officers, and just like him, did not have a name tag on, but was very polite and welcoming. Hello, welcome to Homestead of Champions. I understand you have some inquiries about our operations. Hi, my name is Esperanza, and yes, I do have some questions about your organization. She extended her hand for a warm handshake. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma. She cast a glance to the driver and back to Esperanza. You too, sir. Assumed it was Esperanza's husband. You can just call me Esperanza. I don't care much for privacies. All right. So, would you like to have the conversation here, or will go, or will you want to move to my office? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, Esperanza remarked. That is correct. I didn't offer it. The smile was still ever present. Esperanza at this point had enough of the mysteries and was ready to get this engagement over with and head home. The excitement she had when she came here had been reduced greatly because the only luxurious environment she found herself and in the weird's mysterious attitude of the staff she had encountered. She was not sure this was actually a home for abandoned boys or one of many fronts that rich Nigeria used to launder and hide wet. We can have the conversation right here. I'm sure it will be a quick one. She quipped. The lady seems to be relishing Esperanza image. The lady seems to be relishing Esperanza rather obvious irritation, and it was clear this was not the first time a visitor had responded in this way to her refusal to mention. She smiled again and gone straight into the business, settling down in one of the seats opposite Esperanza. She crossed her leg. Okay, what would you like to know? Esperanza briefly explained her passion for humanitarianism and giving back to society by helping children from undeserved communities. She mentioned her previous work with orphaned girls, orphanage in donations which amount to millions. She briefly mentioned the award she won in the process. She went ahead to further inform that right now her focus was on dedicating similar efforts toward helping the boy child in similar situations and needing assistance, guidance, mentorship, provision, and protection. When the head of Operation Project I initiative, as well as the Woman of the Year award by the Nigerian Excellence Vanguard, the lady sat up in her chair. She knew all of a sudden that she was not speaking with a regular. Oh, so you are the Mrs. Esperanza Jonathan, she exclaimed, for the first time showing anything outside of strict professionalism. Esperanza refused to respond. It was a time to act in mystery. I actually applied to volunteer at the orphanage in Lagos before the unfortunate fire incident. Oh, really? And you did not bother to know what I look like? Esperanza raised a questionable eyebrow. I had no clue, madam. I just wanted to serve as I have a heart for helping children just as you do. I actually applied to volunteer at the orphanage in Lagos before the unfortunate fire accident. I had no claim. I just wanted to serve as I have a heart for helping children just as you do, which is why I am working here. The lady returned the plastic smile to her face. She has suddenly become madam. I understand since this establishment became operational. Yes, indeed. The lady then went on to explain the history of the Homestead of Champions. She confirmed what Esperanza saw in the trash. The founder of the establishment was indeed a diplomat who served as a top official at the Nigerian embassy in the Netherlands. He had personally experienced the loss of a child, and this battered in him the passion to set up an establishment to cater to the needs of all boys who would be in the same situation as his own child was. The motive behind the establishment and the fact that he did not want this to be seen as a political move created the need for such a secretive modus operandi. You are lucky you found a magazine, as he had it restricted from newsstand and publication all over the country. You mean it was never published? Exactly. That's probably why it ended up in the hands of the street vendor who used it as a makeshift foil paper. Esperanza was now sure that she was destined to locate this place, and this was where God will have her begin this new journey. She understood the mysterious action of the staff in not divulging information, as well as the luxurious nature of the buildings and surroundings, including the expensive official cars and buses outside. We don't really have a lot of information to share, as we are just 2 months in. How many buses are here, and what is their age range? We have 105. We had 120, but 15 of them ran away when they realized we were not arbitrarily sharing money. Our lives had suddenly been loosed. How did you get such a number in such a short time? The short answer to that question is my boss, the head of Operation Supply. When can I meet your boss? He is out of the country now, but as soon as he's back, I will give you a call and arrange a meeting. The lady further explained that none of them had met a boss. That is the length he had gone to protect his identity on the project. He had gotten the boys that would be rehabilitated at the world-class facility and employed as an international HR advisory agency to recruit his staff members and train them accordingly before launch. He had his specific requirements and communicated them through the head of the advisory firm. So the staffers knew that he was an official with the Nigerian embassy in the Netherlands, but did not know his exact position or who he was. He was expected in the country in the next month. The lady who had eventually introduced herself as Ms. Adenike reaffirmed that she would send a message once he was available to take meetings. They exchanged contacts and Esperanza left, not particularly optimistic about meeting this elusive diplomat, but definitely inspired and encouraged by anything she has seen at the Homestead of Champions. A couple of weeks later, the call came in rather unexpectedly. Good morning, Mr. Jonathan. My boss is around, but he rejected all meetings except one. Adenike sounded even more aloof and mysterious over the phone than she did in person. Such information. I hope you didn't get into trouble on my account. Esperanza did not want the lady getting fired over her curiosity. Oh no, ma'am. Actually, he only agreed to a meeting with you. Really? Yes, please. Will 10 a.m. tomorrow morning be convenient for you, ma'am? I will be there. Her excitement was backed with a bang. Esperanza called Paul, and they spoke and prayed about it. He advised that she just go in and offer to serve in any capacity, just so she can help impact the lives of the boys in the shelter. I wonder why you are the only meeting is taking, though Paul mused. Same here. The answer to that question will shake up like nothing else ever did. The executive lounge of Virgin Airways at Heathrow Airport is not usually a place to see someone looking downcast. However, this was the case for the well-dressed middle-aged man who gazed blankly out the window at the Boeing 737 on the runway undergoing its pre-flight checks. He was dressed in a double-breasted Louis Vuitton suit, paired with a flannel shirt, Italian shoes, and a leather belt. His glasses were custom-made by Gucci, and his travel briefcase was expertly crafted from leopard skin in northern Italy. Despite his apparent wealth and refined style, He appeared to be the unhappiest person in the world, perhaps carrying the burden of the world. "Excuse me, sir, should I pour?" the executive lounge matter asked, expertly wielding an expensive bottle of Dom Ambrosio wine. "Did I order for wine?" the guest asked with a bewildered look on his face. "Yes, indeed. You were specific about the label and the temperature you wanted it serving." "Oh, I don't think I'm interested anymore." He resumed his mindless gaze out the floor to ceiling windows. "All right." The waiter turned to leave, then paused mid-stride and turned around. "Everything okay, sir?" "You must be the resident heat-throw therapist then." The look that accompanied those words could freeze hell over. "My sincere apologies." His thick British accent came out in his embarrassment the way. The gentleman turned to the window again to resume his mind duty, to resume his mind traveled his next line of action. His team of private investigators had given him one of the most accurate clues to date, and because of this clue, he had set out on a journey to 4 Scandinavian countries: Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark. But his search turned up empty. He had to go on these searches himself because he had a diplomatic passport that allowed him entry into virtually every nation on earth. Another reason was because the search was of a personal nature. He needed to find his estranged son, actually more like an abandoned son. So far, he had covered 23 countries in 4 continents without much success. He had no idea how the boy looked now, but he did his best in giving description to the quiet, expensive private investigators, the boy's birth mother. Since their divorce, she had become a globetrotter, but he had imagined that his son would live close to his mother as they had shared from his childhood days. He had been wrong, and he had gone through unlike any he imagined. He was back in London to board his private jet back to Nigeria. Again, with no good news. He was determined, though, to keep searching. He would find that boy and make things right with him, even if it was the last thing he ever did. In the interim, he had set up a shelter for random boys like his son, in the hope that the universe would look at this selfless act of kindness and protect his son wherever he was. He had over 100 boys in the shelter and was determined to ensure that each of those boys had all the support, love, and education they needed to be their best in life. He saw his abandoned son in every of those boys, and whatever he should have done for his son, he was going to do it for them. The air hostess of his private jet came to announce that the captain was ready for takeoff. He let out a deep sigh, picked up his briefcase, and moved towards the exit of the lounge. On his way out, he dropped a generous tip for the noisy waiter. "Learn to stay out of people's business," he chided before alighting. "Thank you, sir," came the humble response. Adenike was finally able to lay eyes on her boss for the first time. Prior to this, she had met Esperanza on her. However, her mind failed to make the connection until Esperanza entered the homestead of champions for the scheduled meeting. As she began her graceful walk to greet the guest, she stopped in her tracks and stared in disbelief. Her polished manners and extensive training in ethics seems to have vanished as her jaw dropped in shock. Esperanza had to snap her finger in front to bring her back to reality. "Are you feeling all right? You look like you are about to faint," Esperanza observed. But Adenike couldn't form her words. "Are you feeling ill?" she asked again. "No, madam. Please come in." Adenike collected herself suddenly and once again assumed a semblance of poise. Please take the elevator to the third floor. The secretary will show you into my boss office. Esperanza did not know what to make of the young lady's mood, but she was more eager to meet the founder of the shelter, so she proceeded towards the elevator. She reached the third floor and met the founder's receptionist, who led her to his secretary. When the secretary looked at her, she seemed to retain the stare longer than usual. What is wrong with everyone working here? Why do they keep staring at me like I have something weird on my face? I don't think I brought a mirror. Shay, I would have checked. God, I beg go. Please go inside, madam. Mr. Derek Ajola is expecting you. Esperanza was hastily led into the office before she could process the word she just had. Entering the sleek white room, she finally comprehended the reaction she witnessed moments before. They mirrored her own. She was struck with and disbelieved, her heart frozen and raising at the same time. She was staring at a man who was a mirror image of herself. Suddenly, the name the secretary mentioned just outside echoed in her mind. Derek. Her knees wobbled and she crashed to the ground. Darkness. 707. 707. As Esperanza floated in a state of partial consciousness between life and death, above numbers flickered in the darkness. A large hand with an open palm appeared, offering to bring her back to reality. But she seemed content to remain in the shadow. But despite her reluctance, the hand did not withdraw, and eventually she yielded, allowing herself to be pulled back into the waking world. Hi, madam. Good to have you back. The head of the medical center at the Homestead of Champions greeted warmly. He was an Indian man with soft eyes and a firm, assuring tone only doctor seems to have. His name tag as Ad Rajesh Gupta, MD, written boldly on it. Where am I? Esperanza asked weakly. You are at the Homestead of Champions Medical Center, he said calmly. You fainted a while ago. Everything came rushing back to Esperanza at that moment. She recalled the name and the face, which had an almost identical resemblance to hers. Please, I need to make a phone call. She remembered the number sequence she saw repeatedly. I will advise you get some rest, madam. Please, sir, this is very important. All right, your handbag is on the table to your left. Please be careful and don't make any sudden movements. Dr. Gupta consented and kindly yet firmly advised. Esperanza reached out to Paul and inquired if the Bible had any mention of the number 7. She kept her recent experience. What exactly did you see? Paul queried. I saw the number 7 coming in set of theories. No, actually it was 707. She was still a little fuzzy. Paul thought about it for a while before saying, I think the Lord is calling you into a place of forgiveness. Esperanza asked that he explain further. Well, when Jesus Christ was asked about forgiveness by his disciples, he told them to forgive 70 times, 7 times. This is why I feel what you saw was a call toward forgiveness. She still couldn't form words. Is there anyone who has offended you recently, my dear? He inquired. Paul, I think I just met my birth father. She sounded terribly calm, but her inside. She couldn't see the shock on Paul's face, but she knew from his exclamation that he was beyond surprise. Esperanza resolved to not dwell on it, and instead requested Dr. Gupta to summon Mr. Derek. She suspected he had been in the waiting room somewhere close enough. She reflected on the letter from God, where dedicating her life to serving the boy child would become clearer once she started following his instruction. This has been the plan all along, for God to teach her obedience and enable her to forgive. This journey will bring her face to face with the person who had hurt her more than anyone else in the world. This was the ultimate test of faith in God and our willingness to obey him completely. God wanted her to partner with him in serving abandoned boys and helping them fulfill their potential. However, before she could do that, she had to forgive that person 70 times 7. Every individual who inflicted harm upon Esperanza did so subsequent to familiarizing themselves with her. However, this particular individual, without so much as an inkling of her character or anything about her, deemed her insufficient to fit into his word. This thought caused her to shed soulful tears as he entered into where she lay. "I forgive you," she said. "You don't deserve it, but I forgive you." As she spoke the words, a stream of tears flowed freely from her eyes, hot and burning down her face, reflecting the hellish infernal pain in her soul. Derek fell to his knees and held onto his daughter's leg. He opened his mouth, but words failed him. As he stared at her, he felt tears well up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. He had made many mistakes in life as a wealthy man, but his biggest mistake was not holding onto the seeds from his loins. She was so beautiful. She had managed to look exactly like her mother and him. How could one person be so perfect? He felt an overload of emotions. He didn't know what else to do. "I am sorry," was hoarse and near inaudible. "It is okay. It is okay." She got up from the hospital bed and stretched her hands out to him. "I was foolish. I didn't know. I'm so sorry." He moved closer to her and folded her in a hug, so tight he did not want to let go. "I forgive you, Dad." The word "dad" felt strange in her mouth. It was the first time she ever really used it. She held onto him and let him silently weep on her. His hiccups came on strongly every time he tried to speak. Her father was the one person she hated more than her mother, but there she was, holding the same man and feeling a wave of stillness wash over her. She felt peace. Then she heard the still loving voice in her ears. "I am proud of you, daughter. I am proud of you, daughter." She had done it. Abraham faced his ultimate test on his journey, and obedience when God asked him to sacrifice his son, Isaac. Esperanza had just faced her own test, and like Abraham, had passed. Now she was ready for the promise. For the first time, Esperanza really understood what Olu had said all those months ago. Our work is to represent Christ on earth. When people meet us, they should feel that they have met Christ. Chapter 10. The currency of hope. Love recognizes no barriers. It jumps hurdles, leaps fences, penetrates walls to arrive at its destination full of hope. Maya Angelou. The last 6 months had felt like 20 years to Esperanza. Derek Ajola had attempted to establish a proper father-daughter relationship with her, but she had firmly but lovingly discouraged that. Decades of harboring feelings of abandonment and resentment were just not going to vanish into thin air. Yes, she had indeed forgiven him, but she wanted a cordial working relationship to make maximum impact in the lives of the boys in the shelter and others that God will bring their way. Having established this, Derek promptly made Esperanza the chief operating officer of the boys' shelter. Basically, she would be the one managing all the operations at the establishment, while he would continue to run the place properly. And Denike was demoted to operation assistant, a position she quite relished as she had been looking forward to working with Mrs. Esperanza Jonathan in whatever capacity. Titles and position meant nothing to her in this regard. Esperanza had been officially introduced to all the 25 staff members of the Homestead of Champions, and she had also met all 103 boys in the shelter. 2 of the older boys had gotten employment and moved out of the shelter. Not less, the monitoring and evaluation departments was mandate of their progress in the new phase of their lives. Esperanza brought a considerable experience in humanitarianism as well as the rigorous research she has been doing to bear at the home shelter. And within a couple of months, the service delivery massively improved. She trained the staff on empathy, the importance of knowing each boy as an individual, and the need to introduce them to God as a father to fill the void left by their parents or guidance. One day, after a routine operational meetings, Esperanza asked Derek a silent question. Was it great conscience that made you set this place up? It was a private conversation. Well, I prefer to see it as a sense of duty that was born out of regret. How long did it take for this regret to kick in? She silently prayed that the annoyance building inside her would not come to the surface. I mean, it was the second time I was doing that. To realize this and start looking for him everywhere. Second time, she frowned. That was when she realized that she was not the abandoned child that led to the establishment of the Homestead of Champions. Yes, unfortunately, you were the first. What happened the second time? I got married, but 1 year later I left the military to join the diplomatic corps. We decided to call it quits. Apparently, she was attracted to the fact that my work as a military intelligence officer required frequent travels and short duration posting at different locations. And you had, yes, Espe, I had. Our father had decided for her name would be Espe, quite similar to what our mom called Esme. Derek went on to explain how he craved a family. That was why he made the career switch from the military to diplomacy. He had a 4-year-old son at the time, and in his annoyance at his ex-wife's behaviors, he left them both and moved away. 2 months after leaving, he had an epiphany, realizing the pattern of abandoning his children. He immediately went back to get his boy, but could neither find his ex-wife nor his son. He hired some private investigators to track down her whereabouts. He learned that she had been touring, something she wanted to do all along, but there was no certainty if indeed she was with the boy or was traveling alone. He followed several leads for the past 6 years with no success. His son would be 10 years old now, but still he had no idea where the boy was. It was in the process of searching for his son in all these countries, following all the many leads, that he realized the sorry plight that befalls boys who are abandoned by parents or guardians. This led to him establishing Homestead of Champions back in Nigeria. What about now? Any news yet? Esperanza felt sorry for her half-brother. Not, we are still searching. He looked at his daughter. I wish I was there to witness it all. Witness what? She asked. Your bet, SP. I wish I was there to hold you. Watch you cry, laugh, suckle, take your first step, maybe even call me Dada. His eyes filled tears. I've made a lot of mistakes as a man, but the greatest of them were those I made as a father. Derek had no way to purge himself of the flood of regret drowning his heart. He wished money could fix all problems. Did you ever try looking for me? Esperanza was not angry. She just wanted to know. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I honestly did not even know you existed. I was only a 27-year-old boy who fortune smiled on and gave a military position that was higher than me at the time. Suddenly, I had access to a lot of money and thought life was all about that. When your mother ambushed me with the news of pregnancy and marriage, I panicked, and I did the only thing I knew how to do best: run. He peered at her face to see if she was offended by his story, but she didn't seem to be. He continued. Every time I thought about the news that she broke to me, I convinced myself that she was not pregnant, that she lied to trap me. And even if she was, she would have gotten rid of it because she was a missionary. When I spoke with an old colleague from the Calabar naval base and was told that she returned to Spain, he never mentioned anything about her carrying a child. So I assumed you never happened. I'm so sorry. I should have investigated. She laughed, to her father's dismay. She laughed quite loudly and for several seconds. So I have been mad at you all my life, and you never knew I existed. She busted into laughter again, leaving her bewildered father trying to catch the woman. I don't see what is funny. The man was not sure if she was being sarcastic or was genuinely amused. But by what exactly? Don't worry about it, Dad. You and I are fine. Relax. She kicked her shoe against his and watched him smile. I love you, SP, with all my heart. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm trying. You could understand that. She changed the subject. What are you going to do about your brother? I'm confused. I don't know where else to search. Lord are prompting to receive the salvation of Christ and prayed a sincere prayer of forgiveness and mercy. Then, together with Esperanza, they said a prayer of safety for young Josh Ajola, wherever he might be. It is time for you to meet my family, Esperanza announced after the prayers, and walked out before Derek could articulate any form of refusal. Dear boy's mom, virginity is not only for girls. Your boys can be a virgin too. Purity is a skill. Let's teach it to our sons. When we teach our sons purity, self-control becomes a walk in the park. Thank you all for listening. Esperanza wrapped up her speech at Victoria Ikpe's 85th birthday celebration in Calabar. As part of the celebration, Victoria Ikpeme had invited a cross-section of friends, families, former colleagues, and church members. It was a milestone celebration, and she wanted to ensure she and her husband marked the occasion with those they had done with all their life 5 old decades. Esperanza saw this as the perfect opportunity to do two things: shared a newfound passion for imparting and raising a new generation of African male youth, and introduce her family to Derek Ajola. She had just done the first part when she included the need to pay equal attention, if not more, to raising boys as much as girls during her speech to the audience. The second part was going to be much tougher. She had no idea how they would react to Derek. Would they be mad, angry, walk him out of the house? But she was reassured by one fact: the person that he would hurt the most was her, except her birth mother, of course, and she had forgiven him. Everyone else would learn to do the same. Esperanza did not travel with the rest of the family, but asked that she join them the next day, as she had to handle some work-related issues since the telephone service reception was not the best in Obudu. It was a cover-up. The truth of the matter was that she was going to bring Derek with her, and once anyone saw him, they will know who he was. And she needed that revelation to happen once they were all settled in the calm and rustic ambience of the countryside. Rans is finally here, Emmanuel Peme announced. He had not seen his sister for the longest, as he had been away in the States, and he couldn't wait to see her and reconnect. The family reunion at the cabin just didn't seem the same without Esperanza, and everyone was eagerly awaiting her arrival for the party in earnest. Esperanza stepped out of the hired car as Derek moved behind to take out their belongings from the boot. The whole family came to the porch and all let out a collective gasp once Derek came around from behind the car, and the entire family. He even begged Esperanza forgiveness again for his youthful foolishness. Victoria Ikpeme was unsure what to feel as she gazed into his face, remembering the shame, distress, and heartache that Esperanza endured due to his actions. She was driven to suicide, constantly cried, was shattered beyond measure, shamed by the community she voted her life to, and even left a child behind unable to bear the reminder of him. With with a heavy heart and restrained, tearful eyes, she turned and walked into the cabin. Esperanza followed her. The rest of the family did not hold any grudges against Derek, so they invited him inside and offered him their hospitality. How could you forgive him? Esperanza's foster mother asked, irritated. Esperanza had never seen this particular look on her mother's face. It was terrifying. God asked me to, and gave me the grace as well. Girl, I introduced you to Christianity. God is not an unjust being, the embittered old mother yelled. Please calm down, Mom. Did you even consider your mother, Esmin? The matron started crying. That poor baby suffered like no woman being should have to for love. Mom, just hear me out. Victoria sat down wearily on the cabin bed, still crying, sobbing profusely. The pain from all those years in that Presbyterian maternity ward came rushing back. She practically ended her career because of this man. And here he was on her property, on what should be perhaps the happiest weekend of what life she had left. Derek just know how to ruin things. Mama, you know how I felt about him, Esperanza explained after saying his spinach prayer for help. I did not even want to hear a mention of his name or persona. So what changed? More a whisper than audible words. How many times has God treated us the way we deserved? That question hung like a thick fog in the room as the realization slowly dawned on the older woman. Esperanza saw the opening and pressed on. God does not respond to us based on who we are, but based on who he is to be as well. Mommy, don't forgive him for him. Do it because of who you are and the God you have in you. You are a good woman, Mom. You gave up an entire career for me. You are the first family I will forever have. Nothing can change that. With a resigned look, Madam Ikpeme looked up at her youngest. It seems I did a good job raising you after all. 100%, Mom. You are the gold standard. Foster mother managed a small, sweet laugh as she started to dry her face. Esperanza helping. Send him in and ask your father to join us as well. It was not lost on either of them. Esperanza was not part of the long conversation between her parents and bed father, as she had been politely asked to excuse them. She spent the time reconnecting and bonding with her brother Emmanuel, who she had not seen in years. Ikwo and Eno soon joined them, and all four siblings sat on the veranda outside, looking onto the Obudu plateau, reminiscing about their childhood and bantering as only sibling could. Hold on, where did you ladies drop your children? And Emmanuel, where is your fiancé? Esperanza suddenly realized she was the only one who brought an extra for the weekend. They are all in Calabar, Ikwo answered. Mama asked that we spend a day and night just us, like the old days, and then the whole family will join up for the rest of the long weekend. Ouch, and I ruined it. Sorry. Esperanza felt bad. Well, it is our fault. We didn't inform you because we didn't expect you to bring anyone. In other words, I am the only single sibling, Abi. Esperanza was playful again. We could swap places if you want. Eno offered. I need a break from poop and diaper changes. Their collective laughter welcomed in their parents who came out from the house to join them on the porch with Derek in tow. People, this is Derek Ajola, the matron proclaimed like a royal announcer in medieval times. He's Ran's birth father, and currently they are working together at the shelter for abandoned boys in Abuja.
The handshakes and hugs were awkward, as were to be expected, and everyone tried their best to not disrespect Zek's presence and the implications too much. And the resident household clown helped to dilute the mood when she said, Esperanza can no longer oppress us with her pointed nose. There is two of those around here now. Everyone welcomed the comedic respite, and laughed longer and harder than the joke demanded. Having checked both boxes, Esperanza jumped on a conference call with Paul, Chika, and Doyin to inform them of the latest developments in her life. Paul and Chika were happy that she found purpose and was getting fulfillment from the work she's been doing with the boys. And on the flip, Chika was indifferent about Derek, whereas Paul just affirmed her belief that God must have planned it that way all along. He sees the end from the beginning, were his exact words. Alpha and Omega indeed, Esperanza agreed. Dory, on the other hand, didn't want to hear it. Babes, we can open a home, orphanage, school for boys for you. She said, matter of factly, I'm not one bit comfortable with this arrangement. D, relax. We are not bonding or making up for lost time. It's just a working relationship. That man is just feeling guilty after everything he put you and your mother through. Doyin knew everything about Esperanza, and more than everyone else, she didn't just know the events, she understood the effect those events had on her life. The physical, psychological, vocational, and even spiritual impact that she endured because one man decided that her birth was an inconvenience. I don't know how you can even bear to be in the same physical space with him. Her exasperation was evident over the phone line. Esperanza at this point politely disconnected Chika and Paul from the call and set about trying to allay Doyin's fear and worries. Rans, I'm sorry, but I can't with this. Doyin went first, resuming from where she left off. Okay, love, just know that I am okay and have nothing to worry about. I'll check on you every day and get Efosa to stop by the shelter unannounced every once in a while. It didn't sound like a matter for debate. I love you, D. I love you, Rans. Please be careful. The conversation with Doyin planted a seed in Esperanza, and she decided to brood on that during her meditation session, which turned into a mini retreat with God. Why didn't she feel everything her friend who knew her story too well expected her to feel? Why wasn't she more wary of this man who hurt her before ever meeting her? Was there a reason why everyone else seemed more worried about her working with the boys' shelter than she was? She prayed and asked God for answers. Yes, indeed, he did ask her to forgive, and she had. She felt good about the fact that she did, but to what end? She wanted to understand the lesson she was to learn from this entire process, if indeed there was any. Everything that happened to her since the encounter at the bridge in Lagos seemed to have culminated in meeting Derek and being used by God to impact and groom boys into men destined for greatness. She just didn't quite understand the link. Even though she was sure there, she called her to take over the reins for a couple of days, as she was determined to stay in the place of prayer and meditation until she got her answer. But nothing was forthcoming. I can sense some frustration, Rance, he observed. I'm getting there, Paul. Why won't he just speak to me? I want you to understand that God wants to speak with us more than we are ready to listen. So what is the matter now? The problem is that God wants man to always be in a state of koinonia with him, and nothing else should replace him in our hearts. What is koinonia? That is a state of deep and complete devotion to God, where you just want to be in his presence, not merely to get a word or leading or something from him, just to stay with him so much that we begin to become like him. So you mean it's possible to make the voice of God an idol? Indeed. What can I do now? Don't predict how or when God will speak with you. Just stay in fellowship with him, and you will know what you need to know when he wants you to know it. All right, it's a learning process, a good chance to bear the fruit of patience, I guess, she considered 100%. Paul was about to end the call when he received a message from God for Esperanza. He says to tell you that your name was not a mistake. I hope that helps. I will meditate on that. Thank you. Anytime. And so she focused on her name and its meaning, hope. She decided to study the etymology and history as well as the use cases of the word, and she discovered that there were two other words closely linked with hope, particularly in the Bible: love and faith. She then focused her meditation on these, and contrary to her belief that all revelations came from the Bible, it was from a random quote she came across on the internet during her research that she understood the link God wanted to establish in her life. The quote was by Toba Beta, and it said, "Love without hope will not survive. Love without faith changes nothing. Love gives power to hope and faith." She had hope, loads of it, else she wouldn't have survived this far. She had found her faith in God and was growing in it daily. The last dot was connected when she responded like God and forgave Derek without hesitation. Love. That is what her journey was all about. To love her foster mom even through the deceit. To love Derek in spite of him. To love the boys even when she couldn't personally relate to their struggles. To love life even when life had seemed to constantly mate her with cruelty. For it was when she understood and grasped this love that she indeed began to walk in purpose. She was no longer haunted by hope. She had harnessed hope to find and build her faith, which had led her to a place of love, pure, devoted, unconditional love. She picked up her phone and called her birth father. "Hello, SP. I love you, Dad." That was all she said, then hung up. Epilogue. What is your name again, my dear? Nadine asked, peering through her thick-rimmed glasses at the beautiful woman in front of her. "I'm Esperanza. This is my husband, Paul. He is so skinny. Let's get some food inside him." "Yes," the older lady teased. She giggled. "I'm working on it, ma'am. I'm not that old to be called that. Please call me Nadine. I heard about your wit and humor. It's so lovely to experience it in person. You flatter me, Chika. So why did you want to meet me?" "I was told you were my birth mother's best friend." "Oh my, I think I'm indeed old. How could I forget my Esperanza had a daughter named Esperanza." Esperanza explained how she spent the last year searching to find a link to her birth mother. She had been blessed to reunite with her father and gotten married to a wonderful man. And so she believed that if you could meet Esmeralda, she would have restored all that life previously stole from her. With tears in her eyes, Nadine responded, "I wish you didn't make the long trip to Expana. My darling Esme died some years ago. She lived all her life with regret for leaving you behind, and as a way of punishing herself, she had a surgery to remove her womb, for she felt unworthy to ever again enjoy the gift of motherhood." She concluded by telling them how Esme had fallen in love again, but when her fiancé found out that she couldn't have a child, he broke off the engagement, and she took her life because of it. Esperanza joined in tears as she buried her face in Paul's arms. Nadine then took them to the gravesite. On the tombstone, Esme had asked for the inscription, "Por favor, perdone mi Esperanza." "Please forgive me my hope." Esperanza then knew that Esme had hoped she would come looking for her one day and had written an apology in advance. "It was really important that we came after all," Paul remarked. "I forgive you, Mama. I hope you find some peace now," Esperanza said as she knelt by the grave to plant a kiss. The end. Sefi Atta, A Bit of Difference. A Bit of Difference by Sefi Atta. Reorientation. The great ones capture you. This one is humiliated and magnified. It is a photograph of an African woman with desert terrain behind her. She might be Sudanese or Ethiopian. It is hard to tell. Her hair is covered with a yellow scarf, and underneath her image is a caption, "I am powerful." An arriving passenger at the Atlanta airport momentarily obscures the photograph. She has an afro, silver hoops the size of bangles in her ears and wears a black pink striped trouser suit. She misses the name of the charity the photograph advertises and considers going back to get another look. But her legs are resistant after her flight from London and her shoulder is numb from the weight of her handbag and laptop. She was on the plane for 9 hours, and someone behind her suffered from flatulence. The Ghanaian she sat next to fell silent once she mentioned she was Nigerian. At immigration, they photographed her face and took prints of her left and right index fingers. She reminded herself of the good reasons why as she waited in the line for visitors until an Irishman in front of her turned around and said, "This is a load of bollocks." She only smiled. They might have been on camera and it was safe for him, despite the skull tattoos on his arms. "I'm powerful," she thinks. What does that mean? Powerful enough to grab the attention of a passerby? No doubt. She hopes the woman in the photograph was paid more than enough and imagines posters with the Prime Minister at number 10 and the President in the Oval Office with the same caption underneath, "I am powerful." The thought makes her wince as she steps off the walkway. She has heard that America is a racist country. Why people rarely say this about England. On her previous trips to other cities like New York, DC, and LA, she hasn't found Americans especially culpable, only more inclined to talk about the state of their race relations. She has also heard Atlanta is a black city, but so far, she hasn't got that impression. At the carousel, a woman to her right wears cowrie shell earrings. The woman's braids are thick and gray and her dashiki is made of mud cloth. On her other side is a man who is definitely a chief or a chop. He has the khakis and brave scarf to prove it and the manners. He helps an elderly man who struggles with his luggage, while a Latina who looks like a college student refuses to budge and tosses her hair back as if she expects others to admire her. There is a couple with an Asian baby. The baby sticks a finger up her nostril while sucking on her thumb. It takes like a while to get her luggage and she ends up behind a Nigerian woman whose luggage is singled out for an x-ray before using. A customs official asks the woman playfully. "No," the woman replies, tucking her chin in as if she is impressed by his pronunciation. "Odabo," the customs official says and waves after he inspects her luggage. The woman waves back. The camaraderie between them is tantamount to exchanging high fives. He might have hauled her in for a stomach x-ray. "Will you step this way, ma'am?" he asks, beckoning. Walking into the crowd as the arrival lobby makes her eyes sting. She always has this reaction to crowds. It is like watching a bright light. But she has learned to stem the flow of tears before it begins. The same way she slips into a neutral mode when she sees an hitch holding the piece of paper, approaches Anne and can tell by Anne's involuntary "oh" that she is not quite the person Anne is expecting. "It's nice to see you," Anne says, shaking her hand. Anne is wearing contact lenses. Her gray hair are visible in her side part, and the skin on her neck is flushed. She looks concerned and "You too. Now is it D or De Ola?" "De," and kick the Deola word merely take a step back. It surprises her how naturally this habit of detaching herself from her colleagues comes. They walk outdoors and into the humidity and racket of the ground transportation zone. Two women in sensible suits and pumps. Anne waddles. She is pigeon-toed and Deola strides as if she has been prompted to stand up straight. "How was your flight?" Anne asks. Not bad, Deola says. Lying like this is also instinctive. She wouldn't want to come across as a whiner. A bus roused past, the heat from his exhaust pipe enveloping them. Did you get enough sleep? Anne asks. I did, thanks. Anne regards her sideways. I'm sure a few more hours won't hurt. Deola's face has revealed more than she would like. They head towards the loading bay as Anne suggests she go to her hotel and start her review the next morning. If that's all right with you, she says. Of course, Anne says. Thanks, Deola says. She has been working at Link for 3 months, following a lobster stint in a consultancy that specialized in non-profit organizations. Link, an international charity foundation, has an hierarchy, but not one that encourages rivalry, as the accountancy firm she trained in did. Link's money comes from well-meaning sources and goes out to well-deserving causes. She is the Director of Internal Audit at the London office, and Anne is the Director of International Affairs at the Atlanta office. Anne leaves her at the loading bay and returns with her car, a cream-colored. The mat on Deola's side of the car is clean compared to Anne's, which is covered with sand. Anne has changed into sandals and her feet are pale, even though it is summer. So how is Kate doing? She asks as she drives off. Kate is very well, Deola says. She's back at work this week. Kate Miade is Anne's counterpart in the London office. She's pregnant with her second child and was sick with toxoplasmosis. It must be catching, Anne says. Toxoplasmosis? No, pregnancy, I mean. When last we spoke, she said someone else in London has been on maternity leave. Pam Collins. It must have been hard with all the absences. Pam will be back soon. Yes, she just had her baby. Deola could be more forthcoming, but she prefers not to talk about her colleagues. Pam is on maternity leave until the end of the summer. The administrative department has been in a state of backlog. There was some talk about hiring a temp, but Kate decided not to. They had a temp from New Zealand once before, and he took too many cigarette breaks. Ali and I would like to have one, Anne says. What did Pam have? A boy, I believe. Ah, a boy? That's what I would like. Ali wants a girl. Deola assumes Anne is married to a Muslim, which makes her regret her moment of anxiety when on her way to the bathroom on the plane, she saw a man who looked Arab reading an Arabic to English translation dictionary. He was dressed in military khakis. She was not the only passenger giving him furtive looks. Now she wonders if he was working for the US government. She has reservations about the orange alerts the US is on. She has referred to the alerts in general as Banana Republic scare tactics, like Idi Amin or Papa Doc, trying to keep people in check with rumors of juju and voodoo, and has compared the Iraq war casualties to Mobutu, sacrificing human blood to the gods to ensure his longevity in office. She is in the US to learn how the Atlanta office managed their launch of Africa Beat, an HIV awareness campaign. She and Anne talk about the UK launch, which is a few months away. Her colleagues in Atlanta have not been able to send all their financial records by email or to explain figures via the phone. Stewart Stone Riley is the US spokesman for Africa Beat. But because of the accent over his name and his tendency to drop his H's, Anne mistakes him for French, West Africa. Deola tells Anne he is Yoruba. Dara, Anne says, stressing the first syllable of his name instead of the last. Really? His name means beautiful. It is short for beautiful child. That's appropriate, Anne says. He is very beautiful. Deola does not know one Nigerian who thinks Dara is beautiful. They say he looks like a bush boy, not to mention his questionable English. It is almost as if they are angry he is accepted overseas for the very traits that embarrass them. Do you speak the language then? Anne asks hesitantly. Yes, I thought you were British. Me? No. She tells Anne she was born in Nigeria and grew up there. She went to school in England in her teens, got her degree from the London School of Economics, and has since lived and worked in London. She doesn't say she has a British passport, that she swore allegiance to the Queen to get one, and would probably have got down on her knees at the Home Office and begged had her application as Nigerian then. Anne says, absolutely, Diola says. She has never had any doubts about her identity, though other people have. She has yet to encounter an adequate description of her status overseas. Resident alien is the closest. She definitely does not see herself as British. Perhaps she is a Nigerian expatriate in London. Atlanta doesn't have any problems in Nigeria, Anne says. London doesn't either. I suppose that's because you haven't been approached. Actually, this slips out with a laugh. The management team doesn't trust Nigerians. Anne frowns. Oh, I'm not sure about that. It is the government they don't trust, but it is a shame to hold NGOs responsible for that. I mean, they are just trying to raise funds for these people who really don't need to be punished any more than they have already been. Diola tells herself she must not say the word actually again on this trip. Actually will only lead to another moment of frankness, one that might end in antagonism. Nor will she say the words these people, so long as she works for Link or ever in her life. She tells Anne that Kate Merde is considering a couple of programs in Nigeria. One is to prevent malaria in children, and the other is for women whose husbands have died from AIDS. The London office funds programs in Kenya, South Africa, and other African countries that have a record for being what they call fiscally reliable. Do you like living in London? Anne asks. I do, Diola says, after a pause. It's very European these days. It is also very American. How? You know, with hip-hop and the obsession with celebrities, Anne shuts her eyes. Sincerity like this is safe. As a Nigerian, Diola, too, is given to unnecessary displays of humiliation. Do you think you will ever go back to Nigeria? Anne asks. Diola finds the question intrusive, but she has asked herself this whenever she can't decide if what she really needs is a change in location rather than a new job. Eventually, she says, Atlanta is more traditional and landlocked than she imagined. With its concrete flyovers, greenery, and red brick churches, she had envisaged a modern aquatic city because of the name, which sounds familiar to that futuristic series that was on television in the 70s, Man from Atlantis. Downtown, she counts 3 people who are mentally ill. The common signs are there: unkempt hairs, layers of clothing, and that irresolute demeanor. Whether they are crossing the median, rolling a pushcart, Ponds de Leon, or standing by a dusty window pane. It is like London of the Thatcher years. Her hotel is on Peachtree, some 10 minutes away from the Atlanta office. Anne will shuttle her there and back tomorrow. She thanks Anne for giving her a lift from the airport and arranges to meet her in the lobby the next morning. At the reception area, she joins the line and checks in a single room with a queen-sized bed. She inspects the room after putting her suitcase down. She prudes and rubs the furniture and unclamps her bra. She needs to buy new underwear. She knows a Nigerian couple in Atlanta she could call, but she finds them enamored with consumerism: cars, houses, shops, and credit cards. They brag about living in America as if they need to make Nigerians elsewhere feel they have lost out. She turns on the television and switches from one cable station to another. She clicks on one called the Lifetime Movie Network. The film showing is She Woke Up Pregnant, and the subtitle reads, "A pregnancy for which she cannot account tears a woman's family apart." She turns to another station. Surprisingly, a Nigerian Pentecostal pastor is preaching. He is dressed in a white three-piece suit, and his shoes are also white. His hair is gelled back and his skin is bleached. "Stay with me," he says, coercing his congregation. "Stay with me now. I'm getting there. I'm getting there." "Oh, you all thought I was already there? You all thought I was through delivering my message this morning? I haven't even started. I haven't even got started with you all yet." He ends with a wail and his congregation erupts in cheers. A man waves his Bible and a woman trembles. Diola smiles. Nigerians are everywhere. Tonight, she dreams she has accidentally murdered Dara and deliberately buried his remains in her backyard, and she alone knows the secret. The police are searching for him, and the newspaper headlines are about his mysterious disappearance. The newspapers spin around as they do in 1950s black and white films until their headlines blur. She wakes up and tosses for hours. The next morning, she's still sleepy when she meets Anne in the lobby, but she tells Anne she's well rested. Anne grumbles about the price of her Starbucks late on the way to the office and sips at intervals. "The problem is, I am hooked on the stuff, and it's not as if you can go cold turkey, because the temptation is everywhere. London has been taken over by Starbucks," Diola says. She has heard some requests for a late that her worth recording grande cappuccino. "That's a shame," Anne says. "I will be there next month, and I will know I will." They all look downward. The reception wall has the logo of the foundation's network, two linked forefingers. The office is mostly open plan space with workstations. Diola meets Susan and Linda, who are also auditors. Susan is a CPA who trained with an accountancy firm, and Linda has a banking background. "Don't you think she sounds British?" Anne asks them. "Well," Susan says, "there are some Nigerian there." There is some Chinese in Susan's voice. Her thick-rimmed glasses are stylish. Her jacket is too big for her, and her slender fingers poke out of her sleeves. "I think she sounds British," Anne says. "She sounds like herself," Linda says. Her braids are thin and arranged in a neat donut shape on her crown. There is a Linda in every office, Diola thinks, who will not waste time showing a newcomer how much her boss annoys her. Why she remains with her boss is understandable. How she thinks she can get away with terrorizing her boss is another matter. "I should say English," Anne says. "What does British mean anyway? It could be Irish or Welsh." "I don't think Ireland is part of Great Britain," Susan says, blinking with each word. "Scottish, I mean," Anne says. "I can't understand the Glaswegian accent," Diola says. "I couldn't understand a word anyone said to me in Scotland," Anne says. "They probably wouldn't understand the word we say over here," Linda says. Diola notices leaflets on commercial sex workers and is conscious of being between generations, old enough to change in what is considered appropriate. Her colleagues walk her through their system and she reverts to her usual formality. They show her invoices, vouchers, and printouts. It is not relevant that they are in the business of humanitarianism. There are debit and credit, checks and balances. Someone has to make sure they work and identify fraud risks, then make recommendations to the executive team. As an audit trainee, she was indifferent to number, even after she followed their paper trail to assets and verify their existence. How connected could anyone be to bricks, sticks, VAT, and plastic parts. Her firm hired a client who did PR for the Cannes Film Festival, and it was the same experience working for them. With Africa Beat, the statistics on HIV ought to have an impact on her, and they do, but only marginally. The numbers in the brochure are in decimals. They represent millions. The fractions are based on national populations. Diola knows the virus afflicts Africa more than any other continent, women more than men, and the young more than the old. Her examination of the brochure is cursory. She has seen it before, and it is the same whenever she watches the news. Expecting more would be like asking her to bury her head into a pile of dirt and willingly take a deep breath in. Ali is a woman, or a southern girl, as Anne refers to her. Her name is Alison. Diola doesn't find out until later in the evening when Anne treats her to dinner at a Brazilian restaurant. Ali is from Biloxi, Mississippi, and she is a florist. Anne is from Buffalo, New York, and she used to be a teacher there. They don't watch television. We haven't had one for, let's see, 5, 6 years now, Anne says. We read the newspaper and listened to NPR to keep up with what's going on. I watch too much television, Diola says. She chides at Anne's stubby fingernails as Anne gesticulates. So she brings up the title of the Lifetime movie network film. I thought, this has got to be a joke. She woke up pregnant. The network in general don't credit women with any intelligence, Anne says. Mothers especially. I can well imagine, Diola says. Their table is under what looks like mosquito netting, dotted with light. Behind them is a fire with meat rotating on spits. The waiters wear red scarves around their necks and walk over. Once in a while with a leg of lamb, pork roast, filet mignon, scallops, shrimp, and chicken wrapped in bacon. The bacon is more fatty than Diola is used to, but we can't decide who gets pregnant, Anne says. We wouldn't that be perfect if one of us wakes up and boom, Diola has finished eating her salad, but she picks at the remnants of her grilled peppers and mushrooms as the thought of artificial insemination diminishes her appetite. Or perhaps it is the realization that she might one day have to consider the procedure if she remains single for much longer. This is an unexpected connection to Anne, but she won't talk about her own urge to nest, which has preoccupied her lately. Anne might regard what she has to say with anthropological curiosity. The African woman's perspective, there's always adoption, she says, wondering if this is appropriate. I did think of that, Anne says. You get on a plane and go to a country that is war-torn or struggling with an epidemic and see too many orphans. So many of them. But at the end of the day, you have to have the humility to say to yourself, maybe I'm not the person to raise this kid. Maybe America is not the place to raise him or her. You have to ask yourself these questions. You must, Diola says, crossing her arms, as if to brace herself for more of Anne's rectitude. It's that mindset, Anne says. Our way is best. Everyone else be damned. The world revolves around us. But I think when you travel widely enough, you quickly begin to realize you don't. Don't you think? Diola reaches for her wine glass and almost says the word actually, but she stops herself this time. Actually, the tongue jolts. Actually, the herald of assertions. She could insist that America is torn apart by the war, and she could easily challenge Anne's assumptions that the rest of the world is incapable of transgressions. I expect people in England are more open-minded, Anne says. England? I am not so sure. I guess it would be more obvious to you living there, but that's why we are in such a mess over here. And it's a question of being able to reorient yourself. That's all it takes. A little reorientation, Diola says. the rim of her glass between her lips. You know, Anne says if there is one thing this job teaches you is that you can't get caught up in your own. Whatever it is, not in a world where people starve. No, Diola Momo. Just as well, she hesitated. She finishes her wine. So does Anne. A waiter approaches their table with dessert menus. Anne says she really shouldn't and opts for a black coffee. Diola has the passion fruit cream brulee and asks for fresh raspberries on top. Actually, an incident on her flight back to London reminds her of something that happened a month ago during her first trip for Link. She was in Delhi to audit a charity for children. She stayed at the Crowns Plaza Hotel and had enough time on her last day to ride in a rickshaw and visit Jampat with the program director who later drove her to the airport. She had just joined the departure line when she saw an American ahead of her who was wearing off all caps, a cream linen suit and a Panama. The American grabbed an Indian man who was edging his way to the line by the shoulders and steered him away. "No," he said, as if he were speaking to his son. The Indian man went to the back of the line without saying a word. A moment later, a couple of Americans walked up. One was complaining, loud enough for everyone to hear, that he was going to miss his flight, and the man in the Panama stepped back so they could get ahead of him. What happens on her way to London is that she is again standing in line, this time to board her plane out of Atlanta, when a man cuts ahead of her. He is tanned with grey sideburns and is dressed in a navy jacket and striped shirt, executive looking and clutching a John Grisham novel. She is 3 passengers from the flight attendant, a black American woman, who is checking boarding passes. When it is her turn, the flight attendant looks at her, looks at the man, who is still not in line, and takes his boarding pass first. She is tempted to snatch her stub from the flight attendant, but she doesn't. The man once she gets on the plane, but he is too busy pushing his hand luggage into an overhead compartment to notice. She brushes past him before he sits. She is loath to say an incident so trivial amounted to discrimination. It wasn't that straightforward, was it? But she thinks it is anyway. Only after the plane takes off and levels out is she able to reason that it might have been an innocent oversight. Then she remembers her conversation with Anne the previous night, which remained one-sided. Anne paid attention whenever she spoke and seemed eager to hear her opinions. Why couldn't she be more responsive to her? Was it that she learned lack of trust? That resistance to being misinterpreted and diminished? Hardly, she decides. She was merely being expedient. She sleeps most of the flight to London. It is Saturday morning when she arrives, and the rain is a light spray. On the Gatwick Express, she shuts her eye while enjoying the motion and identifies the languages that people on mobile phones are speaking. There is French, Igbo, and Portuguese. London is like the Tower of Babel these days. Still, she prefers it to the London she moved to in the 80s. Despite the latent resentment she observes when people quicken their pace past a group of rowdy Pakistani teenagers or the Romanian mothers who beg. She also detects some guilt, that aftertaste of the sumptuous meal that was empire. England is overrun with immigrants. African and Eastern European children they granted asylum are leading gangs. Islamic clerics are bragging about their rights, and the English can barely open their mouths to talk. Nigerians can never be that sorry for their transgressions. So sorry that they can't say to immigrants, "Carry your trouble and go." Nigerians made beggars out of child refugees from Niger and impregnated their mothers. Nigerians kicked out Ghanaians from Ghanaians became too efficient. Taking over job Nigerians couldn't do and named the laundry bag after the mass exodus, the Ghana Must Go bag. Nigerians aren't even sorry about the Civil War. They are still blaming that on the British. She takes a taxi from Victoria Station. Her flat in Willesden is walking distance from the tube. The Jubilee line is partly why she bought here. Initially, Willesden Green did not appeal to her, coming from her parents' flat in Westminster. The pavements were filthy with litter, cigarette butts, spit and dust, but there was a black hair salon and a cosmetic shop that sold products for black hair, containing ingredients like hemp and placenta. There were also a few halal butchers and a West Indian shop where she could buy yams, plantains, and cherry peppers. On Saturdays, she would walk to the library center to study for her exams and take breaks at Cafe Gigi. Now, the center has Bellevue Cinema, and the pavements are cleaner. Occasionally, she sees other Nigerians at the minicab office and the African textile shops, which can be comforting. The woman she bought the flat from had a cat. She didn't find out until she moved in that there were cat hairs embedded in the carpet. At night, they tickled her nose. She was so besotted with her new property that she got on her knees and scrubbed the hair away with a brush. She loves her bathroom, and most because it is the warmest room. Nothing is more depressing to her than a cold bathroom, especially in the winter. Her bedroom had a draft, so does her kitchen. She will only walk in on the linoleum floor in her fluffy slippers, and the sink tap drools. Her yellow Formica worktop is stained. The fanciest feature in the flat is the staircase that descends into the sitting room. She makes the mistake of buying IKEA furniture, which is beginning to fall apart, but her mortgage is almost paid and her flat has more than double in value. Her walls welcome her. She sits on her sofa facing her window. There are no messages on her phone. Later in the afternoon, she warms up her Peugeot 205 and drives to Summerfield to stock up on food. The car park is full. She thought Summerfield was huge until she saw American superstores like Walmart. But the quality is better at Summerfield, she thinks. Picking up a packet of bacon, that unbeatable English quality, even when it comes to the correct proportion of pork meat to streak of fat. On Monday morning, she wakes up with menstrual cramps. They have worsened since she went off the pill a year ago. Her stomach is bloated and the bacon she eats doesn't help. She takes a couple of Panadols with her orange juice, knowing that she shouldn't, and goes to work by tube. Her stop is Wembley Park Station. She crosses Bridge Road and begins her long walk past Wembley Station and Mama Calabar, a Nigerian restaurant. Sometimes she hops on buses instead of walking. On cold, wet days, she drives in. The weather is warm for a change. Link is on the second floor of an office block, which Kate Mayday once described as a rabbit warren. The morning Kate is lamenting about dust in the ducts, they worsen her asthma, and she's also trying to cope with nausea. Even the smell of my deodorant makes my stomach turn, she says. Gosh, Diola says. I blame Pam, Kate says with an air of spite. The last time she was pregnant, I got pregnant. Now she's away on maternity leave, and I am pregnant again. Keep away from Pam, I tell you. Diola shakes her head in sympathy. Kate is in that crazy hormonal phase. What did you think of Atlanta? She asks, sitting behind her desk. Kate's fringe has grown so long, it covers her brow. Her glasses are still rimmed and round. Forlorn is the only way to describe her. Behind her is a great filing cabinet, on top of which are piles of yellow clasp envelopes and a framed close-up photograph of her daughter cuddling the cat that gave her toxoplasmosis. It wasn't bad, she says. It's a funny city, isn't it? A little. It's southern, yet it's not. I don't expect you had more time to see. Not much. Kate grew up in Liverpool, which is noticeable whenever she says a word like much. Everything is enormous there, Kate says. The buildings, the roads, Walmart, their cars. Did you see the size of the trucks they drive over there? I did. Kate spares her arm. It's incredible. You have these huge trucks, and there's always a little woman at the wheel. Always little women, Deola says. A wave of tiredness threatens her. At work, she plays up her English accent, speaking phonetics, as Nigerians call it, so that people might not assume she lacks intelligence. Speaking phonetics is instinctive now, but only performers enjoy mimicking. Performance and apes. Everything is enormous in America, Kate says. Everything except, of course. Kate taps her temple. She has a master's degree in international relations and prides herself on being knowledgeable about what goes on in The Hague. She has never named her university, calls herself a grammar school girl, but she is quick to point out her husband went to Bedales and studied physics at Cambridge. He has a PhD and received grants for his research. He's an inventor. Kate is the second most frequent traveler in the office. Her trips are field work related. Graham, the overall executive director, is more the photo op guy. He attends conferences and summits and deals with the trustees. Kate stands in during his prolonged absences. I'm sorry, Kate says. I shouldn't have said that, but they can be a little thick across the pond. No need to apologize, Deola says. She's amused whenever the English denigrate Americans. She attributes it to inverted admiration. In America, she was astonished to see how many of them were on television, teeth-faced and playing up their Englishness or speaking with American accents, acting so colonized. I can't bear to listen to their views on these stupid the way they keep saying Iraq and Iran. At least try and get the name right if you are going to bomb another country to smithereens. At the beginning of the Falkland War, Deola thought the word was Falkland. She was in her A-level year in England and was of the impression that only members of the Green Party and Save the Whales got upset about wars. Weirdos, basically. This war is different. Everyone she knows in London is outraged. Everyone wants to win the debate, which has become a separate war. Strangers are co-opting her as an ally, including a drunken man who was seated next to her on the tube. He tapped a headline and said, "Stinking of beer, we have no business being here." Lines must also have been drawn because she has not met a person who is for the war. Not one. They might not even exist. They might be on CNN to rile up viewers and raise ratings for all she knows. But she is sometimes convinced, watching the dissenters, that this is their chance to make like rebels. Now that the backlash is not as severe as it was when their opposition could perhaps have had some effect. Kate slaps the table. Anyway, your trip to Nigeria, yes? Think you will be ready in a couple of weeks? Sure. The Nigerian programs are not pressing enough to warrant Kate's change to a Bristol, but Deola plays along. The timing was her idea. She asked to go in the week of her father's memorial without revealing why. Her father died 5 years ago. She was the last in her family to find out. He was playing golf when he became dizzy. His friends rushed him to the hospital. They didn't know he had high blood pressure. Her mother called to say he did suffer a stroke. She got on the next flight to Lagos, but her father died before her plane arrived. She would have liked to have a white dove, anything, as she flew over the Atlantic and the Sahara. Nothing, not even an intuitive feeling, unless she could count the unrelenting pain in her by repeating prayers. So, where are we? Kate asks, how long do you think you might need over there? A week at most. Is that all? Diola nods. She intends to finish her work in a couple of days and spend the rest of the time with her family. Good, Kate says. So here is their correspondence. Leads and starts. Their representation is not very polished, but I understand printing is a problem over there. Plus, it's not about their presentation, really. I am more interested in their accounts and the rest of it. Kate is brilliant with statistics, but she has no clue about accounting. Debit this, credit that, as she calls it. Would you like me to visit their site? Deola asks. No, we are just at the preliminary phase. I will have to go there at some point, but that will be much later, after I'm over this. Kate pats her belly. It's best you don't travel until then, Deola says. I don't mind the traveling. I just don't need to be falling sick again. Malaria is one more to watch out for in Nigeria. So I've heard. I have also heard the pills make you psychotic. I think I would rather have malaria. You wouldn't, Deola says. She has had malaria many times. The new strains are resistant to treatment. Mind you, Kate says, toxoplasmosis was no picnic. Here, take a look. I will come around, Deola says, getting up. Kate pushes the paper towards her. No need. It's okay, Deola insists. She assumes Kate is being decent as usual. Kate is hands-on about being decent. Kate dug out her Nigerian NGO files when Dara agreed to be the spokesman of Africa Bit. Graham was against violating their policy of giving priority to countries with a history of fiscal dependability. Kate had to persuade him. Deola walks to Kate's side of the desk to look at the correspondence. Kate covers her mouth and mumbles, "Hell! Are you all right?" Deola asks. Kate stands up, face contorted, and rushes out of the office. Now Deola feels foolish as she sniffs her shirt for perfume. Kate's office smells vaguely of spices that will linger on her all day. She waits for Kate to return, wondering if she would be better off leaving. Kate walks in, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Sorry about that," she says. "Was it my perfume?" Kate shakes her head. "Not to worry. Anything sets me off. It's awful. I can't wait until this is over. I'm going mad. I had a huge tantrum this morning and upset everyone at home. You know why?" "Why?" "Toothpaste." "Toothpaste?" "Yes, toothpaste. Someone left the cap off. I should leave you alone," Deola says. "I'll be fine," Kate says, sitting down. No. I did better go. Can I take those with me?" She points at the papers. "I'll bring them back when I'm through." "Yet, please," Kate says, attempting to smile. Kate has a habit of lapsing into a lisp whenever she asks for favor. Deola takes the correspondence to her office, which is next door to Kate's. The carpet is the same throughout the office, grayish blue. Her window is clouded on the outside and there is dust permanently stuck on her white blinds. She has in and out trays on her desk and a matching organizer for her pens and pencils. There is no other indication that she intends to remain here. She doesn't even have a calendar yet. She lives through the brochure of the NGO that supports widows. WIN, Widows in Need. It was established in 1992. The print is blotchy and uneven in parts. The tabulation lines in the appendix are shaky and she comes across a statistic at the bottom. The average age of the widows is 39. Her age. Great, she thinks. For the rest of the morning, she writes her report on the Delhi trip and drafts an audit program for Africa Bit. Then she makes notes about her pending trip to Nigeria, listing the information she needs to request, contacts she has to make, and when. She reads the literature on WIN, which is somewhat unfocused and suggests that women in childbearing age have the highest risk of HIV. Director Rita Wachukwu is a former midwife. Graham comes to work looking quite pink. He is back from Guatemala. His bad patch is China. Diola only remarks on the weight he has lost. He offers donuts to everyone in the office in his usual defiant manner. He says to her. There is sugar in his beard. Diola takes a donut and is careful to bite gently so the strawberry jam won't leak on her shirt. They are in that section of the corridor between his office, hers and Kate's. Kate walks out of her office and Graham presents the donut to her. Kate flops her wrist. Get those away from me. Kate is a practices yoga. She worries about gaining weight. Go on, Graham growls. You slop, Kate says, brushing the sugar off his beard with her fingers. Kate and Graham flirt incessantly. In private, Kate tells him off for eating junk food and he calls Kate an idiot if she mislays report. Today, Kate barely taps his arm after she cleans up his beard and he cries out, "Ow, did you see that lie?" I saw nothing, Diola says, stepping back into her office. He sometimes slips up and calls her D-lie. He also talks about his morning commute in present tense, saying, I am driving down the street, while she is thinking, no, you are not. You are standing right here talking to me. She overhears Kate saying, Graham, don't. This is another workplace symbiosis that amuses her. Married employees seeking attention from each other, even when they are ill-matched. She has encountered other prototypes at Lynn. They have been smiling women who take collections for birthdays and their peculiar man who looks bemused at every request, as if he alone in the world makes sense. There must be others like herself walking around wondering if all their years of education should end in a dreary office, but they must be equally as skilled as putting on facades. Later in the day, Graham tells her he is flying off to Paris for a conference. Diola hasn't been in Paris in years. The last time she was there, she was in university. It was during the Easter holidays, and she stayed with her cousin Ndidi, whose mother worked for UNESCO. She traveled overnight from Dover to Calais by hover speed. It was freezing and there were drunken passengers on board singing football songs. Ndidi met her at Gare du Nord and took her to her aunt's house in Neuilly. Ndidi had a Mohican haircut and had just bought herself a black leather jacket. Diola was in a red miniskirt, fishnet tights, and thigh-high boots. How stylish they thought they were, kissing each other twice, and they laughed so hard that holiday that she peed in a chair at a creperie. Why hasn't she been back to Paris? She asks herself as she leaves the office in the evening. At first, the Schengen visa put her off. For a Nigerian, it was a Byzantine application process, if ever there was. She got her British passport, then the Eurostar train began to run. Then the terrorists started with their threats. She waited until she was sure they wouldn't blow up the Channel Tunnel. Now she has no one to travel with, no one who is enough fun. Indeed, he lives in Rome and works for a United Nations agency. She's married to an Italian guy and they have twin girls. Indeed, he doesn't even have time to talk on the phone anymore. This week feels especially long and Diola is relieved when the weekend starts. She's lying on her sofa in her pajamas on Saturday morning, watching a program on BBC Two with hosts who are as animated as cartoon characters. They talk about the latest hip-hop dance, and after a while she changes to Channel 4, which is showing a reality experiment on beauty. Her TV remote is on the carpet by a glass with orange juice sediment and a side plate with the remnants of her bacon sandwich. She is relishing the taste of acid and salt in her mouth when her doorbell rings. The ding is loud, but the dong is broken and drops like a thud. There is no intercom system in her block. From her window, she can see pollard trees, green rubbish bins, and dwarf gates. A high edge separates her block from the next, which has a collection of gnomes in its front garden. Across the road is a white Audi A3 parked by a post box. It is Subu, who lives in Maida Vale. She and Subu trained in the same accountancy firm. Subu started off in management consultancy while she was in audit. Now Subu is a vice president of an investment bank and travels to places like Silicon Valley and Shanghai. Subu's job has something to do with derivatives. Deola, for all her accountancy training and business experience, still doesn't understand what derivatives are, and she cannot imagine how Subu, who is a born-again Christian, copes as an investment banker. Subu's Subu won't swear or go out for a drink. She believes that angels have wings and heaven and hell are physical locations. She tells her colleagues they will end up in hell if they don't accept Christ as their Lord and Savior. Her colleagues seem to accept her as she is, though they call her Shubu, as if she were a puppy or computer game. Jola toys not answering her door. Just before she traveled to Atlanta, she and Subu got into such a heated exchange over the bombing of Baghdad. She swore she wouldn't speak to Subu until Subu was willing to admit the war couldn't be justified on religious grounds. "We are back," Subu asks. "I am," Deola says. "Since when?" "Last Saturday." "1 minute." Deola checks the mail on the ledge in the hallway. There is no mail for her. Mostly junk and bills for her neighbors, a group of young women who live on the ground floor. They might be South African or Australian. She hasn't been able to identify their accents and has not bothered to ask where they are from. They say hello whenever she sees them in the hallway. "Why didn't you call?" Subu asks. Since she gave her life to Christ, Subu has been an authoritative heir. It is almost as if she became Christ's wife on that day. She no longer wears makeup because she is born again, but she won't be seen without a hair weave. "I had too much to do," Deola says. She reaches her landing before Subu makes a move, so she waits as Subu lugs her tote bag up the stairs. It is the size of a Ghana must-go bag. Subu spends thousands of pounds on designer accessories. Her wardrobe is a shrine of Gucci and Prada. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Subu says. Subu's voice is thick and slow. She will not alter the pace of her voice or her accent for anyone, not even at work, which is commendable. She will keep repeating herself until she is understood, and business people are quick to catch on whenever big money is involved. As she once said, they don't try their pardon, with the Japanese. "It is all right," Deola says. "I was just watching television." She reminds herself to be patient as Subu catches up with her. They easily got into rows about abortion, homosexuality, Darwin, and Harry Potter. Subu sits on her couch. "You are enjoying traveling around the globe like this?" "Please," Deola says. "I was only there for 2 days." "What were you doing?" Deola shortens her answer so as not to be boring. Link wants to standardize their audits internationally. She had to study the Atlanta office's program and write one. It will be incorporated in a manual and translated into other languages. To keep things uniform, Subu says, forming a circle with her fingers. "Otherwise, they would normally send me somewhere remote, like Burundi." Deola nods. She needs not pretend her job is as glamorous as Subu's. She admires Subu's business savvy. She was not as motivated as Subu was during their accountancy training. Subu was promoted to manager, after she was made redundant. Subu was first to buy a flat. What's going on, Shubu? She asks. I thought I should check up on you. Have you decided on the flat? I've left it to God's hands. God? Deola thinks. Doesn't he have more important things to worry about than a speculative property investment in Shanghai? She was raised around Christian and Muslim relatives and celebrated Easter, Christmas and Eid al-Fitr. In university, she dabbled into transcendental meditation and Quaker prayer meetings. She would have joined the Church of Scientology just to see what they had to offer if they hadn't asked her to fill out a questionnaire. Subu was brought up in the Celestial Church of Christ. As a child, she wore white gowns and buried crosses in the ground. Subu is now a member of an American Pentecostal church in London. It is democratic in the sense that anyone can be a pastor, and capitalistic in the sense that her pastor encourages his congregation to be prosperous. She attends Single Women Fellowship and pray that God will use her as a conduit. Deola finds it hard to take Subu's church seriously, particularly as she grew up with Subu's pastor. I remember him with a very coy, dancing to the Gap bands, oops, upside your head. But she has seen how well Subu has done in her career and once in a while is tempted to join. Most of the time it seems like a moral obligation to avoid churches like that. But perhaps God doesn't give a hoot about hypocrisy and squandering of tithes. Perhaps all he really does care about is that he is loved, honored, and obeyed. What are you doing this weekend? She asks. Subu hisses. I don't know, but there is this car show. Subu's ideal weekend outing is to go to electronic shops on Tottenham Court Road. She gets excited about gadgets and machinery like digital cameras and surround sound system. I was even at a funeral yesterday, she said. Whose? One man in our church. What happened to him? They say it was his liver. Ah, any kids? Three, all under the age of 10. Please tell me his wife was working. I heard she was catering. I don't know them very well. There's a Nigerian crowd in London that Deola is not part of. People who came in the 90s when the naira to pound exchange rate plunged. They came to get professional training. They settled in Lewisham, Peckham, Balham, and any other ham. They could transform into a mini Lagos. Through her church family, Subu gets invited to their Owambe functions, where they dress up in Ashoebi, Ashoke, play juju music, spray money, and eat jollof rice and fried goat meat. Yola finds it odd that Nigerians go to funerals as if they are social organizations that anyone can gate crash. They just show up, look sad, and leave. She has been to three funerals, all three in Nigeria. The first was her grandfather's. Her mother had to pin her hair tight in place. She was that young. The second was for a governor of her secondary school, Queen's College. Her headmistress asked for class representatives and she put her hand up. The funeral was at Ikoyi Cemetery and she attended it in her Sunday uniform and beret. It was temporarily hot and people arrived by the busload. The third was her father's funeral at Victoria Court Cemetery and it was just as crowded. Her relatives forced her to dance at the reception following his funeral, but she didn't think that at 67 he was old enough for her to celebrate his life. I'm going home soon, she says. Anything? Subu asks. I'm going for work. They want me to look at a couple of NGOs. Thank God, Subu says. God again? Diola thinks, is this a habit, an affection, a fear of life? Whatever it is, it realizes a puerile desire in her to upstage Subu by declaring she's a non-believer. In Lagos, Subu asks, one is in Lagos, the other is in Abuja. Nothing special, but my father's 5-year memorial will coincide, and at least I can be with my family for that. How are they? Subu asks. Fine. Still with the bank? Still with the bank. Deola's mother lives in Lagos, as do her brother Lanre and sister Jai. Her father was a founder and chairman of Trust Bank Nigeria. Her mother owns shares in the bank. Lanre is deputy managing director of the bank. Jai is a doctor and her practice has a retainership with the bank. Her family has survived without her father, but it might not have without the bank. She asks about Subu's mother, who is also widowed and lives in Lagos. My mother is well, Subu says, harassing me as usual. Still, the pressure to marry is relentless. Being single is like trying to convince a heckling audience your act is worth seeing. Subu could be the chairman of her bank, and her mother would say, but she could be married with children. Subu could be the Prime Minister of England, and her mother would still say, but she could be married with children. Deola worked as an account officer for Trust Bank after she graduated from LSE during her national service year and the year after. To come home for good, to work for the bank, by which she means Deola ought to find a man to settle down with. She drops hints like, I saw this fellow and his wife. She's expecting again. Or I saw so and so. They have another one on the way. My family wants me to come home for Christmas. Subu says, will you? Naija? Naija is too tough. No water, no lights, armed robbers, all over the place and people demanding money. I told my mother to come here instead. I will send her money for a ticket. Let her come here and relax. Subu, too, has a British passport. She refers to Nigeria as home, but she never goes back. She sends money home to her family, and her mother stays with her whenever she in London, sometimes for months. Nigeria, for her, is a place to escape from. Are you going home for Africa Beat? She asks. Africa Beat is based in South Africa. Why? When you have a Niger spokesman, they have a high rate of infection there, more than us. We are getting there small, small. Subu shakes her head. People should just abstain. Deola resists, raising her eyes. She suspects Subu has had more lovers since she was going to be a virgin all over again, declaring my body is my temple, with a smile as if she were not quite taking her abstinence seriously. As for Dara, Subu says, they practically worship him in this place. He's done well for himself, Deola says. He has, but please, what streets of Lagos is he singing about? His parents are lecturers. They are? At Lagos State University. He was going there before he found his way here. He was not an area boy. He wasn't. At least that is what I heard. I'm glad he's made it, but he should stop telling lies about his background. And these Oyinbos don't seem to be able to see through him. Maybe they don't want to, Deola says. She never bothered to, except to note that he didn't call himself an area boy. He said he was a street child. He's on the tour in the States soon, isn't he? Subu asks. So I hear. They have been making a lot of noise about him. I don't understand it. He's definitely overhyped. Have you met him? I am administrative staff. We don't meet anyone. She has not met any of Link's benefactors and won't have cause to meet their beneficiaries unless a fieldwork review is necessary. So people need him to tell them to give money. Apparently, I'm sure there will be an ABC concert and ABC t-shirts and ABCDs. Of course, the concert will be held in South Africa, whereas, and of course, they will invite Mandela. Deola laughs. If we can meet him. She would rather not say any more. Most Nigerians she knows abuse celebrities involved in African charities. They accuse them of looking for attention of knighthood. If they talk about the plight of Africa, they are sanctimonious. If they adopt African children, they are closet child molesters. If she has heard all these arguments, charities portray Africans as starving and diseased, Western countries ought to give Africa trade and debt relief, not aid. The drug companies should reduce the cost of their medications. The churches ought to shut the hell up with their message of abstinence and start distributing condoms. African t-shirts are just designer wears for the socially conscious. Africa Beats get funding from churches and pharmaceutical companies. Their posters of Africa can be simplistic, but so is most advertising. Diola believes her experiences may also be negated, but Africa does suffer unduly, unnecessarily, and if all she has to cope with is the occasional embarrassment about how Africans are portrayed, then she is fortunate. What's going on, Shubu? She asks again. Shubu shrugs. We are fine, we are fine. Today they have little to say to each other. They seem to have exhausted their friendship now that they don't have their simple left-wing, right-wing roles anymore. Diola is thankful when Subu leaves. There is a melancholy about Subu, and she is aware how contagious it can be. When she was a student at LSE, she went out every young. She and her friends were living in their parents' flats, running up their parents' phone bills and driving cars their parents had bought them. They spent their pocket money on memberships at nightclubs like Stringfellows and El Quip Anglais, so they could get past bouncers and through raucous parties after midnight until their neighbors called the police. Nigerian boys carried on like little polygamists, juggling their serious girlfriends and chicks on the side. Well brought up Nigerian girls were essentially housewives in training. They dressed and behaved more mature than they were, cooked for their boyfriends and didn't party much, unless useless girls slept around. A guy had to rape a girl before he was considered that useless. And even when someone would still go out with him and attribute his reputation to rumor, there were rumors about cocaine habits, beatings, and experimental burglary. The guys eventually got married. None of her boyfriends counted until Tosan, whom she met during her accountancy training. He graduated as an architect at the beginning of the post-Thatcher redundancies and couldn't find a job. He shared a flat with some friends in Camden and cycled around, even in the winter. Diola was working in the city and studying for her exams. After she bought her flat, Tosan spent weekends with her. He cooked and cleaned up. He had her listening to Francophone African music and reading Kundera novels. He owed her money for plays they did sing, like Hamlet with Judi Dench and Daniel Day, Louis and Born This with Juliet Stevenson and John Malkovich. He smoked marijuana and she didn't. She told him he had to do that at his own place. She also drew the line at going to the pub. She had never met a Nigerian who enjoyed a rundown, dirty, smelling, moldy English public house as much as Tosan did. She didn't go to pubs with him because they would end up not speaking. She embarrassed him whenever she checked her wine glasses for lipstick stains. Tosan went to pubs on his own, but he also needed company. He talked a lot, too much. He was always going on about arts and culture and punctuated everything he said with a "you know what I mean." Sometimes she wanted to say, "Actually, I don't." Other times she just wanted him to be quiet. She barely had time for him while she was studying for her final exams, and that was probably when he began to look around. He got a job in Watford and began to stink of honey. He left traces of it on her couch. She had accidentally traced it to a boots counter. It was a lotion for dry skin, and Tosan never used lotion. That was a joke between them. His legs and arms looked as if he did been carrying cement. Of course, he denied he was sleeping with someone else, and she chose to believe him. But they fought. They fought when he arrived late on Saturday night and when he left early on Sundays, supposedly to play football in Hyde Park. Nigerians versus Iranians. Mostly, they fought over the money he still owed her. Where is my money for bloody born deeds? She would ask. Or, where is my money for fringing Hamlet? One night, he said, stop shouting, you are always shouting. There is no need to shout. She just punched him. She never believed she had a right to hit a man with impunity, and she didn't stop him when he walked out. The next day, she donated the Kundera novels he did lend her to charity, and threw out his Soku's Kwasa Kwasa, or whatever it was called, cassette tapes. He was sleeping with someone she knew, not a close friend, but it left her with a misplaced distrust, of which she was not proud, because it wasn't proper to talk about the treachery of women. She ate a lot of jelly beans and played sad songs. She saw Tosan again at a party, and rather than admit what he did done, he went on about sexuality. Or was it Eros? Yes, it was. Eros was at the root of politics, religion, and art. He said she has since had other boyfriends. One was so passive she went as far as to shake his shoulders, pretending that she was joking and hoping she might get a reaction out of him. Another reminded her too much of her mother. On the first date, he was going on about looking for a woman who was marriage material. Another was a liar, not even a serious liar. He lied about acquaintances and name-dropped people who he didn't know. It became awkward. These days, she no longer goes out on dates. She barely gets an invitation. Her married friends throw parties for their children. The last time she was with a group of them was at a seventh-day ceremony. The couple, both Nigerian dentists, hired a rabbi to carry out their son's circumcision because they couldn't get one done at the hospital where he was born. The wife burst into tears, and the husband made some suggestive comments, which Jola ignored for fear of being labeled a homewrecker. She wishes she had been more adventurous. For her, there will be no chance meeting in bars or sex with strangers within the social network to which she belongs. Love is so contained, so predictable, and marriage might be as banal and unsatisfying as her career. During the week, Bandel calls. She hasn't heard from him in months. He either bombards her with phone calls or avoids her phone calls. She fondly refers to him as her grumpy writer friend. She is getting undressed when her phone rings. She stands before the mirror in her bedroom as she speaks to him, stripped down to her underwear, and pulls her stomach in. My love, she says. Old Fanish, he says. His voice is hopelessly public school. It sounds like one low rumble of thunder after another. She panics as she inspects her back view. Is her ass beginning to sag, or is it just the way she is standing? It looks uncertain, like an uncertain ass asking. When? As if it won't be long before she gets the answer everyone dreads. Soon. She tells him about her new job, and he says he's trying to get published. You are? It surprised me too. Never again, remember. Now I'm back to submitting work, and it's been shortlisted for an African Writers' Prize. Hey, no, hey, I don't want to make a fuss or anything. You know, in case it doesn't work out, it's been a bit nerve-wracking. We have had all these readings lined up. You took part? I had no choice. The last one is on Saturday near Calabash. Remember Calabash? Sure, it was a restaurant at the African Center in Covent Garden. She saw him read there when he published his first novel, Sidestep. He stuttered a lot, which was unusual for him. Readings made him nervous, and back then, he didn't want to be associated with African writers. He says he found out about the competition through an online forum for Nigerian intellectuals, which he ended up leaving because they kept getting into tribal spats. He had not encountered Nigerians like them before, people who were capable of debating about Derrida and Foucault. but unable to contain their primal urges to clan up and wage war. They were a vile bunch. Sounds like it. So where is this reading then? A bookshop? I'll meet you there, she says. Meet me afterwards, he says. These things can be tedious, and it will be impossible to talk. He gives her the address. I'll pick you up, she says. Let's say 9. We can go somewhere. I want to hear what you have been up to. What were you shortlisted for anyway? A novel. The first 5,000 words. The winner gets £10,000 and a book contract. Wow! What's the title? Foreign Capitals. That's a good one, she says, though she's not sure. Yeah? Yes, I can feel it. You win. Thanks, I needed to hear that. See you soon. She takes a bath before she goes to bed. Her bath water is lukewarm. She spreads her leg and arcs her back. She admits the weight and warmth of a man. Sometimes she climaxes in her dream, and she looks at children differently, as if they could be hers. She brushes against her walls for contact. When she met Bandele, she couldn't have imagined they would be friends. She had a crush on his elder brother, Sheyi. Sheyi was her brother Lanre's friend. They were day boys at St. Gregory College when she was a boarder at Queen's College. She overheard senior girls talking about them. They were cool Greg guys, heavy, dishy guys. The summer after Form 3, Sheyi showed up at the house. He was gorgeous in his white uniform, tall, and he didn't have those big calves that Nigerian boys had. Even her mother was taken. Sure, a lovely boy, she said. The Davies boy. His nickname was Shaft in Africa. His father was a retired labor minister, and his mother had a boutique at Federal Palace Hotel. That holiday, Sheyi drove his mother's old Mini around. He and Larry would somehow squeeze themselves into it and find their way to Ikoyi Club to play squash and chase chicks. Sheyi called Larry Wheezy after a song by Greg's band that landed a record deal with EMI. Larry wasn't allowed to drive, and he always refused to give Diola a lift. The driver would take you, he would say. Wait for the driver. She would have to wait until the driver returned from wherever and whatever errand he was on. She would get to the club late in the afternoon and find Sheyi and Larry smoking and drinking beer in the rotunda. Larry would stub out his cigarette as if she were likely to tell on him, and Sheyi would sit there looking amused and red-eyed. Sheyi played in squash tournaments with middle-aged brigadiers. Sometimes she watched him play pool in the games room. Under-18s were not allowed in, but they bribed the waiters, and during the day, anyone else who might report them was at work. Sheyi would prowl around pool tables in his worn-out t-shirt and jeans. He drank beer from bottles and bent low to shoot. He was just a boy, and someone ought to have talked to him about drinking. Once he saw her at the news agent and announced, "My sweetheart," and hugged her. He was drunk again, and she held him tightly, but that was as far as she went with him. He had a girlfriend called Tina, whose mother was Jamaican. Her hair reached her shoulders, so he and other guys made a fuss about her. Then one day, Bandele came to the house. "Is Lanre in?" he asked. "No, please," and he pronounced Lanre's name, Lanre. It sounded completely English, and all she knew about Nigerians who spoke that way was that they looked down on Nigerians who didn't. "Lanre is not in," she said. She was wearing jeans and a long t-shirt. Bandele asked, "Is Madame in there?" Diola said, "You mean my mother?" He looked her up and down. "I thought you were the house girl." Bandele had the same features as Sheyi, but they were not nearly as symmetrical, and he was shorter. Lanre later explained that he was Sheyi's younger brother, who was sent off to an old-fashioned school in England called Aru. Now he was so lost that even Sheyi was ashamed of him. Diola did notice how Bandele hung around the expert crowd at Ikoyi Club. They called him Daily Davis. He called himself Daily Davis. His English accent made him effeminate. effeminate. As far as she was concerned, he didn't even recognize her after that day. The same way some experts couldn't tell one's Nigerian from another. She turns off the hot water tap as she remembers the night Sheyi Davis died. There was a film show at the club that night, James Bond. She was there with her friends. Sheyi and Larry left the rotunda early. It was raining and they had been drinking beer again. They went off to the floating buka on the marina. After the film, the driver came for her. She got home and Larry had not yet returned, which wasn't a surprise. She ate the pork chops her mother had left in the warmer and went to bed. Her mother stayed up to watch April Love. She heard the theme song. It must have been 11:30 when the phone rang and her father answered it. It was Sheyi's father. He said Sheyi and Larry were in an accident on Kingsway Road. Larry had lost consciousness and Sheyi was lost. That was exactly how her father delivered the news. Unfortunately, we have lost Sheyi. Lost him where, she thought. The Davies restricted Sheyi's funeral to family members. No one else was allowed to enter to and attend, not his godparents, not their friends, not even his friends from St. Greg's. Larry was bedridden. He had a concussion and black eyes. Her parents went several times to pay their condolences at the Davis house, but their steward would open their door dressed in a white uniform and say, "Master and Madam are resting." Sheyi's funeral caused a scandal in Lagos that summer. After the obituaries and tears, people began to abuse his father in private. They said he was too English. He didn't know how to mourn properly. Her father saw him on the golf course practicing his swing. Her mother bumped into Mrs. Davis at Moloney supermarket and was finally able to speak to her. Diola's mother banned her from the club for the rest of the summer. So, she didn't know if Bandele went there or not, but the holiday ended and Bandele must have gone back to Harrow. She still didn't know how to react to Sheyi's death, so she wrote a poem dedicated to him and buried it by the pawpaw tree in the backyard. She didn't see Bandele again until she was in her final year in university. She met him at a black-tie dinner in Pall Mall. A mutual friend had her 21st birthday at a gentleman's club there. The gentlemen looked like retired generals and diplomats. She spotted Bandele taking his surroundings a little too serious and looking rather like a penguin. She asked him, "Aren't you Bandele Davis?" He said, "I am. And who might you be?" He was with a blonde with puffy taffetas sleeves. Diola was with Tosan, who suggested to the blonde that if she really enjoyed Lovers Rock, she ought to try a fantastic club in Hackney called the All Nations Club. Diola asked Bandele what he was studying. He said he was not in university, he was writing a novel. "A real one," she exclaimed, thinking she didn't know one Nigeria student who was writing books or bypassing university. "The question is, are novels real?" he asked, lifting his hand. Tosan was so convinced he was gay. On Saturday evening, she arrives late at the bookshop. She has driven around Covent Garden trying to find a parking spot, and it has turned cold enough to wear a jacket. She rubs her bare arms as she hurries towards the entrance. There are globes and travel maps in the window. Indoors is a cafe where the reading is advertised on a poster. Where these people are the reading, there's a woman with long frizzy hair, another with a grey ponytail and a navy wrap, and a man with a comb over. The rest look like half Diola's age. They have dreadlocks and braids and are dressed in hip-hop clothes, ethnic prints and black. There's a lot of black individualists, always look as if they are in mourning. She stands out in her tracksuit. So does Bandele in his prim shirt and tie. His haircut belongs on an older face. He has a mischievous expression, but his eyes are subdued. It took him a while to find the right medication for his depression. One dried up his mouth and another bloated him up. They all make him lethargic. Most days he doesn't get up until noon. What's this? He asks, patting his chest. You are? Don't start, Deola says. She's wearing a new padded bra. A woman approaches him with a couple of side steps. She has a nose ring and her lips are thick with gloss. Sorry, she says, wrinkling her brows. My pleasure, he says. He autographs his novel on the nearest table, shakes her hand and returns. Deola predicts he's about to make a rude comment and she is right. Let's go, he mumbles. I can't take much more of this. A group of people has formed a bottleneck by the door. She enjoys the close contact and mix of scents, but that Bandele grips her hand until they are outside, where he breathes out. Was it that bad? She asks. You have no idea. I'm sitting there pretending to listen to that insane discussion. About? About being marginalized and pigeonholed. Then some writer whom I've never heard of before starts yelling at me during my question and answer. Why? Something about God's disgrace. What about God's disgrace? Oh, who cares? God's finer writer than that dipstick can ever hope to be. What does he know? He writes the same post-colonial crap the rest of them write, and not very well, I might add. Deola laughs. Isn't our entire existence as African post-colonial? They should give it a rest, the whole lot of them. Africa should be called the subcontinent, the way they carry on. It's all gloom and doom from them, and the women are worse. All that false angst. Honestly, and if I hear another poet in a head wrap bragging about the size of her ample bottom or likening her skin to the color of a nighttime beverage, I don't know what I would do. He's a courtesy enthusiast. Sidestep was about a 19-year-old Nigerian who slept around. She found it funny and sweet. He never denied it was autobiographical, and the women in the novel were skinny blondes with AA cup brows. They wore ballet flats and had names like Felicity and Camilla. What a waste of time, he says as they approach her Peugeot. I should never have come. That is why I have never liked going to these black things. Black things? Black events. They always degenerate into pity parties. Where do you want to go now? She asks, shaking her head. Home. Home? If you don't mind, I am worn out. She paid for 2 hours parking, but she's used to him changing plans. They pass a man who is shouting out theater shows in an Italian accent. Lion King. The Lion King posters have African faces covered in tribal paint. The street is teeming with cars and people. There are cafes and shops on each side. Bandele lives in a council flat in Pimlico. His estate has a community center and laundrette. He was in Brixton temporarily, but he drew a tantrum and demanded to be moved. He told his social worker he was only familiar with Belgravia and black people scared him, which was true, but his social worker just assumed he was showing signs of paranoia. How's the job going? He asks. Not bad, Deola says, turning into Charing Cross Road. So you are doing charity work? No, I work for a charity in Brent, Wembley actually. He sighs. Why Wembley? What's wrong with Wembley? It's zone 4. It's an easy commute for me. I'm just saying, with your qualifications, you ought to be working right here in the city for the Rothschild or something. Rothschild is not an accountancy firm. Search it. Then, Saatchi and Saatchi is not an accountancy firm. And who says they would employ me? Come on, you are selling yourself short. You are always selling yourself short. Stop selling yourself short. Of course, they would employ you. With your background? What background? Deola says, stepping on her accelerator instead of admitting she's aware of how mediocre her career is. She's heading in the direction of Trafalgar Square. Calm down, he says. I'm just saying, you ought to aim higher. You are too self-effacing. You go for a job like that and you end up leaving. It's the same way you found yourself working with a bunch of your wherever you are. Holborn, a consultancy firm in Holborn with NHS clients in Wolverhampton. She slaps his hand down. She can't tell him anything. Sorry, he says. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. May I smoke? No. Out of my window, I mean. I said no. He rubs his forehead. God, you are such an old fanny. So what is it then? You struggle with the world of commerce and industry, or the world of commerce and industry struggles with you? His American accent is dodgy. Who are you quoting now? She asks. Baldwin. What did Baldwin have to say about that? He didn't ask you the question. He's also a James Baldwin enthusiast, but he considers Baldwin experiences American, unlike his, which he might describe as aristocratic English because his grandfather was knighted by the queen. His snobbishness is exasperating. Everyone is a yob to him. He won't accept that racism exists in England. It's just an excuse for the West Indian immigrants not to work, he once said. Class is everything over here. My job is not bad, she says. I get to travel. I have just come back from the States. Before that, I was in India. India? Yes, and I'm going home in a week. From the little she saw in Delhi, it was cleaner and better organized than Lagos, but there were similarities, like the crowded markets and the occasional spectacle of someone defecating in public. Where is home? Bandele asks. Whereas, he rubs his chin. Nigeria is not my home. It is home for me. Good luck to you. I haven't been back in so long, and I did probably catch dengue fever the moment I set foot in that country. More like malaria. Nigerians, yeah, savages. Your head is not correct, she says. This slips out, and for a while, her remorse shuts her up. Bandele had been hospitalized for depression once before, but even at his lowest, he was never incoherent. He always appeared physically fit, yet his depression was often so crippling he couldn't get out of bed. Now he says it is manageable. He calls psychiatric patients schizophrenics. If she protests, he says, what? His flat is in a state where they get there, not abnormally so. There is dirty laundry in his living room, a clutter of clothes in his sink, and a saucer with cigarette butts. He works in longhand and writes it up on a computer, but he has never learned to type properly. He has paper all over the floor, sometimes crumbled up in balls. He writes everywhere as if he is addicted in notebooks he carries, or paper napkins in restaurants, and on cinema stoves in dark. He goes to Pimlico Library to borrow books and to his local Sainsbury's to buy frozen meals. He heats them in his oven before and because he doesn't have a microwave. His flat smells of cigarettes. Does the writing help? She asks. Help what? He says, throwing his keys on a chair. Her hands are in her pockets. I mean, in expressing yourself. It's not about expressing myself. What is it about then? I just don't want to feel so worthless anymore. You are not worthless, Bandele. I am. Don't say that, but I am. No, you are not. You are working, and it's not like having a job you absolutely loathe. He searches the floor. I absolutely loathe writing. You do? Of course I do, and I loathe publishing even more still. I have an intimate knowledge of its ugly side. Again, the dodgy American accent. He can't imitate, but he has an astonishing ability to recall quotes. For her, quoting is like picking flowers instead of admiring them. Baldwin again, she asks, you have got that right, sister. Have you read any of his books? Go Tell It on the Mountain and the Beale Street one, the one with the pregnant woman. What did you think of them? I like them. He staggers backward. Liked? You and Baldwin today. He raises his hands. I'm having a seance with him. I thought you didn't believe in all that. He was an existentialist when last she asked. She cannot tell if he is erratic or just working himself up into a creative mode. She wants to find out if he's under stress from writing again and if he has a new girlfriend. She would like to ask about his medication and his social work, but more than that, she did rather just excuse herself and leave because she can't cope with what he might tell her. It's a mess here, isn't it? He asks, looking at the floor. It's mine, she says. No, really, it's a mess. It's fine. Just say it and I'll clean up. I will help. As they tidy up, she tells herself not to worry about him. Every Nigerian has Every Nigerian she knows abroad is to some degree broken. I don't try to express myself, he says, picking up papers. If I need to express myself, I did sooner take a sheet on one of these. I only asked, she says. Bandele has never held a job. He had once after Sidestep was published because he wasn't any much in royalties, but he fell out with his manager within a week. He said he couldn't possibly take orders from a job like her. Quit. Then had trouble drafting his second novel. His agent stopped returning his calls. He went to her office and whatever happened there led to his hospitalization. His parents came from Nigeria to visit him. He called his father a fucking kleptocrat and his mother a mercenary cunt. They flew back to Nigeria as soon as he was discharged from hospital. That was when Diola returned to work in London. She was on a tourist visa. She was applying for accountancy jobs, the only jobs for which she could apply for a work permit. And she caught Bandele at his parents' house in Belgravia. She was catching up with friends and finding out who else was around. He kept her on the phone for hours, telling her what happened. It was brutal. Brutal in there, he said. Dickensian and nurses looked as if they were men dressed in drag. He said his father had given him 6 months to find somewhere else to live. It was easy for her to blame his father. The man was too Nigerian, she decided. Bandele's father went to Cambridge and Bandele was expected to go there, but instead he wrote the novel. His father never mentioned the novel, as if doing so might prove Bandele's right. After Bandele moved to Pimlico, he invited her to the Tate Gallery for exhibitions. David Hockney, Francis Bacon, someone or other. She persuaded him to come to Brixton for a Fela concert at the Academy. Tosan didn't care if he tagged along. He was so sure Bandele was gay. In fact, he thought that was the cause of Bandele's breakdown, while her friends referred to Bandele as the bobo who went mad because he couldn't accept the fact that he was black. It got worse if she ever tried to defend him. Over the years, she has discovered that Bandele tells just enough of the truth to get sympathy. His father is known as a thieving politician, for instance, but he is a well-respected one, as they all are. His father may also have disciplined his children with a cane, but no more than the average Nigerian parent did. Sometimes she can't tell Bandele's natural grandiosity from the symptoms of his illness. He has since learned to live with the black people on his council estate, but she no longer blames his family for giving up on him. The cunt business was just the beginning. He called his sisters, who were known for buying the affections of guys who were far better looking than they were, ugly whores. She keeps in touch with him by phone, but she can go for months without seeing him. His ridicule of Nigerians is hard to take, and she once attributed it to sort of self-looting that only an English public school can impart on a young, impressionable foreign mind. Overall, she finds Bandele tasty, but his talk about schooling and artistic expression prompts her to call Tessa during the week. Tessa Moore, or Tessa the Thespian, as she used to call her, when they were roommates in boarding school. Sometimes it was Tess of the Yuba Test of the Yuba. This was during O levels when Tess, like Bamidele, didn't have the normal preoccupations like choosing what A levels to study or going to university. Tessa later left boarding school for a tutorial college in London so she could audition for acting. She didn't actually get any roles or A levels, but it was fabulous. The last time Deola saw Tessa on stage, Tessa was playing Lily at St. Regis in Annie. She sang Easy Street. Tessa does voiceover work now. Once in a while, Deola recognizes her voice in an advert. When Tessa is not sounding like someone else, she brings her back to when they were 15-year-old girls. School was in Somerset, and their boarding house was in Glastonbury. They had a housemaster with hair full of bright cream through keyholes to check if girls were misbehaving, and a house mistress who was too vacuous to understand the implication of this, but she made the best apple crumbles ever. A bus shuttled students to and fro. Deola's classes had 10 students at most, compared to the 30-odd girls she was used to at Queen's College. There were boys in her class and no school uniform, which meant she had to think about what to wear in the morning. Skirt or trousers, cardigan or sweater, penny loafers or boots. She had a Mark and Spencer duffel coat and a mother's old Burberry trench coat, both of which she found frumpy. She was fresh from a boarding school in Nigeria, where girls stuck their bottoms out and walked around with clearer seal on their faces. Now, she was sharing a house with girls who flipped their hair from side to side and ran around with neck and their legs. She found them just as funny to observe. Tessa came from a drama school with her own special antics, which quickly earned her a reputation for being a weirdo. The only girl weirder than Tessa was a Californian who wore an ankle bracelet and said, "Far out, man," and sniffed her spray deodorant. First thing in the morning, Deola would be lying in bed, tucked under her duvet, reluctant to brave the cold. She slept near the heater. Outside it was invariably dark. Tessa would get up early to avoid the shower rush. After a shower, Tessa would strut into the dormitory, grab her hairbrush, and start singing some annoying chorus from a musical, like didu didu didu, didu, and Deola would shout, "Will you shush?" They were both in the drama society, and Tessa had major roles in the school productions of Guys and Dolls and the importance of being earnest that year. At Queen's College, Deola was in the drama society. She once played Hamlet in the To Be or Not to Be scene. In England, she always ended up with female or black roles and usually as an extra. One night in their dormitory, she thought she did show off her acting skills to Tessa and recited the Square Has Got Spunk in Him scene from She Stoops to Conquer. Tessa laughed until she drooled. The trembling nasal voice Deola used became a voice of reason of sorts. They couldn't agree on what music to play. Deola had a stash of cigarettes, most of which were badly dubbed from soul LPs and labeled mixed grill. Occasionally, Radio 1 played a song with a dance beat, like funking for Jamaicans. Otherwise, she had to tune into Radio Luxembourg. Tessa was into bands like Led Zepp and Pink Floyd. Deola had never heard of them before, and Tessa did not know who Teddy Pendergrass or George Benson were. In the end, they didn't agree to take turns to play their music. They just enjoyed whatever was on, and that was how Deola learned that those obscure choruses from her childhood, like Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday, and Obladi, Oblada, were from songs by the Stones and the Beatles. She did grown up believing they were Nigerian folk songs. She calls Tessa and they arrange to meet for tea on Sunday in a cafe of Hay Market. They sit by the window, which is thick enough to reduce the noise of the traffic to a hum. The cafe is cozy. There are mirrors on the walls and Diola can see her profile as well as the back of her head. The tea is overpriced and the sugar is caramelized, as if to compensate. She eats a cheese Danish as Tessa butters a scone and slaps on strawberry jam. Tessa's red hair is pulled back with a black band, slightly crooked nose that makes her look striking. Her dark denim jacket contrasts with her pale, freckly skin. She wears a ruby cabochon ring on her middle finger. It is too loose for her ring finger. She has been engaged to Peter for several months now, and they are yet to set a wedding date. The trouble is, Tessa says, we can't decide where to live. It's either Pete moves here or I move to Australia, right? So Pete doesn't like the climate here, and you know I can't stand the heat, but I really don't have to live here to work, and Pete can basically live anywhere. So it's unsettling. It's such a long way away, Australia. Such a long way from home. He will build me a studio, though if we move there, so I can work. Tessa and Peter live in a mews in Notting Hill Gate. Peter buys houses in London with a business partner, fixes them up and sells them. He left school at 17, wanting to be a wildlife photographer, and traveled throughout Asia, taking carpentry and building jobs to sustain himself. They have that huge theater, don't they? Diola asks. Which one? The one at Sydney Harbour. Yes, the Opera House. Australia. Diola says, my neighbors downstairs are from Australia. Tessa puts her teacup down. Are they? I think so. Stay here. What if you get another big role? Tessa bites her scone. The roles? Aren't there any more? You got Annie. Yes, but that was ages ago. So in a couple of years, I'll be old enough to play Miss Hannigan. Remember when you were Adelaide? Tessa says, unenergetically. She misses being on stage. She has had more luck in festivals than in West End. She eventually turned to BBC Radio, and the voice-over work came out of that. A review said her singing voice was soulful, and Diola secretly took credit for that. He exposed her to soul music. Who exposed her to soul music? Who took her to see the High Priestess, Nina Simone, at Ronnie Scott? You know who did? I really love to play. Tessa says, who? Piaf. But I am too tall to play her. She was tiny. Piaf. Tessa as Edith.
Piaf doesn't surprise Diola as much as Tessa as a housewife. Tessa gave Peter an ultimatum before he agreed to get married. He is 6 years younger than Tessa, and his father is not pleased about that. Peter's mother died of melanoma when he was a boy, and he and his father are more like brothers. They get drunk together, which Tessa at first thought was sweet. Now she says it is unsavory. What made you change your mind? Diola asked. Tessa wipes her finger on a napkin. About, you know, I'm ready, Tessa says. I want the husband, the kids, and the whole lot. Diola thinks of the clapping and skipping game she learned as a girl and chant like, when will you marry? This, next year, first comes love, when comes marriage? I know we have been brainwashed, Tessa says. Reading a skeptical expression. It's biological. I don't want to wait until I have fossils for eggs. Please don't mention eggs around here. Why not? There's no hope for mine. Don't be silly, darling. Seriously? There's no one in London? What do you mean? There's someone. There's someone else. A group of Japanese tourists were walking past. One stops to take a photograph with his Canon camera. How to begin? Deola thinks. The closest she got to talking to Tessa about race was telling Tessa she danced well. Considering Tessa, of course, thought Deola was a fantastic dancer. Deola didn't dance that well, just better than other girls in school who danced out of rhyme. Tessa got curious about the word Oyibo, having overheard other Nigerians using it, as it was awkward for Deola to confess it meant white, westerner, westernized, foreign. Tessa blushed. The British won't have any of that stirring up stuff. You must have had an image of what your prince looked like when you were a girl, Deola says. I'm sure I did, Tessa says. Well, mine was no Englishman. Tessa laughs. What? I want to be with a Nigerian. Oh, don't. It is a pretense. It is a preference. Don't be daft, darling. Who ends up with a prince anyway? Deola gesticulates. It's about having a shared history. In our college days, who wanted to be the old one with the Oyinbo boyfriend at a party? Explaining to him, yes, we like music this loud. No, we don't make conversation, we just dance. You were either pathetic or lost if you were with an Oyinbo boy. She never went out with any in school. She had crushes. There was the golden-haired American tennis player and the Welsh rugby player with bow legs. Tessa went out with a pimbly pseudo-intellectual who walked around with a palsy scarf wrapped around his neck. He seemed harmless enough until he spread a rumor that Tessa stuck her tongue so far down his throat, she practically extracted his tonsils. In a way, Deola was glad she was saved from that nonsense. Who fancies whom and who got off with whom? Boy called her mate and slapped her on the back. They might have wanted to hug her, but it was safer if she were one of the lads. Sometimes they introduced her to a Nigerian boy who came to their school for a away game. They would endorse him as good fun, mispronounce his name, Adi Baby Lolly, and no matter how unattractive she found him, they would grin at him and her as if expecting them to copulate. She concentrated on studying for her O-level at the end of term, while Tessa was upset over some boy who'd slow danced with some other girls at the school disco. Deola was looking forward to traveling home. She knew she wasn't going to be overlooked for much longer. On the last day of term, they shared a bottle of Scroppy on Glastonbury tour. Specific when she started dating, and she still is. A man must taste and smell as if they were raised on the same diet and make the same tonal sound. Similarity on all fronts is essential. She won't even be with a Nigerian like Bandele, who might end up asking her, pardon? What's wrong with a different history? Tessa asked. What's wrong with two historians? Nothing, if they really are shared. Come on, that is so. I'm sorry. I'm not precious that way. I'm just not. Thessa's father is Scottish. Her mother's family immigrated from Italy. She has an uncle on her father's side whom she calls a disgusting old fat because he complains about his new neighbors who are Pakistani, spies on them from behind his curtains, and once called the police to say he suspected them of terrorist activities. Before Peter, she dated a Trinidadian artist who looked Chinese, then a French merchant wanker, as she called him after they broke up. Thessa would not know what it means to be nationalistic about love. She thinks it's racist to talk about race. She is unapologetically prejudiced against actors, though her first boyfriend was one. He was in his 40s and married. They met in bedsit for years. She swore she would never get married after she broke up with him. What if I said that to you? She asked, blushing. What if I said that about Nigerian men? It's not the same, Deola says. Why not? Because it's not. You don't live in Nigeria, for a start. Imagine if you did. Why? Just imagine you lived there in a community of expats for years. You know how you are not sure about moving to Australia. That is my whole life here. It's not like you haven't had time to adjust. You went to school here. You have no idea what it was like for me in school. The man at the next table glanced at them. His nose is a bulbous and his skin on his neck dropped from his chin. Thessa's moment of anger subsides. Does being a red-haired child actress come close? She mumbles as she eats the other half of her scone. It's not the same, Deola says. Thessa's hair is not the same shade of red as it was. It is darker now, less orange. She is going gray, so she dyes it. As a girl, she was in adverts for lemonade and toothpaste. Her teeth were perfect, and her hair was coarse and curly. She envied child actresses like Patsy Kensit, who had straight blonde hair. Actually, she hated Patsy Kensit. She wanted to be the girl in The Great Gatsby, and people kept telling her she would make a wonderful orphan Annie, whom she also hated. A Western Indian woman at an audition suggested she use TCB conditioner to tame her hair, and Tessa mothers had to go all the way to Shepherd Bush to find some. Thessa called and his mate asked if he could rub her afro for good luck. She has had to get her hair chemically relaxed for interviews. A partner in her accountancy firm commented that her braids were professional. Not once did she think her hair was the issue at hand. I mean, Thessa said, dusting her hand, all my life, I haven't been right for the roles I've wanted. If it's not my hair, it's my age. If it's not my age, it's my height. It's been like that from the very beginning. Rejection after rejection. Never mind what I said in school. I was such a little liar then. Weren't we all? I actually thought you fitted in more than me. Me? You were a right little miss. Would you please keep the noise down? Would you please not leave clothes strewn all over the floor? I mean, what 15-year-old uses the word strewn? Deola steadies a teacup as she laughs. What she remembers in the careers advisor is their school telling her Africans were not intelligent enough to go to university, and the drama teacher asking her to sing bingo bango bongo. We belong back in jungle in an end-time musical and trying to convince her that it was a satire. Tessa did not also have a reputation for lying. She said her parents had a mansion in Richmond. The mansion in Richmond turned out to be a semi-detached in Twickenham. She said it had to, she had to leave school because she was missing out on roles. Her mother was a music teacher and her father was a cellist. Tessa was on a scholarship. They withdrew her from boarding school because they feared she was losing her self-confidence. She was embarrassed about her upbringing, which she could claim was unusual until they met international students like Deola, who grew up overseas. My life is so blah, she would say to Deola, and I am so pale. I wish I could swap skin with you. Deola didn't want to swap skin with Tessa, nor did she believe Tessa would consider it a fair exchange. She thought every boarding school had the same sorry array of international students and had seen them at their loneliest, sobbing over a mean comment someone had made. All of them were leveled by their desire to go home. I am known for I have known you for so long, Tessa says. You have to be a bridesmaid. Of course, there will be fittings. I will be there for each one. Our colors might clash. That's not fair, Moya. What? You started it. When will you be back from Nigeria? In a week. When would you like to be measured then? The Saturday after? Make it the Saturday after that. I usually need 2 weeks to recover. Tessa, make a feast. Do us a favor. If you met someone out there, I think it's a little precarious for one night stands. I think it's a little precarious. See what I mean? It won't kill you to have one before you die. Tessa, what will you do otherwise? Tessa asked. You might not get another chance if you are so picky about your options here. What is that look for? It is almost parental, the way Deola considers what she can bring up about her experience as a Nigerian in England. Tessa would probably feel guilty without realizing the Nigerians are as prejudiced as the English and more snobbish. Nigerians give any excuse, are ready to snub without provocation and even remorse. They snub one another, snub other Africans, other black and other races. Nigerians would snub aliens if they encounter them. The first time she was even aware of her race, the first time she was ever aware her race mattered, she was in Nigeria. She was in a primary school and must have been about 8. She was taking ballet classes at another school for expatriate children. The girls in the class were mostly English, but there were Chinese, Lebanese, and Indian girls as well. Deola was one of a few Nigerian girls. The ballet teacher was English. She walked around clapping in time to the music and ordering, "Tuck your tail in." A girl practiced plies. She would pass the Nigerian girls and say, "I know it's hard for some of you." She would pass the other girls and say, "Good work." The next time Deola was 14 and in a summer camp in Switzerland. She shared a room with a blonde girl from Connecticut who was always getting into trouble with counselors and calling her parents in tears. Deola was combing her hair with an afro pick one night when the girl pointed at her and laughed. This surprised her because during the day, the girl was constantly throwing her arms around the boy who looked like a youngest Jackson 5 brother. until the until he said she was so fat that if she jumped in a swimming pool, half the water would splash out. He was from Chicago. Deola too was infatuated with him, but one afternoon they were at horseback riding when he started dancing around her with his knees bent, flapping his arms like chicken wings and chanting, Oga Shaka, Oga Shaka. She went to boarding school in England a year later. In English class, she sat next to a boy who was forever cracking jokes. She noticed how her classmates called him Jacob, wrinkling their noses as if his surname were a cough syrup. She knew he was picked on for a reason neither he or they may have been conscious of. Then one day they were taking turns reading Look Back in Anger out loud, and he asked the question about works that she didn't catch. Now, now their English teacher said with a smile, "We don't say works here, we say Western oriented gentlemen." None of these experiences are worth mentioning. Deola decides they are laughable. Want another scone? She asks. I think I will have another Danish. Tessa, 13 years old niece, is a Dara fan. She is a fan of hip hop in general, and she does hand signal and calls the girl when she doesn't like Beatrice. She is such a silly sweetheart, Tessa said. You just want to give her a clip around the ear. She says to me, can you ask your Nigerian friend to get me Dara's autograph? So I asked her, what do you see in him? And she says, he is gangster. My brother and his wife are going spare. I told him not to worry. It's like rock and roll. Really, this whole hip hop thing. Dara is not gangster. Deola says he is just a college dropout. How funny. I can see what she sees in my eyes, though. You can? There's something about him, something very noble about his books. Deola doesn't know what to say to this. The man at the next table with the bulbous nose looked noble to her, like a Roman emperor. How's your dad? She asked. Tessa's father is much older than the mother, and has he has Alzheimer's. He can no longer play the cello. Dad's not doing well, Tessa says. That's one reason why I have to take a decision about this wedding soon. Mom's doing her best. It's something to witness, something to aspire to. The love between them, I just hope Pete will be there for me if anything like that happens. He will, Deola says sincerely. One night that week, she catches the end of a television interview with Dara and studies his face. He is not beautiful, but he may have crossover appeal. Big eyes, a wide proportioned chin, and a nose that doesn't change shape when he speaks. His face is still a mask. Could that be seen as a nobility? He is talking about his debut CD. It has been amazing. His chest is pumped up, and the watch on his wrist is as thick as a handcuff. His interviewer, Abby Okomen, is also well known. How he resists looking at her breast is a mystery. They are probed up like bread rolls on a platter. In that way, she asked, smiling, What way? Dara says. Yes, she says. Tell us how exactly. Well, Dara says, people recognize you. You can just walk down the street anymore. You can't just walk down the street anymore. They call you name. At first, it was not sure how to react, but I am sort of getting used to it. His accent is a mixture of Cockney and Yoruba. He looks self-assured, but his smile ends, and there is a moment when she or he left a giggle, as if he still can't understand what the fuse is about. So, is England home for you now? Abi asked. Because you are originally from Nigeria, and my father is originally from Nigeria. Her hair weaves barely shift when she tosses it back. She is an attractive woman, and she has that essential smile, that big smile that shows a lot of personality. Sure, Dara says, England is home for me now. Abby faces the camera, and Sir Paul said it would last give it up for hip-hop sensation. Dara, Diola changes as the audience give it up and woos. England has changed. It's a long way from finding our way to the only record shop in Soho and sold souls import. It is not just Nigerians. Black culture is everywhere now, but it is not satisfied. She turns off her television mistakenly, her bedroom, and sense of unbelonging for an uncontrollable urge to sleep. Foreign capitals. On her overnight flight from Heathrow Airport to Lagos, she sits next to a woman who is reading a Bible. The woman started before the plane took off, mumbling psalms to herself. When the plane is about to land, the woman brings out a white rosary from her handbag and begins to pray out loud. The engine drowns out her voice. Passengers unclaps their seatbelt as the plane taxis. They grab their hand luggages from the overhead compartment. A flight attendant who has not bothered to dye her hair in a white ambles down the aisle, saying, "Please remain seated." No one pays her any attention. The moving walkway in the airport is stationary. Deola hurries past rows of blue chairs and down the escalator, which is also immobile. She is first in line at passport control, which means she has to wait longer for the luggage. 2 flights have arrived this morning. Passengers sit on the edge of the carousel, hissing and sighing. Their suitcases emerge between cardboard boxes, tidily taped. The air conditioner is not working, and the spot where Deola is standing reeks of armpit. A gap-touched man walked past her shouting on his mobile phone. Our luggage were delayed for, I said our luggages were delayed. I can't make it until tomorrow. He laughs and passed. His handkerchief, which is hanging out of his pocket, and jacket like a limp tongue. My prince, my professor. No, it is not New York. I went to this time. I was London for business. Deola cherishes her homecoming because of characters like him. She loves her fellow Nigerians, especially as one with his wide pointed shoes. His ass is halfway up his back, and his jacket almost reaches his knees. His oblivion is a spectacle of beauty. She can't stop looking at them. She eventually gets a suitcase and wheels it towards customs. The custom officers are men. One scratches his head and asks, "Sister, wetin you bring come?" He eyes her midriff as his colleagues chew on a toothpick. "Nothing," she says. They wave her through. Her mother is in the crowd waiting of the automatic doors. She hugs her and they rock from side to side. She could easily lift her mother up, yet she is someone able to lean on her. What happened? There was a delay in our luggage. We have been waiting for over an hour now. Sorry, I was beginning to worry. The driver has been circulated outside. Her mother, Remy, wears a navy t-shirt, white trousers, and wedge heel espadrilles. Her perfume is musky, and she has a braided chignon attached to the back of her hair. A small woman, she pats the crowd while raising her hand in a stately manner and ignores the tout who calls out, "Yes, you need cabs?" Outside, she asks, "Where is the fellow, for heaven's sake?" and signals to the driver, who is standing behind the barricade. He waves to indicate that he will bring the car around. She turned to Deola. "So how are you, Miss Adeola?" "Fine," Deola says, feeling as if she is back from school with a report card that doesn't quite measure up. "Is this a new hairstyle?" Deola smiled. "It is a prelude to a disagreement they have had too many times. She has been through experimental phases, twisting, dyeing, and perennial braiding with extensions. Her hair once fell out after a relaxer. The air is humid with morning and she sweats in her t-shirt and trousers. A pashmina scarf hangs on her back and her loafers pinch. The driver manages to park by the barricade. He loads a suitcase in the boot of the Range Rover. She and her mother climb into the back seat. "It is new," she asked, pressing the leather. "It's your brother's," her mother said. "He lent me his driver once in a while." "What happened to yours?" "I sacked him." "What if he needs this?" She is conscious that they are talking about the driver as if he is unable to hear them. She sees his eyes in the rear-view mirror. He seems to be concentrating on the traffic ahead. "You do what you must," her mother says. "At night, with armed robbers?" Her mother shrugged. "How for do? The attack in broad daylight." Deola strapped on her seatbelt. You still don't use a seatbelt, Mommy?" She is surprised by the resignation she encountered at home. Her mother's eyesight is poor, yet she won't wear glasses except to read. The roads in Lagos are full of potholes. Why would a seatbelt matter? Her mother says she doesn't use them because they wrinkle her clothes. Deola starts to object, and her mother raises her hand and says, "Joe, please." The driver slows down over speed bumps and turns up the air conditioner. They pass Church of Ascension and a sign that says, "Welcome to Lagos, a place of aquatic splendor." The city is shrinking, or perhaps it is just more crowded. It is a rainy season. which means Deola wonder why she ever called this time of the year summer. The streets are waterlogged. Some of the sights along the way are new to her, like the organized labor mass transport van, but most are familiar. There are yellow taxis and vans, buses with biblical messages, Shaddai, and Weep Not Crusaders, lorries dripping with wet sand, unfinished buildings and broken down cars. People are crossing the central reservation of the highways, and rams are feeding in troughs. The stall in Oshodi market look like prison cell, and the skyline is cluttered with billboards advertising shippers and banks and computer colleges. Smoke rises behind a bush of palm tree from Third Mainland Bridge. She sees a cluster of houses and the University of Lagos. The edge of the lagoon is crowded with canoes and fishing nets. Are the streets light walking now? Deola asked her mother. When she lived in Lagos, the Third Mainland Bridge was a death trap at night. Drivers used to just slam into stationary vehicles, even with their headlights fully on. Nothing works, her mother says, in a tone that approximates smugness. We thank God if we are able to get from A to B. How are the plans for Daddy's memorial going? We are keeping it simple, otherwise it's hopeless. In the morning, we go to church. In the afternoon, we have lunch. That's about it. What about Auntie BC? BC is busy with her husband. Auntie BC is her mother's younger sister who spent holidays in their house when she was in university. The guest room was ours. She taught Deola and her siblings songs like Robbie Tuesday. Once in a while, she saved them from punishment. Her mother paid for Auntie BC's university education and training as a chartered secretary. Auntie BC must have felt indebted from then on because she was always around, helping with Christmas parties, weddings, and other family functions. Auntie BC is in her 50s now, and for years has been involved with one of her clients who is working as an industrialist and philanthropist. She is not automatically married to him. He is a Muslim and has other wives. She has a son by him, and he supports her financially. What about Brother Dot? Deola asked. Dotun, her mother says, he is fine. He is flying in on Saturday. Why? Nothing, I just wondered. Her father was married before. Brother Dot is a half-brother who grew up with his mother. He is an engineer and he works for an oil company in Port Harcourt. He was a huge Jimmy Cliff fan in his teens. He had her and Jai playing backup singer and choreographed their interviews. As they drive into Ikoyi, Deola noticed the oil-stained pavement bordering the road. It is Sunday, so the road is less congested, but there are hawkers and newspaper sellers. There are also beggars who will become peripheral once she becomes habituated. Signboards are patched on buildings that were once residential. Phenomenon Clothing, FSB International Bank, and Sheraton Restaurant. Nawa, Deola says, Ikoyi is particularly commercial now. You have no idea, Amado says. There was a time Deola could walk down the main road here. She ran errands for her mother at B.O.'s John's supermarket and got a cholera inoculation from a Lebanese doctor whose practice was across the road. She would stop for a banana nut sundae at the ice cream pavilion in Falomore Shopping Center, further up the road. Sometimes, late in the afternoon, she rode a chopper bicycle to Victoria Island on the other side of Falomore Bridge. Victoria Island was mostly anonymous street and unclaimed plot then. Now, it is a crammed out commercial as Ikoyi. They get home and the driver waits as the watchman unlocks the gate. A Pentecostal church has occupied the house next door. Someone has painted Jesus is Lord rather sloppily on the wall. The church is in the middle of a Sunday service. Deola hears a man or woman singing off key into microphone. O Lord, my God, how excellent is your name. There is a chorus of electricity generator, which means there has been a power cut. Her mother has complained about the noise from next door, but she never thought it was this ruckus. What is this, she asks. The born-again Christians, her mother says. I told them, the Bible says, love thy neighbor. Is this any way to love thy neighbor? Their original neighbor were an elderly French couple who owned a yellow Citroen with a sunroof. They returned to France, and a succession of Nigerian businesses has occupied the house next door. The first was a hair salon, and the second a boutique. For a while, the place was vacant. Then art gallery, which folded before the church moved in. The pastor of the church has had the front yard cemented and the back of the building extended. If anyone complains about the increase in traffic caused by his congregation, he shows them his planning permit and invites them to join his church. On Tuesday evenings, he holds a spiritual clinic, and on Thursday evening, a revival hour. The family that lived on the other side of the church couldn't tolerate the catwalling, as our mother calls it. They moved away. Our mother refuses to. I brought my children back from hospital to this house when they were born, she told the pastor. I lost my husband in this house, and I will not leave this house for you. The pastor said, well, madam, this church is God's house. For our parents, house was built before independence and has the colonial future of others in the part of Ikoyi, including a chalet and a boys' quarters. There is a gravel in the driveway and crimson bougainville on the surrounding fence. The front door is glass with a framework of iron bar that are more protective than decorative. Indoors, with the electricity generator and air conditioner on, Adeola can still hear the same man or woman singing, count your blessings this time. She puts a suitcase under the stairs, and her mother calls Larry and Jai. She speaks to them on her mother's mobile phone and walks around glancing at the shelf of leather-bound books. The tapestry in the living room the piano where a teacher made her play Bach minuets in G minor over and over until she broke down and cried. Outside is the garden. Her mother's tiger lilies are doing well. So are our traveler's palm. Larry and Jai asked routine question about her flight, and she answers yes and no, enjoying the proximity of their voices. The Sunday newspaper are on the dining table. The headlines are about trade and politics, not the news she is used to reading overseas about Nigerian, which is about internet fraud, drug traffickers, Islam fundamentalism, and armed militants in Niger Delta. Here, the newspaper are specific about which state they are referring to in the Niger Delta, River State, Bayelsa State, or Delta State. Small by small, she reorients herself. Lanre and Jaye show up before noon. Jaye with her children. Deola teaches them about raising a second generation of Haitians. When they were children, they never wanted to go to church on Sundays. Instead, they looked forward to going to their beach houses on Takwa Bay, where they would swim, drink fresh coconut milk, and eat toasted cheese sandwiches. Lanre maintained his membership with Lagos Motorboat Club. Whatever happened on the house of Thakwa, Adeola asked him. It is there, he says. Do you go? Thakwa, hardly ever. Ilashe Beach is the place to go now, Jaye says. They are at the dining table. Jaye's children are in the sitting room. Deola gave them their nicknames, Lulu and Prof, which have stuck. Prof has astigmatism. He has worn glasses since he was a toddler. He sits cross-legs on a chair, sipping apple juice with a pensive expression. Lulu is lying on the sofa with her dress above her waist. She will only wear dresses, but she won't keep them on. Deola's mother puts fluff from her hair. Lanre's son are with his wife, Eno. For the day, Eno and her mother run a nursery that supplies flowers for weddings and funerals. Jaye's husband, Funsho, has traveled to South Africa. Funsho works for a telecommunication company and their headquarters in Johannesburg. He is always there, Jaye says. He is thinking of buying a house. That would be nice, Deola says. Jaye looks bored. There is too much crime. Jaye is fashionable, even at work. She wears high-heeled shoes and jewelry with her doctor's coat. Today, she is in a boo-boo and her face is bare of makeup. She says there is a new community of South Africans in Lagos, and Kwara State has just adopted a group of Zimbabwean farmers who lost their land under Mugabe. So long as they don't bring their racial wahala here, Deola says. What racial wahala? Jai asked. It is the Chinese I'm worried about, Lanre says. You know, the Chinese. Before you know it, they take over your economy. Very soon, they will be telling America to shut up. We are used to the Chinese, Deola says. The spiritual role they are playing. The spring was as Nigeria a snack as puff puff. Hong Kong, Chinese, Lanre says. These ones comes from the mainland. By the way, they ate each other. He still has a scar across his forehead from the car crash with Sheyi, and his patch of white hair has broadened. He has a He has her father's tall stature and has over the years developed her mother's composure. I hear South Africans don't care much of Nigerians, Deola says. I don't blame them after what Nigeria have done over there, he says. Larry and Jai have not spent as much time abroad as Deola has. Jai studied medicine at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, and Larry got his degree from the University of Warwick in England. He worked at Trust Bank for a year and went back to England to get his master's degree from the University of Manchester. While Deola, he came home for long after she left. They regard her as a radical for raising issues like this. The negritude sister. Their lack of awareness doesn't surprise her. She was exactly like them when she was at LSE and was surrounded by other Nigerian students who were the same way. Despite their academic competence, they were so averse to seeing themselves and subjugated or victimized in any way that to say race had any relevance on them was an admission too lowly to contemplate. In fact, if anyone was in the habit of bringing up racial issues, Deola might have accused them of having an inferiority complex. It wasn't until she started earning a living in England that she began to reassess her experience there. Here, she is virtually color-free, and she hopes to remain that way. Larry stretches lazily. That's one good thing about this place. We don't have any of that racialism rubbish. I see too much of it abroad, Deola says. Ignore it, Larry says. Come home more often, Jai says. Neither of them has left home, Deola thinks. Jai is 35 and Larry is 41. Everyone they work with knows they are Sam Bello's children. They live in houses they inherited from him. Larry's is on the other side of Ikoyi, and Jai's is in Ikeja, where Deola's is. Ours is rented out for now. Jai's children migrated to the dining room. Deola enjoys being their fun aunt. She can't tickle Prof under his chin as she used to, so she wrestled in with him. Lulu is too heavy to toss in the air, so she teaches her to say, "What's up?" in a raspy voice. After a while, Prof asks Jai, "May I have more apple juice?" He pauses as if he has asked an in-depth question. Jai goes to the kitchen to get him some as Lulu dances to another hymn blaring from the church. Higher, 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 lifting Jesus higher. Higher, 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 lifting Jesus higher. As they eat lunch, they talk about the arrangement for the memorial. Her father's burial was overwhelming in comparison, from publishing the obituaries to organizing the wakekeeping and funeral. There were hundreds of guests to feed. Jai couldn't stop crying, and Larry was confused. His sadness for a foul temper threatened to beat up a distant cousin who was bossing everyone around. Auntie Bisi was busy distributing the ashoebi and collecting payments. Another aunt accused her of having a profit motive. Someone else complained about the quality of the asoebi. Deola didn't want to, uh, to wear asoebi, just as she didn't want to dance at her father's funeral reception. His funeral was communal, well beyond their control. None of that fools, her mother insists. We are members of your father, not trying to bury him again. What Deola remembers was our road trips to the house in her father's hometown and singing songs like Mama Look, Boo Boo. As the way on the way, the harmattan mist in the morning as the smell of boiled corn in the afternoons. She also remembers family holiday in their flat at Cadiz, which they have since sold. Larry was always chatting up local chicks, and Jaye once peeped in the swimming pool. Jaye was a cute girl, but she had a bladder problem, and she was lousy at Mokopolo. Her father was a glamorous man with a cigar in one hand and a crystal decanter of whiskey in the other. Her mother wore big round sunglasses and wrapped silk scarf around her head. People in remote villages mistook her for an actress. They came out and stared at as she spoke awful Spanish, Don de Easter. The Sonora, all she ever wanted was to find the nearest butcher where she could buy an ethnic cut of meat. On one holiday, she went as far as La Linière de la Concepción to buy pig's feet and trip. Today, her eba and efo stew is delicious. After lunch, Lulu and Prof go upstairs to watch a DVD, and she calls the house girl Comfort to get more water. Comfort, will you get yourself here? She says. Whenever Comfort falls asleep in the kitchen, her mother calls Comfort lazy. Comfort wakes up at 6:30 in the morning to sweep the floor, and she doesn't stop working until 9 at night. Comfort works in pouting. Yes, ma'am. She wears rubber flip-flop, and her navy gingham uniform is too tight. She circles the table looking for a space where she can lean over and retrieve the empty bottle. Lanris handed it to her. Why are you staying in a hotel? He asked Deola. I am here for business, she says. So? I have to keep things official. No one at work knows I am here for a memorial. You can't tell them. I have just started working here. I can't take time off. England is too strict, man. I mean, Jaye says, bring a cold bottle this time. Larry says to Comfort. Comfort returns to the kitchen. Deola recalls being that dependent on house help and quarreling with truant drivers who were near her. I will tell your daddy, they would say, snapping their fingers. She would snap her fingers back and say, you would better respect me. Now she would be embarrassed to order anyone around, but she won't put up with the everyday inconveniences her family is accustomed to. She discovered the hotel online. It is a boutique hotel on Victoria Island, converted from a house. At night, her mother turns off the electricity generator. The hotel has 2 generators, or so its website claims. It has 24 hours internet access and a restaurant, which means she won't have to wait for food to defrost. Her mother freezes everything to prevent rot during power cut, sugar included. The hotel also has a car hire service for guests with drivers. She would find it possible to get any work done otherwise. And if she stays at home, might see that as an opportunity to nag her about settling down. I need to check in and have a good look at the place in daylight, she says. I will take you there, Jai offers. You can see the new car Funshaw bought me. It is nice. Jai pulls a face. Wait and see. Her mother calls Comfort to clear the table and goes to the sitting room to stretch her legs. Lanre says he has a meeting to attend and read his text messages. We all know it's your wife checking up on you, Jai says. While the cat awaits, he says. He is less serious than he appears. This is the playboy routine, which he should have outgrown, but he comes back to it everywhere whenever he needs to fool himself into thinking that he is still a bachelor. See your brother, Jai says. This is what he does. Then he disappears. Deola laughs. In Athens, she would have been the one at loggerhead with Larry. She was forever confronting someone at the dining table. Larry for not helping in the kitchen. Her mother for letting Larry get away with that. Her father for being in favor of IMF loan or some other government policy. She would call him a capitalist and he would ignore her. Her mother would ask why she was getting upset, and Larry, who had a knack for slicing through a person's tender part, right between the ribs, would answer because she is a leaping, a loser. Worry about your own husband's whereabouts, he says to Jai. His comeback are more expedient than malicious. He forgets what he says within minutes. Jai, her mother asks, did you submit the memorial to the Guardian? Yes, full page, half. Why half? Half is big enough, Jai says. What did you write? Deola asks. In loving memory and all that, Jai says. What? Her mother asks. In loving memory and all that, Jai snaps. Deola shakes her head. She is back home. Did she email it to you? Larry asks. No, she says. Why didn't you email it to her? Larry asks. Jai frowns. Who has time for email? What do you mean you don't have time for email? Her mother asks. Don't worry about it, Deola says. I would have emailed it to you, Larry says. You should have emailed it to her mother says. Jai slaps the table. Larry could have emailed it to her. You people, Deola says. It doesn't matter. The singing stops, which means the church service has ended. Deola goes to the shelf of leather-bound books before she and Jai leaves. They are English literature classics her father bought in the early 70s. She chooses Pride and Prejudice over Sense and Sensibility. She was an Austen fan in Athens. She considered herself the sensible sister, but Jai was the pragmatic one in the end. Jai was able to settle. She, Deola, and her capricious in their relationship as well as her career. The moment she is not happy, she leaves. For her, there are worse situations, but none more than preventable than being stuck in a job or marriage. Lanre does not go to his meeting after all. He follows her and Jaye to the hotel in his age Volvo estate. Jaye's new car is a Mercedes, which Deola suspects is meant to appease Jaye for another affair. Inside, Jaye turns the CD player on and begins to nod to 50 Cent PIMP. You listen to this when the kids are in here? Deola asks. Of course. Why? Why not? They love it. Have you heard of Dara? Deola asks. Who? Dara the rapper. Oh, him? He was a student at LASU, wasn't he? So I hear. He is on a tour in America. Is he? Yes, they are really promoting him over there. Jaye is. He is not a rapper. He can't rap like the Americans. He can only sing hooks, and not even well. He is not the best Afro hip-hop singer around. The bobo sound like an intoxicated mola. She sleeps on her sunshades and begins to sing. I don't know what you heard about me. Deola has trouble figuring out what 50 Cent is saying, but she no longer tries to impose her views on Jaye, and Jaye can be a tyrant these days, especially when he's at odds with her husband. Still, she doesn't see how Jaye, who might cradle her children's head to carry them into a car, can play music like this when they are around. I'm a motherfucking PIMP, Jaye sings. When is Funshaw coming back? Deola asks. I don't know. Will he make it for the memorial? He says he will. What's he doing in Johannesburg anyway? Ask him. Jaye stared away from the potholes on the road. For as long as they have driven on it, the road has not been repaired. It is a measure of the decay and ruin in Ikoyi. Deola thinks of a generation that was raised here, oil boomers as she calls them, because they came of age during the oil boom and benefited from it. Does she have any remorse about dancing throughout dictatorship, taking orders like shake it but don't break it, and throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care? No, just a longing for the good old days when she had no responsibilities and didn't spare a thought for the future. At LSE, one lecturer or the other would approach her and says, shame about the coup in Nigeria. She always got the impression they were snickering behind the back. After all, how had Nigeria governed itself since independence? Two failed attempts at civilian government, a 4-year civil war, and God knows how many military regimes in between. She would say, yes, it is a shame, wondering what their reaction would be if she revealed that ain't no stopping us now. The extended version almost brought their little section of Lagos to a standstill and one nation under a groove, ruled for years. Curtis Blow came along with the brakes just as the economy took a turn and slide, slippity, slide they did into a recession. Yet oil boomers continued to rock throughout the 80s, chanting the roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. They were the Ikoyi crowd, and those who were in school abroad were aways. There was some resentment and contempt for them, but she never thought they should be held in eye as they sometimes were. She still doesn't, because she has seen their ineptitude rather than elitism. They have access to the best Nigeria can offer, the best education and professional training the world over, yet they can't get the country to function or even preserve their little heavens like Ikoyi, which kept on deteriorating. Of the Ikoyi crowd, she is one of the few living abroad. The rest fly in and out and educate their children overseas. In the summer, they go on family holidays to get away from the rain. Dubai is the latest destination because Nigerians love to shop. They say things are bad in Nigeria, but there is money in the oil industry despite the grand larceny that goes on. There is in the telecommunication and banking industry. There is money in the churches and non-governmental organizations. There is money for those who own their own professional practices, and for those who do not care to go through the normal apprenticeship of the burdened with public accountability. There are political positions in the Third Republic. The hotel is a guest house. Its sense of intimacy remains intact despite its conversion into separate suites. It had modern stone walls and artwork floors, a gym and a bar, and an outside swimming pool. She can visualize a family living here, walking up and down the stairs and sitting at the dining table to eat. The other guests she sees in the lounge are diverse. There is a couple, Belgian most likely, who have adopted a Nigerian girl. The girl could pass for a boy. She wears denim shorts and her hair is shaved. There is an elderly black American woman who looks like an artist. She is dressed in a tie-dyed bobo and her hands are stained with paint. A young Nigerian guy, probably on a business trip, talks on his mobile phone while keeping an eye on his laptop. And the reception, a Hausa man checks out. An Oyinbo woman with bleached hair accompanies him. She is dressed in a short, tight dress. Jai says she is a call girl. After Deola checks in, Jai says she has to go back and pick up her children before returning home. She doesn't want to get caught in the traffic to the mainland. Deola sits with Larry in the lounge and they get into a childish argument. When he comments on his wife's weight, no, just getting fatter and fatter. What is wrong with you? But she is. Why are you so wicked to the woman? She is not taking care of herself. Isn't she taking care of your children? Wait until you see how fat she is. Look at your stomach. It is the fish and chips she keeps feeding me. Isn't fish and chip what you wanted? Larry denies it, but Deola remembers how he and Sheyi went crazy for the grill with foreign blood. Half English, half Jamaican, half Cameroonian. Eno's mother is English. Her father, a pediatrician, died when Eno was young and her mother remained in Nigeria. Eno was raised on fish and chips. She can't cook, man, Lanre says, and she never uses enough pepper. Deola sighed. Let's change the topic. I don't want to hear any more of this. These clashes with her brother are inevitable. So also is his way of calling her man, as if she is an honorary one and ought to side with him. It is discomforting to be in a hotel with a man. The staff avert their eyes as if she is guilty of impropriety. Larry says Trust Bank is planning another share offer to buy more shares. The value keeps rising as the bank declares a dividend every year. She asks about Summit Bank, Nigeria, which has recently collapsed. Their director were using the bank vault as their personal stash of cash, Larry says. Their auditors must have known. Auditors, he says dismissively. He tells her Summit Bank was heavy with unsecured loans and buckling under bad debts as its directors misappropriated funds. Deola threshold reality drops. You cannot complain about corruption in Nigeria, she thinks. You dare not. Members of your family are corrupt. Some of your best friends are corrupt. The only people who claim they are not corrupt have not have an opportunity to be corrupt, which is why they complain. They feel cheated in the midst of all the corruption around them. When she worked for Trust Bank, she would get anxious about some of the bank's clients, which included corrupt politicians and dictators. She would ask her father, but isn't he? She is unable to finish her question. One of the biggest thieves in Nigeria, and her father would answer, this is business. There is no such thing as clean money. It is incredible to her that anyone bothers to follow laws in Nigeria. They are optional. Lanre says the Economic and Financial Crime Commission is cracking down on corruption, but the Summit Bank directors have not been charged for their depositors, and inventors are still trying to recover their funds. He then drifts into the usual about how difficult life in Nigeria is and how he, too, says he has to leave. Why are you running away? She asks. Armed robbers, he said. Is it that bad? Are you joking? My colleagues at work, they woke him and his wife up with machetes. Just last week, they were chopping his wife up with machetes. Just last week, they were shooting down the road from me. You are better go, she says. It's partial to Lanre when she was 18 years old. His games were a change from Red Rover, and not last night but the night before. She shared his interest in superhuman heroes who battled evil and saved the world. He was Batman and she was Robin. He always had to be the one who jumped out of hiding places, shouting, Arch-ong, but she didn't mind falling down and playing dead for him. He thought she was tough for a girl until she developed breasts. Then she became 666 and Mona Lisa. Lanre knew things, why planes flew longer in one direction and how fast piranhas could devour a human body. If he didn't feel like answering a question, he would curve his arm and say, Astrology is the science of asking questions. The summer after Sheyi died in the car crash, Larry began to surround himself with boys who were notorious for smoking marijuana. He was 16. Her parents had no clue. Larry was smoking at home, in his bedroom, out of the window, and using the towel to block the draft under his door. He was also sleeping and eating more than usual. Her father was at work for most of the day, and if ever Larry got into trouble, he would say, "Leave the boy alone. He's been through a lot." Suspended before the Christmas holiday for sneaking out of school with friends. Then, during the following Easter break, one of his friends ran down a motor. There was a court case which was covered in the newspapers. Her father found out that the defendant is the same boy who kept showing up at their house, as if he had no parents to answer to, secretly bearing videos like "Emmanuel" and "I spit on your grave," because he couldn't watch them on the beat marks in his house. He could recite every line of Dr. Fritz Fassbender's in "What's New, Pussycat?" and "You are stupid, and I will kill you before you end up killing yourself or someone else." A mother begs, "Sam, don't beat my son. Please, don't beat my son." Which was odd because only a few years ago, all he had to do was loiter in all part of the house, and it was whack, whack, whack from her before she even asked, "What are you doing here?" Larry cried donkey, gave her father a hind kick in the groin, and claimed it was a muscle spasm. It wasn't funny then. Deola and Jaye were. They didn't speak to her father for days. Once he recovered, her father walloped Larry for all the times he wanted to and didn't. Wallop him in anticipation of more wrongdoings. He wallops Larry so that he might not end up harming himself by drinking and driving. Then he decided to send Larry to school abroad for his A level, stop him from getting out of control. Her father suggested that Deola go abroad for her only level, for her O level, so that Larry wouldn't be alone. Deola didn't mind, but Larry was at Concord College in Shrewsbury, and they hardly saw each other until the holidays, when they flew back to Lagos together on British Airways, usually not on speaking terms. Her father had them in separate schools intentionally, so they can learn to appreciate each other. Did. When Larry turned 17, he was allowed to drive, but he was not allowed to go to a Ikoyi club without asking her. Perhaps her parents thought she might keep him in check, but she would sit with him and his new friends in the rotunda as they drank beer and talked about girls, who was fat, who was loose, and whose got benched. She joined in with them because she despised girls who were turning against her. One cow, who was a Rodin, where Jaye later went to school, would walk up to her, tap her nose, and say, "Powder." It was a confusing time. Ena was a skinny girl in drainpipe jeans. She was in her final year at Holy Child College in Lagos. Larry called her a taste of honey because she looked like the basic in the band, but he was too timing with her classmates, who, according to Jaye, had such a terrible reputation. Her name was an adjective and a verb. Jaye was a junior girl at Holy Child. Lanre would ask her and Deola to lie to Eno whenever Eno called Adeola and noticed how her mother took pleasure in announcing, Lanre, one of your girlfriend is on the phone, and how his friends made comment like, you know, be all right if you'd only just learn to shut up. They were not interested in her in that way. They called her small girl because she was a couple of years younger. She didn't socialize more with boys her age because their mothers would think she was loose. She tried to, and one mother said, don't ever call this house again. Another asked, why don't you wait for him to call you? She couldn't come to terms with why these mothers who had once parted their head now considered her a temptress. And she began to size up Larry's friend, who judged girls by their looks. One had a bottom as wide as the wing of a Boeing 747, and the other was as short as Tattoo on Fantasy Island. She stopped sitting with them and tried to form friendship with girls who were not vicious, but they were too goody-goody for her, called it. With Jaye, it was different. Deola didn't get along with that. She bullied Jaye. Her earliest memory of Jaye was of her holding a stick with a piece of banana ice pop, crying, it's not fair. You took the biggest half. Jaye was crying and retelling on Sundays. Deola had to oil Jaye's hair, and she hated doing that. Jaye would cry, it's paining me, and Deola would push her head. Jaye would howl even louder until her mother would come and threaten to bust her down the stairs. She fought off other kids who called Jaye names or tried to beat her up only because she considered her a personal affront. You wounded my sister, she would say, smacking her chest. I will kill you. Jaye grew up and began to print and read magazines like Vogue and Harper's and Queen, and Deola would order, read a book. She thought Jaye was in a danger of becoming vain. She would call Jaye Popular J, Popular Jingo, to tease her, and Jaye would call her Overzealous, retaliate. Jaye started going out with Funsho, and Funsho had several shows on the side. His excuse was always that girls were constantly hounding him. Funsho was known as a fine boy at University of Lagos. Two of the hottest Unilag chicks had got into a physical fight over him. Jaye would walk into parties and stare her rivals down. She married Funsho soon after she graduated from medical school. Deola could have told her that was a bad idea, but she didn't want to be accused of being overzealous. Of course, jealousy. Larry wouldn't discuss the matter, and her mother immediately began to plan a wedding. Though her father didn't approve of Funsho, I don't think that boy is capable of kindness, he once said. Her father was capable of kindness. He would get her mother vet towel whenever she had headache. He would shell for mothers pistachios and indulge her long-term infatuation with Harry Belafonte. Your boyfriend is on television again, he would say, and her mother would squeal. Who? Jaye was daddy's girl. He called her Doc. He was worried that her marriage to Funshaw would not last. He gave them the house in Ikeja as a wedding present anyways, but he made sure the house was in Jane's name alone. Funshaw, at least in the beginning of his marriage to Jaye, was capable of going out at night and not coming back until morning. Deola told Jaye to speak up, and Jaye did not caution her. You see, Funshaw said, that is why your sister is not married. Her mouth is too big for her own good. This evening, there is a pleasant smell in the foyer of the hotel, like meat pie baking in an oven. Deola takes a bath and changes into sweatpants before coming downstairs for dinner. The table in the restaurant are laid out, and several paintings by local artists hangs on the walls. She orders a steak and sees the young businessman at the bar. He is with a woman who has a long hair, weave, and a bracelet just under her bicep. The women in her 20s, a Hollywood celebrity clone, or it is a hip-hop video girl clone. It is hard to tell anymore, but her confidence is admirable. She doesn't seem conscious that her jeans are so low they barely cover her backside. Deola orders a bottle of Ever water and goes to the lounge to wait for the meal. A Lonelywood film is showing on the African Magic Channel. She watches for a few minutes. When a man joins her in the lounge, she hears him laugh, but she doesn't turn around. By now, she has figured out the plot of the film, which is about to end. Prosperous and honorable man duped by his convincing wife and a mother-in-law who practices juju. His mother-in-law's juju backfires on her, and she confesses to a priest who is brandishing a Bible. The film ends with a warning: wickedness will not be rewarded. Beware. Its credits are preceded by a message: to God be the glory. Only then does Deola turn around, and she discovers the man is not one of the guests she has come across. They all end up the same way, he says. His mustache and beards are a dark shade of gray, and he wears a white shirt. She pulls her t-shirt down, conscious of her sweatpants. What? She asks. Nollywood movies. God takes care of everything. He puts his hand behind. He is not wearing a ring. He has seen several Nollywood films in England and has yet to decipher how much they approximate reality. The tragedies are comic. The comedies are tragic. The scripts are definitely written by men. It would be nice to see one that portrays women differently, she says. She couldn't care less. A shrug gives her away. How so? He asks. We are not all into witchcraft. He smiles. How is your room? My room? You are safe here. No need to worry. She returns a smile. I don't need your assurance. Sorry, he says, standing up. I didn't mean to be rude. I am Wale Adeniran. I am the owner of this place. She shakes his hand. She was attracted to him from the moment she saw him, but only when it occurs to her she has not met anyone this attractive in years does her heart begin to act up. It is a good thing I didn't badmouth the service, she says, her voice higher than normal. How is your room? Fine. And dinner? I haven't had dinner yet. Are you keeping your waiting? No. Keep your head straight, she thinks, resisting the temptation to tilt it, as she remembers how easily a man can sense desperation in a woman. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you, he says. Sure. She forgets to tell him her name and tries to hide her saggy sweatpants as she walks away, suspecting she looks as if she is wearing a baby's napping. The man easily finds out her name if he wants to anyway, and she is curious. Meanwhile, why is she staying here? She goes to the dining room, and a waiter soon serves her food. Her steak is tasty and so filling. She is sure she will sleep well tonight, but she doesn't. The generator that comes on at night doesn't carry her air conditioner well. After midnight, it begins to rain. She hears the drops on her window and worries about mosquitoes, but none surface. She takes out pride and prejudice and begins to read under a flickering beside lamp. The lamp continues to betray her. She calls up, wishing she were in her own bed, and falls asleep at the purgatory hour, just before dawn. She is not aware of how alone and vulnerable she is. The next morning at breakfast, her eyes are swollen and her voice is hoarse. She eats a croissant that is a little too heavy and has 2 helpings from the fruit bowl, while nodding at the other guests as they appear. The black American woman is again dressed in a bubu. The Belgian couple is eating with their daughter, who smacks her lips. The young businessman is on his laptop again. Deola goes to the front desk to check up on the car she has hired for the day, and the receptionist asks, "How was your night, madam?" "Restful," she says, reluctant to complain. That the receptionist has small eyes and full cheeks. Mr. Adeniro says, "View. Why?" "It's our policy, madam." "Oh, I see. Thanks." Her driver arrived. His Peugeot smell of his flowery cauldron. It should take him only half an hour to get to the office, but the road is flooded and blocked with rows of cars which are parked in front of businesses. On reverse on the streets and block it, car horns go off and the driver of the offending car can't hear them. When he is satisfied with the commotion he is caused, he drives off. The other driver turns into a road where residential homes are hidden behind rusty gates. Victoria Island is the banking hub of Lagos. The traffic is so bad that people can't drive out of their homes during rush hour. There are fewer cars on the new road. Cigarette stalls are set up under all almond and mango trees, glow and empty under umbrellas. The office is in a block of flats with a cemented yard. No signboard, but the security guard confirms that she is in the correct place, plot 400. He opens the gate and allows our driver to park inside. The malaria man, he asked when she asked for Dr. Sokoya. The malaria man, she confirms. First floor, he says. She walks up the stairs. The wall has smelled with handprints. Dr. Sokoya shares the floor with a travel agency. He he has a PhD in public health. His certificate hangs next to a Chinese calendar. He is bald with a taut face, and for someone who is looking for funding, not cordial. He claps his hands together on his table and watches his knuckle as she introduces herself. The fluorescent lights are ash on him, and a bottle of Everwater sweat on the decks. I thought you were expecting me this morning, she says. I was, he says, his gaze shifting on the wild wind air conditioner. She will give him a chance. She has often discovered that what she mistakes for hospitality is simply nerves. Sometimes clients are simply trying to look busy. So you are London based, he says. I am. You're lucky. Am I? Of course, to escape all the hardship. She agrees. London is not paradise, but that isn't the point. You are Yoruba. My mother is Yoruba. Ṣó gbọ́ Yorùbá? Mo gbọ́ Yorùbá. I am surprised. She ignores his put down, but he grows more inquisitive. You grew up in Lagos? Yes. Where in Lagos? Don't tell me Ikoyi. Yes, I can always tell. He smiled, and so does she. Worse than the smell of privilege in a cheap attempt to mask it. She worked with men like Dr. Sokoya. They immediately at look they, mis- they immediately took a dislike to her, no matter how brilliant they were and no matter how much she admired them. An accusation would always come. I am not from a rich family. She would get upset. It felt like a judgment. Her father, who did not grow up rich, would warn her. It is envy. Larry would advise her on tactics similar to those used to tame wild animals. You have to know how to approach them. You have to come down to their level of thought and establish who is in control from the beginning. Any sign of weakness and they will pounce on you. Larry was an heir to the throne at Trust Bank, but he did not earn that position. He had to prove he deserved respect from his colleagues who got here. They were by being competitive, not by stepping into daddy's shoe. Her father's only encouraging words to him throughout his 30s were a fool at 40 is a fool forever. How annoying she must have been, practically apologizing for being the chairman's daughter. Her father and his peers were responsible for the new banking class that emerged after. The banking sector was deregulated. Now that some of our former colleagues have risen in Trust Bank to become senior managers and directors, and now that Larry has told her how quick they are to become pompous and ostentatious, she reveals and realizes that yes, it was envy all along. Dr. Sokoya introduces her to his employees, a skinny graduate and a woman her age who wears a wig. Deola is pleased that he is not particularly well dressed and doesn't have an expensive car parked outside. The security guard knows what he does for a living. This points to intimacy, though she is certain he set up the NGO to create a job for himself. He rubs his hands together. If all goes well, we are looking to expand next year. Is there any reason why all should go well? Time he is animated. He waves his hands. Ah, no, I didn't mean it that way. She recognizes she is not the vulnerable party. Whether his application for funding can go forward. I will be in your way for 2 days, she says. You are not in our way, he says. Everything you need, we will provide. The right element of internal control have been incorporated into their daily processes. They have paper trails, authorization and separation of duties. Does not get enough funding, Dr. Sokoya says, and there are resistant strain because of the fake drugs imported from Asia. I hear it is the same, she says. Yes, he says, but that is mostly because people are non-compliant. Even if the drugs are not fake, they don't take their medication regularly, or they can't afford to continue to take the drugs. It is bad, but HIV gets more attention. Malaria is also communicable, not in the same way. It is a parasite, not a virus. He is eager to explain what he calls the pathogenesis of the disease. She already knows about the female Anopheles mosquito from secondary school. As a boarding student, she slept under mosquito nets. She would spray a cloud of repellent inside a net and wait for it to subside before going to sleep. If a net had a hole, she would patch it up. Malaria meant a few days off school. Solid food was out. The nausea was severe, and the headache and chills were worse in the evenings. So we are still fighting malaria with nets, she says. It is the cheapest way, he says, and prevention is always better than cure. The net he distributes are pre-treated, so there is no immediate need for mosquito repellents. She is sure she will be able to recommend his organization. She does not tell him this, though. I will have to come back tomorrow, she says. We will be there, he says, smiling. Maybe we can treat you to dinner afterward, a local delicacy to fire up your London taste buds. This throws her every time. After the accusation comes the proposition, and they are delivered with such aplomb. She wonders why any man who would want to date a woman he disapproves of. I doubt we will ever have enough time, she says. We will see, he says, undaunted. The traffic is worse this afternoon, especially along the routes our driver takes. They pass people queuing outside the embassy of China. Perhaps they have been up on getting British and American visas. She thinks on another street, also filled with potholes. She notices several car dealerships, and it occurs to her that the terrain here actually resists development. It is a passive-aggressive landscape. There are no earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes, or hurricanes, but a car dealership opens and the road in front of it splits, as if to say, I told you I couldn't undo it. A mall is built and bundle up sticks and stones line up along the pavement and apologize. Oops, excuse me. Oops, don't mind me. I'll be out or I'll be out of your way soon. A restaurant gets popular and a banana tree at the entrance wets itself and whimpers. I can't help it. A mosquito larva flourish. The land is too damn African, stubbornly so. People can continue to develop it if they like, but it will find way to expose any sign of urbanization as a facade. She tells the driver to take her to Ikoyi to see her mother. At this end of the bridge, there are caged puppies for sale by a botanical garden. At the other end of the bridge, children beg for money by the police barracks. She gets to her mother's house and her mother is furious because she has not heard from the caterer. That's your sister for you, she says. She has to go. I told her I didn't want a caterer. Just go to the market, find me 4 women, and they will do what they need to do. Oh no, she to get a caterer. Oh mommy, she is a professional. She has an she has staff. She on my call. It is not yet dogs. Her mother has taken her afternoon siesta, and she is in the sitting room, dressed in a bobo. She is wearing burgundy lipstick. Diola can't recall the exact color of the mother's lips, but she remembers crystal glasses stained with that shade of lipstick. Her mother is drinking a gin and tonic. At night, she might have wine with her dinner. Diola calls Jai to ask why the caterer hasn't been in touch. This feuding between Jai and her mother is unsettling. Don't mind mommy, Jai says. She is joking. If she thinks I have time to start looking for any woman in any market, she wants it now. Now. She just has to be patient. The caterer will call her. She wants to know when, Deola says. Tell her to cancel the caterer. Her mother says, look, Jai, she would better not annoy me today. I have told her before that those market women are unhygienic. I have seen people end up dead from typhoid. Come on, Deola says. The market women were the only option before caterers came along. Their hygiene standards are not perfect, but their food is tastier. She is driving me crazy, Jai says. You don't know what I have been going through with her. Listen, I have to go. Wait, I can't. I have a clinic. Okay. It is the street of Lagos, Deola thinks, and the nature of a family. They are a volatile lot. Didn't she once accuse Jai of betraying her as Judas did Christ? Didn't Larry once swear he would throttle her if she so much as opened her mouth? She called him a drunk because he was breathing beer on her. He was always getting into one disagreement or another with her mother, after which they would end up glaring at each other until they look like gargoyles. She hung up and faced her mother. She says the women are unhygienic. Don't mind your sister. Her mother says the minute she has tension at home, she takes it out on everyone else. Her are you staying for dinner? She tells about the casual way her mother throws this in, as if to catch her off guard. This is how her mother works. She used to encourage her mother to walk on her father this way. Feed him first and then sip in your request. She turns away from the mother's gaze. My driver has to leave at 6. It is rice and chicken stew, her mother says. Don't worry, mommy. I will eat. I will eat at the hotel. I will get Comfort to fry some plantains. Mommy, the man says he has to go. Call your brother then. Call him and he might need his driver. How do you know? It is a weekday. So, call him and find out. I don't want to bother him. How do you know you are bothering him if you don't bother him? Mommy, she says, don't worry, I will eat at the hotel. If she stays for dinner, she can guarantee her mother will start prying again. I will drop you there, her mother says. It's not necessary. I will drop you. I will drop you. But armed robbers, what is this armed robbers? Armed robbers, about? They are part of our lives. You don't stop doing what you have to do because of them. Mommy, the traffic is terrible and you can't see at night. Coming from abroad, she can never be right about Lagos. Everyone complains, but the moment she says things are bad, someone will say things are not so bad. If only I didn't have to stack my driver, her mother says, giving up. The fellow had body odor, such awful body odor. I gave him antiseptic soap to wash, but he never made use of it. His name was Monday. Her mother also named him Disinfect the steering wheel before he drove her car, because he didn't always wash his hand after using the toilet. Monday didn't seem to mind. If her mother forgot, he reminded her, Mommy, don't forget the Dettol. Deola regrets leaving her mother drinking alone, but her mother has always done that, even when her father was alive. After a siesta, she would head straight to the cabinet and pour herself a little something. By night time, when her father arrived and they drank wine with their dinner, her mother would be toasting in a foreign language, saying, Salute, Sante, salute. Even when dinner was stewed goat intestine. This evening, she sees Wale again, but not in the lounge. She is there for a while, watching Idols, West Africa, but she can't be fooled into laughing at the contestant. They are over the top. One of them sings, I bereaved, I can fry. And rather than suffer the procession of hopefuls, she goes to the bar and order a bottle of Ever water. Wale shows up at the reception. He is dressed in an Ankara tunic and trouser. He talks to the receptionist, then headed for the lounge. Should she or should she not? Deola thinks. Mr. Adeniran, she calls out. Yes, sir, he says. She laughs. I was just saying good evening. Good evening? How come you are a guest in your own hotel? I stay here whenever I'm in Lagos. You don't live in Lagos? I live in Abuja. Don't tell me you are a politician. Why? I would rather sit with an armed dealer. He sits on the bar stool next to her. She tells him she will be in Abuja until company is based in Abuja. He supplies computer hardware and he comes to Lagos to see clients. She guesses his clients are either foreign multinationals or the government. Sometimes I surprise them here, he says, leaning forward. I make a reservation and they don't know it is me until I show up. She does not normally go for men with mustaches or beards, but they frame his mouth beautifully. His lips are darker than his skin. She likes his eyes most. They are sincere, and his lashes are unusually straight. He could pass for a Hausa man. That's very sneaky of you. You know how it is. You have to stay on top of things. Otherwise, why didn't you just rent it out? I thought about that. But there are businesses all over the island and not many reasonable priced places to stay. This way, the house works for me and I have somewhere to rest my head. How long have you been in Abuja? 6 years. 6 years now. But I have been going there for about 16. The first time I went there, all we had were the politicians and their entourage, kingmakers and government contractors and prostitutes, commercial sex workers. What? She smiles. Commercial sex workers. She smiles. That is the correct terminology, is it? Yes. And now in Abuja, I mean, she says, now we have trafficked, armed robbers, the whole lot. Her father bought land in Abuja in late 70s. It was the new federal capital then, but the government ministries are not yet relocated from Lagos. I have never been, no character whatsoever. Is it?
Where? Seriously, none at all. Is corruption really as bad as people say it is over there? You know how bad people say it is. Multiply that by 100. What are you going there for? Business or pleasure? She tells him about her job at Link, wondering if he thinks she belongs to an industry that thrives on an Africa that panders to the West. But computers don't necessarily make for progress. Not in basic human ways. Not in ways that matter. All they have done in Lagos is create work for yahoos. I have to make sure our money will be in safe hands. It's necessary, he says. I get around and I'm telling you the non-governmental sector is becoming a racket. Here, take my card. You should give me a call when you get in. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. She doesn't read his card and she still hasn't told him her name, but she is sure he knows who she is. You prefer Abuja to Lagos? She asked. My work is there and my daughter is in school there. I see. She has misread their conversation. He is married with children. Do you have anyone there? He asked. Friends, family? Her tone is less casual as she tells him her family is in Lagos. As if to remind herself, she adds that her father's memorial is on Sunday. I'm lucky to be able to come, he says. Imagine trying to explain to an English boss the significance of a 5-year memorial. I know, he says. My old man died in 1986 and I was in the States. Which state? New York. That must have been nice. It was, but I was almost at the end of my course when my father died. I had job interviews lined up, and everyone was telling me to come home. So I came home. I've been hustling ever since. Nothing I learned abroad has been of any use to me. I have friends who still live there. Their parents die and they fly in for a couple of days. I think the English are more sympathetic than the Americans are about these things. Was your father ill or he had cancer? She drinks her Eva water. Their parents were taken down by cancer, heart attacks, and strokes, respectable diseases. She assumes Wale inherited the house. With the reconstruction work, it must be worth about £1,000,000. So many fathers are dead, she says. Mothers too. All I ever see are widows. Where are the widowers? He pats his chest and she covers her mouth. It's all right, he says. It's been a while now, and my daughter and I are doing well. What is her name? You? Or you mean my wife? Her name was Ronke. I'm never sure if it is or was. His voice trails off, and she can't think of something suitable to say. I should go. Make sure you call when you get to Abuja. I will, she says. On Wednesday evening, she meets her cousin Ivie at a hair salon on Victoria Island. The salon, converted from a shipping container, is on a rented plot. Indoors, the air conditioner is on. The white walls are chipped and the ceiling is peeling. Samba music is playing. A hairstylist sings along as another, a man, hits up calling tongues. The supervisor is behind a desk, collating receipts. Two stylists are braiding Ivie's hair with extensions. Ivie is remarkably pretty and slim. She incurred worried looks from other patrons when she walked in, followed by a general slighting. Deola wondered if Ivie was aware. She has observed how Nigerian women use their fluency in silence to isolate women who, by their mere appearance, suggest they are not willing to obey the order, no matter how trivial, idiotic, or catastrophically destructive the order is. Ivie looks like a woman who would have no qualms about breaking up a marriage. I've never heard of him, Ivie says. Wale Adeniran? Yes. And his wife died? Yes. And he hasn't yet remarried? Not to my knowledge. His marital status may not be a consideration for Ivie, who has been living with a married man, Omorege, for years. She was with him before he got married. Omorege is a senator, and he separated from his wife, Patricia. He sounds suspicious to me, Ivie says. Why? There are no men like that in Lagos. What do you mean? He is single, owns a hotel, and no one has snapped him up yet. Do you know how many single women there are in this place? This is not a matter of scarcity. Men like that don't exist. Or is he? Deola winces. Gay. He might be, especially if he lives in Abuja. What? Yes, that is their home base. Everyone knows they go there to look for government contracts. The stylists laugh as Deola shakes her head. She will never understand Nigerian attitudes towards gays. Even the most decadent and perverted Nigerians vilify them, while those who are more open-minded worry about their proliferation as if they were an infestation of mosquitoes. Nigerians, she says, why are we like this? Ivie glances at the male hairstylist and whispers, me, I have no problem with them. It's when they marry that I have a problem. I don't like confusion. It's bad enough, man to woman. You have to declare your stance. That is all I'm saying. He is not gay. How would you know? I can tell. How? I just can. Okay. How are you sure his wife died then? Would anyone lie about that? He might have killed her. Seriously? There have been cases like that. They give their wives rat poison. Look, one man I know did it, and he got hold of his wife's inheritance. Why are you laughing? You have to be careful these days. You meet a single man in Lagos, and it's best you check with Interpol. The worst part is that they are not like our fathers. At least, our fathers try to take care of their families. These ones don't care. As for women, they have gone nuclear. If you can't provide, they will find someone on the other side, on the side who can. It's true. Alternative energy sources. Deola laughs. Please don't kill me. Ivie Omorege was a victim of that. He met his wife Patricia when they were both students in university. They came from the same town in Bendel State. Patricia won a Miss Nigeria pageant. Her guardian was a family friend she called Uncle. Uncle was a retired brigadier. He became a governor after a military coup. He was ousted in a subsequent coup, but he made money while he was in office. He helped Patricia financially and bought her a car. He said he was taking an interest in her studies. He turned out to be her sugar daddy. Omorege found out after he got engaged to Patricia. He broke off their engagement, and at first, Patricia said he must have known all along. Then she got down on her knees and begged. Omorege refused to take her back. He met Ivie and started going out with her. Patricia tried to kill herself by swallowing. Omorege visited Patricia while she was hospitalized, and she seduced him during her convalescence. She bought fertility drugs on the black market and pierced a hole in his condom. All this became public knowledge after she delivered triplets. Omorege married her because they were Catholic, but they have separate homes, and he continues to live with Ivie, who has not been able to have children. Marriage in government circles are like Nollywood scripts to Deola. Lagos is still captivated by the news of a minister in every administration, military and civilian, since the Second Republic, doing nothing useful and getting richer. The newspaper reports accuse him of sleeping with his daughter-in-law. Deola doesn't doubt he is capable of having an affair with his daughter-in-law, but she can't believe the manner in which the reports relay the details, showing the same photograph of the woman in question with a hair weave and deep cleavage, and referring to her as the delectable 34 years old. The supervisor changes the music to what initially sounds like another samba number, but turns out to be a catchy gospel song. A customer who is eating a takeaway meal that resembles chicken piri piri begins to sing along to the chorus. The best is yet to come. The best, the best, the best is yet to come. Ivie reaches for her bottle of Coca-Cola and mumbles. They've started. Ivie attends a Pentecostal church, but she dislikes pious displays. She was previously with another church, Church of Courses, as she now calls it. She might have joined because of her infertility problems, but the pastor told her something had put a demonic lock on her womb, so she left. The woman continues to sing. Today is the first day of the best days of your life. Today is the first day of the best days of your life. Nigerians are usually, but her voice is beautiful. She gets higher and higher. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing yet. Deola browses through a magazine, Metropolis. crammed with photographs of camera-ready people, celebrities on the red carpet. The heading reads, "They are TV personalities, Nollywood actors, musicians and singers, carrying on as if Lagos is Los Angeles. So there are no normal couples here," she says. The Coca-Cola deepens Evie's voice. "My dear, everyone is sleeping around." Evie also mixes with the financial cycle in Lagos that is concentric with the government cycle in Abuja. She says single women party in Nigeria. They may pray to get married and to have children, but they don't sit around waiting for God to deliver them. They shame men. They don't deceive themselves as married women do. Are they better off? Thinks Deola, as Evie then demoralizes her with half-hearted gossip about couples who are either separated and wives who are having affairs. Some woman has just poured boiling water on her husband and no one knows why. The number of stories about widows who were said to be visiting their boyfriends when their husbands died is disturbing. "So someone cannot die without his wife being maligned," she said. "What scares me the most," Evie says, "is that you don't even know what people die of these days." Now, wow, for Naija marriages, Deola says. Evie's cousin, Evie's mother, is her favorite aunt, who ended up with a man from Benin City who beat her. He beat her so hard she would run into the street to escape him. She relocated to Port Harcourt, where she married an elderly polygamist. When they were younger, Deola saw Evie's cousin, who was funny but forward. Evie would order Deola around, and Deola, herself a little bully, would tell Evie, "You are not my leader." They became close when Evie got a job at Trust Bank during her national service year. They stayed in the chalet and went to work together. They also went to parties together. Evie looked like a model. Miniskirts and leggings were in, and invariably, guys would approach Deola and ask, "Who is that?" But Evie had no time for Ikoyi guys, especially their ways. She thought they were immature and trying to impress her, disturbing her with their nonsense, as she would say. She had so much parochial pride. Omar Rege came along. He was a little older. He was a managing director of a finance house which went bankrupt. The rumor was that he cleaned out his clients, though he denied this. Evie fell in love with him, and no one in the Bello family could believe it. Barely a few months in Lagos, and she was carrying on with a married man, who then disappeared to London for about a year, abandoning his wife and triplets to avoid facing charges under a failed bank decree. For a while, Evie was the bad girl of the family, but now everyone seems to have forgiven her. It takes 2 hours to braid her hair, and she drives Deola home afterwards. Deola wants Evie around so she can avoid having the marriage talk with her mother. Is it her imagination, or has she been hopping from one luxury car to another here in deprived Africa? Evie is also fairly new. A BMW, which Evie says is nothing compared to the cars some of her colleagues have. It's all, she says, we are all caught up. Nigers in England are like that, Deola says. They are even worse in America. Don't trust what you see, Evie says. A Nigerian may not have a kobo to his name, and you will never know. It is not whether people here can afford luxury cars. It is the state of the roads. Evie has to drive on the sidewalk at one point. Only an army tank could survive the potholes along the way. But aren't people doing well in business? Deola asked. All I hear is that people are doing well in business. Don't let anyone fool you, Evie says. There is no real business here. All we have is oil money circulating in our economy. The whole banking sector is running on laundered money. The whole of Nigeria is. Evie is the corporate relations director of her bank. Deola has heard that Victoria Island is sinking. She has had nightmares of hurricanes submerging the island. Neighboring Lekki Peninsula and Ikoyi, along with their overvalued properties and inhabitants. Tonight, they get home and Deola's mother is fussing about the canopies she had rented. She is sure it is going to rain on Sunday. Deola is never indulgent whenever her mother is like this, walking everyone up about problems that may not occur. Her mother's ability to get attention in any given room and have everyone consoling her is astonishing. The canopies are going up on Sunday. Her mother says, I should have rented a hall instead and had it even my guests lunch and be finished with it. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. They would tear up my grass. The rain falls for 1 second in this place and you're in. Don't worry, Auntie, if it rain, by God's grace. I hope not, her mother says to Evie. I have my gardener coming in tomorrow, but surely one shouldn't pray for no rain. It didn't rain on the day of Uncle's funeral, Evie says. Oh, it did, her mother says. That morning and that night, remember, we were spared in the afternoon. This time of the year is no good for any type of outdoor function. Remember, Jaye got married this time of rain so heavily. It didn't rain that much, Deola says. I remember, Evie says. You remember, we couldn't get out of church that morning. And the ushers with the umbrellas. We were all wet. We had the reception at that restaurant on the lagoon. Deola's mother is intentionally ignoring Deola, and as for Evie, this is typical of her. She grovels to her elders. Deola remains silent as her mother goes on about the likelihood of rain, but she snaps when the subject turns to her trip to Abuja the next morning. It's in and out with this one, her mother says. I have work to do, Deola says. She comes in on Sunday, her mother says. Now she's off to Abuja. Evie laughs. Auntie. In and out. That's your cousin. She comes home and moves straight into a hotel. You don't have a driver, Deola says. You could have borrowed your brother's driver, her mother says. He needs his driver, and I had to email my boss. Her mother says, he needs his driver, and I had to email my boss. You don't have email? She will be back on Friday, her mother says to Evie. On Sunday, after the memorial, she takes off again. Deola shrugs. Her mother stayed home and raised children. Now she controls shares. She dresses up for meetings at Trust Bank, walks into the boardroom, and everyone stands up and calls her Madam. If you are going to Abuja, her mother says, you might want to check up on your father's land to see what has become of it. The government has given us a certain amount of time to fence it, otherwise they will seize it. I won't have time, Deola says. You might want to make time, her mother says. The land is worth a considerable amount, as you well know. They eat shrimp curry and coconut rice for dinner. Evie drives Deola back to the hotel. There, Deola emails Kate to say she has reviewed Dr. Sokoya's NGO and will be in Abuja tomorrow. She has 2 scam messages in her inbox, which she is sure came from an internet cafe somewhere in Lagos. In the foyer, she passes the receptionist, who asks, "Is everything okay, madam?" "Yes," she says. "You are still checking out tomorrow?" "I am. Thank you for taking care of me." "You are welcome. I was worried that something was wrong." Deola thought she had a smile on her face. The receptionist was probably worried that she was annoyed about the bartender, who was on the computer surfing the internet. She was busy thinking of her conversation with Ivie on the way here. Ivie asked her to be more understanding, as her mother was upset at having lost the love of her life. Deola thought that was typical of Ivie, to completely romanticize a tense family situation. Then she considered for a moment. Then she went back to seeing her mother as a manipulator, taking any opportunity to interfere in her life. She can't bear disappointment, her mother's enduring disappointment. She wants to distance herself from it. She doesn't even want to rebel against it because it might end up defining her, if it hasn't already. The young businessman is in the lounge, speaking French on his mobile phone. Oui, he says. D'accord? What he says after that, but she enjoys listening to him. He is probably in marketing or some other trendy job. She is suspicious of the term brain drain, which she first heard at LSE. For her, it was a polite alternative for people who might want to say, "Go back to Africa." She has always thought there are enough brains in Africa, at least in Lagos. People who may not do much for the common good, but they achieve so much for themselves. She runs into old friends, most of whom are married with children, and marvels at their accomplishments. Lawyers who are jewelry designers on the side, doctors who just happen to be manufacturing beauty creams, accountants who produce Nollywood films. They make the opportunities overseas look like a joke. In her room, she recalls her father's reaction when she resigned from Trust Bank after Ivie did. "You as well?" her father asked, as if Ivie's behavior and hers were on par. Then he concluded, "You children are too flighty." Her mother called her friends and told them Deola was going back to England. She gave every relative that came to the house a full report. Auntie Bisi stepped in to mediate, telling her, stay, until Deola finally said, "Oh, come on, you people. I'm going to join an accountancy firm, not a pop group." They treated her as if she were still in boarding school and at home on vacation. But she was 22 and still living at home. Even if her parents approved of her moving out and renting a flat, she couldn't afford to rent in any decent part of Lagos. On her salary, her options were to find a sugar daddy or hustle for a government contract, which will probably not be awarded without a sexual favor. That was not the Nigeria her parents returned to. A Nigeria where they were fitted just because they were graduates and offered jobs with housing and car allowances. She had all that at Trust Bank, but she couldn't sustain herself with an out-of-control inflation rate to contend with. So, what was the point of staying? What sort of privilege was it to live off her parents? Some of her colleagues found her decision to leave Trust Bank predictable. It confirmed what they thought of her: pampered and sheltered. What was all this talk about independence? Why couldn't she just ask her father to pay for an MBA? Then, after she left, circumstances changed for a minority of them. Their salaries became higher than hers in England, despite an exchange rate that was unfavorable to them. They climbed out of the recession and up the corporate ladder, and the longer she stayed in England, the more difficult it was to return and compete with them. She held on to her independence there, even as her independence began to look more like loneliness. Her father wanted her to work for Trust Bank after she qualified as an accountant, but she was reluctant to. Her colleagues would never give her credit as the chairman's daughter. I don't know why you care, her father said. There isn't a single one of them who wouldn't want to be in your position. His family were farm folk. He grew up with a hoe in his hand. He bragged about how he would walk miles to get to school, wearing hand-me-down plimsolls and carrying books on his head. He had 2 khaki uniforms to his name. When he washed one, he wore the other. His parents couldn't read or write, but they managed to send him to Durham University. He left for England on a cargo ship. He was not interested in starting a practice when he returned to Nigeria. As a qualified accountant, he worked for United Africa Company and acquired shares in Foreign Era in the 70s. He went into banking when that sector was privatized in the 80s. He told her he was a millionaire when the value of the naira to the pound was 1-to-1. He was badly hit by the devaluation of the naira, but he recovered by capitalizing on foreign exchange deals. He might have sensed what she didn't know at the time, that she was unwittingly in competition with him. She wanted more than he could offer. You can never rise to the top as an African overseas unless you do exactly as you are told, he used to say. I will, Daddy, she would say. You will see. She packs Pride and Prejudice in her suitcase. When she first read it, the Bennets were fascinating to her. Now they could well be a Nigerian family. She pulls out Wale's card from the pouch where she keeps her underwear. His full name is Adewale, and his middle initial is also A. She wonders what the A stands for as she transfers his card to her wallet. Her mother would like him, a good man from a good family. The next morning, she takes the first flight to Abuja. The air is drier there, but with the hills, palm trees, cornfields, and red soil, she could be anywhere outside Lagos. On the way from the airport, she passes bundles of sticks, laundry laid out to dry, bungalows with corrugated iron roofs, and dwarf goats. A group of girls carry pots on their heads, and a lone elderly man sits under an umbrella to protect himself from the sun. This is Islamic territory. In the villages, men wear skull caps and women are wrapped up. She thinks of her old friend Fatima, who lives further north in Kaduna. Fatima was known as a cool Hausa chick, a forward-thinking Muslim because she drank beer and smoked cigarettes in private. They were classmates at Queen's College. They met up during national service and have touched. Deola was surprised to hear that Fatima agreed to an arranged marriage after national service. Her wedding was a 7-day affair, attended by sultans and emirs. Her bridesmaids got their hands and feet dyed with henna. The president made an appearance at the wedding prayers. The marriage didn't last. There was some talk that Fatima's husband discovered she wasn't Virgo intacta. But people said he wouldn't know the difference because he drank too much, so much that he would wet himself in bed. Fatima had a daughter by him and moved out. She started a law practice in Kaduna and became an advocate for underage northern girls. who were forced into arranged marriages. The girls she represented were in their early teens. Her NGO was Daughters of Islam, Women for Islam, or some pro-feminist, pro-Islam name that didn't quite add up. She started covering her hair, which may have been a ruse to continue her subversive activities. But people laughed at her and called her a born-again Muslim. As the city approaches, there are more motorcycles, vans, and lorries. In the distance is a cluster of houses with blue roofs. The taxi driver the taxi driver points out Millennium Park and Aso Rock, where the president lives. There are rumors that the president, a former military head of state, is seeking an extra term in office. Lanre claims he is sweetening the Senate and House of Reps, and money has been moving around mysteriously in banks. She understands what Wale means about Abuja lacking in character. Close up, the buildings are new and incongruous. Some look as though they belong somewhere in Florida. At the Hilton, she checks in and takes another taxi to the office of Widows in Need. She is early for her meeting